All right, be seated, everybody.
Come on in.
All right. All right, while we're waiting, council, if you want to read a juror note we have, which I've tendered as Corp's Exhibit 2. All right, thank you, Deputy. If we could have the defense call their next witness. You can take that back too. We'll handle it at a break. If you could call your next witness. And you can take this to him.
You want me to bring this back, Your Honor?
Once you've read it.
Your Honor, the Conservancy calls Scott Klein.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that testimony which I give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Please state and spell your full name for the record, please.
Scott Klein. Oh, sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Klein.
Good morning.
I understand your counsel is in the courtroom today. I'll introduce Mr. Rouse, counsel for Ruby Collins. Mr. Klein, what is your occupation?
I'm the president and CEO for Ruby Collins.
What is Ruby Collins?
We're a general contractor that does water and wastewater facility work. So we build water and wastewater treatment plants and pipelines and also maintain those throughout the Southeast.
How long has Ruby Collins been in business?
Since 1970.
Okay. As CEO, president and CEO, what do your daily responsibilities look like?
So I manage all the overall operations of the company, whether that's what projects we're bidding, what projects we're managing, how we're staffing those projects, the full gamut of operations.
Does Ruby Collins regularly work with the city of Atlanta?
Yes, we pretty much have always held a contract since I've been with Ruby Collins. We've done extensive work with the city of Atlanta.
Does the city have an annual contract with Ruby Collins where the city can issue work orders for sewer-related repairs?
Yes, yeah, we've had the city of Atlanta on-call contract for, I think, the last 7 or 8 years.
Okay. And on a given year, how often does the city call upon Ruby Collins to come out and address something going on with the sewer?
It's a lot. I'd say, every day we're doing something for the city of Atlanta, but that may be multiple days or weeks for one call. So it could be 100 calls in a year for us to come out and fix something.
Is it always that something's broken, or does Ruby Collins also go out and perform maintenance?
Yes, most of the time it's because there's a major issue that needs to be fixed or investigated to find out what the problem is. And maybe their crews weren't able to handle it and they call us in to come in and do that.
How does the city let Ruby Collins know that a repair is needed?
It's usually either a phone call or an email. Usually it's a phone call that says, hey, come meet us out on site and look at this problem.
Okay. Are you familiar with a group within the Department of Watershed Management referred to as sewer ops?
Yes.
What is sewer ops?
Sewer ops would be the people that work for the city of Atlanta that would have tried to investigate or tried to repair something prior to calling us in. Their staff is not quite as big as our staff and doesn't have some of the machinery and equipment that we have and the abilities that we have. So
when Ruby Collins goes out, I'm just in a general sense at this point, is the repair or the problem that needs to be solved typically something you can see?
Sometimes it's not. With underground pipelines, sometimes you don't know what the problem is. You're trying to figure out which pipe caused the problem or what's the situation. And sometimes it takes a little bit more investigation than just walking up and seeing the problem.
If you can't see it when you show up on site, what are some of the things that Ruby Collins would do?
A lot of times we would CCTV the existing pipelines in the area. So we basically just put a camera inside the pipe and see what it looks like.
Mr. Klein, have there been instances where Ruby Collins has been unable to definitively say what caused a problem with the sewer?
I think sometimes, yeah, it's hard to tell. Sometimes you know there was a problem, but you don't know what it was. So yeah, I'd say that's the case.
And does that mean that a repair can't be performed?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
If you don't know exactly what the cause is, does that mean a repair cannot be conducted?
Yeah, I guess if you don't know what the problem is, you don't know what to fix, I guess would be the answer to that. Yeah.
As the CEO, Mr. Klein, how involved are you with the day-to-day operations of the company?
I'd say I'm a very hands-on person. We have probably 40 or 50 projects going on at one time, and I interface with those projects, whether it's through emails or daily reports every day, just to make sure I know what's going on every day with every project.
Okay. Do you remember, Mr. Klein, learning about a repair project at the Piedmont Park Conservancy Community Center building?
I do.
Okay. Tell the jury what you recall about that.
I just remember it being somewhat unique because it was inside of a building. And, I've gone to the Willys at Piedmont Park in that building several times, knew about it and thought it was interesting and somewhat unique. So that's why I remember the project.
Okay. Mr. Klein, I've put before you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 502.362, which is a packet of information. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you identify what this document or the set of documents is?
So the first few pages are work authorization, which is what the city of Atlanta uses to kind of document what it is we did and the value they're paying us for what we did.
Okay. And are those work authorizations something that are issued by the city and received by Ruby Collins as part of its ordinary course of business?
Correct. Usually we're providing them with a quote or an invoice that they generate this work authorization to pay us by.
Okay. Looking a little bit further back in the documents, we go past the work orders. Looks like there's some information related to the cellular grout mix. Do you see that? Looking at page 19. It's on an Argos letterhead.
I'm looking.
Mr. Klein, if you look down in the bottom right, if I say page 19, that's the last two. Does Ruby Collins, to the extent it uses a flowable fill, does it in the routine part of it or course of its business receive from the supplier the mix information about the mix of the grout?
Yeah, so any type of different concrete or mix we're going to use, in this case, a grout, we want to know what the mix design is, the mixture of cement and fly ash and water, so we know the consistency, and then we know what the structural strength is going to be of the mix.
Okay. Your Honor, we move to tender into evidence defense 502.362.
We object to its admission. As noted earlier this morning, the document contains a number of hearsay components, photographs, third party, including the Argos document that we were just looking at on page 19, third party records, and various other documents that are not, we don't believe fall within the business records exception.
All right. To that, Mr. Caleri, I think there are a few more foundational questions you'd have to ask.
Your Honor, I think to make this easy, we will agree to remove the photographs from this. We will also agree to remove any email correspondence. We think this is going to come through with our expert who's relied on it in a moment anyways. So I think that'll make it easier.
All right. There's a removal there. Is that change the nature of the objection, Mr. Moy?
We still maintain our objection, Your Honor.
All right. And so again, to that end, I know he's testified that he receives these records, but I think there's still some other things we have to, the thresholds we have to cross before I can tend to them.
If you look on page 2 of the work authorization on the very front, Mr. Klein,
Yes.
this is signed by someone named Lance Thomas. His title's project engineer. Do you see that?
Yes.
Who's Lance Thomas?
He's one of our guys that managed that contract. So he was kind of the project manager that interfaced with the city on a daily basis.
And is Mr. Thomas, at least as of the date he signed, was he authorized to confirm and accept a work order from the city of Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay. And is that process, again, the receipt of a work order and the confirmation or acceptance of that work order, something that is done as part of Ruby Collins' ordinary business?
Yes.
And with respect to the Argos grout mix, Argos is a supplier, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when Ruby Collins goes out to a supplier to purchase something like grout, is it part of Ruby Collins' ordinary course of business to have that supplier provided with the specific information about what comprises or the mix?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it's kind of a necessary thing to know what the overall strength is going to be of the material you're buying.
And Ruby Collins would rely on that mix to understand what the material is and to seek approval for that material from, in this instance, the city of Atlanta,
Yes.
part of the ordinary process.
Yes.
Your Honor, again, we're going to move, subject to removing email correspondence and photographs. We are going to move for the admission as a business record of Exhibit 502.362.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Maintain our objection. I don't believe the Argos documents or business records that this individual can authenticate or speak to. The fact that he receives Argos records, I don't think is sufficient. He hasn't testified that he prepares these documents in the ordinary course. And he has responsibility for doing so, that they're regularly generated in the course of operating the business. He's basically said that he receives documents and looks at them.
And Your Honor, given the
Unless you have any other questions you want to ask, just on foundation, I would rule at this time that the objections are preserved, but as a hearsay or foundation there, it's admitted over objection with the conditions noted by defense counsel. You can ask your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Klein, as CEO, you said you took an interest in this project. And can you describe generally what Ruby Collins did to investigate the void?
Yeah, I can. And yeah, my operations manager at the time, Tad Nussbaumer, was the guy kind of directing things on site for us. And so he and I discussed the project at the time on how we were going to go about repairing or finding out what the problem was. And so what we did was kind of unique. Where inside the building, we basically put a round shaft down inside of a building. So it's kind of hard to dig down inside the building. So we, and it had to go down, I think, 15 feet. And so to go down that deep, we built this liner plate shaft. So it comes in these little pieces. We bolt it together as we go down. So as you go down, you keep protecting yourself as you go down to expose the pipe. And so once we got down and exposed the pipe, didn't see any damages. And so based on that, filled the hole full of water, put dye in it, and then we had a guy go inside the pipe and see if there was any dye coming into the pipe. And so whenever we didn't see any dye coming into the pipe, then that's whenever, talking with the city, we decided what to do, and it was to fill the void with the flowable fill that we did.
And you mentioned the excavation and the introduction of water and dye, just so the jury understands. This was done in September of 2018, correct?
If that's what the records show, I don't know the date.
Okay. Well, let's look at the work authorization, Mr. Klein.
Yes.
And let's go to the date that it was signed on the second page. I just want to refresh your recollection. It was signed on September 19th, 2018.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. And Ruby Collins didn't do any work on site before it had an executed work order, right?
That's usually the course of the way we do things. Yes. Sometimes it's an emergency basis and, we deal with a phone call and an email, and then the work authorization flows afterwards. But in this case, I believe that was the case.
Okay. And you mentioned, so in September of 2018, I think I'll just summarize, Ruby Collins was not able to definitively identify a structural problem with the sewer, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so given that, what do you do? It sounds like you requested direction from the city.
Yes.
Okay. And what did the city instruct Ruby Collins to do?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay as to what the city instructed Mr. Nussbarger, the person who was actually managing the project, to do.
Mr. McCleary, any response?
I'll move on. It's not important. Mr. Klein, did Ruby Collins submit a proposed grout mix for the city's approval?
We did.
Okay. And is that at page 19 of the documents we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And it goes on. There's further information behind page 19 about the mix, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and this was a mix design that we had used on a previous project to do something similar, to do a grout fill.
Did the city approve the grout mix?
Yes.
Okay. Did Ruby Collins follow the city's directions?
Yes.
Were people from the city present on site when Ruby Collins was doing its work?
They typically are, at least during the course of when we're doing our work. They may not be there the entire time, but they're there in and out, verifying what it is we're doing and helping direct us.
You mentioned, Mr. Klein, that your crews were digging down to access the top of the sewer. The jury's heard a little bit about Badger Hydrovac. Can you tell them a little more about what that is and how it works?
Yeah, so trying to get the dirt out of the inside of the building, it's kind of hard to do that unless you want to just use wheelbarrows the whole time to get it all out. So the hydrovac basically it's a big truck that sits on the outside of the building. It has a big vacuum cleaner essentially that vacuums out the dirt into the truck, and that way you're not having to manually move it.
Okay. And so once you get down to the top of the rock sewer, the fact that there is not dye or a visual inspection, does that mean that rock sewer is watertight?
No, I wouldn't say that necessarily. I mean, inside these rocks, these old sewers, I mean, there's a lot of leaking that you see when you're inside of them. It's all cobbled together, and the joints are just kind of like brick joints, so it's not, I wouldn't say watertight.
Okay. Why did Ruby Collins select the type of flowable fill mix? You said you'd used it on a prior project. Why was it determined it was appropriate here?
This mix it's like really flowable. So it's like almost like a watery paste, and it really flows really well. And so that's why they use it for void fill, to make sure that it kind of fills in all the crevices and places. And it ends up creating something stronger than what dirt is. It's not super strong. It's not like concrete, because if you dump concrete in there, it wouldn't go into all those places. But this one flows into those areas.
The juries might have heard some testimony about the consistency of this flowable fill. They may have heard it described as like a milkshake. Is that fair?
It'd be a thin milkshake, but yes.
Okay. So the grout is put in, you've described the cylinder, the shoring. It's injected from the surface up to approximately 15 feet. Was that what happened here?
Yeah, I mean, they basically filled all the way from the pipe up to kind of like right under where the slab level was, to make sure that void was filled.
Okay, and so that weight or head would put quite a bit of pressure on the grout. Do you agree with that?
It does put some pressure on it, but I would say just the flowable nature of it allows it to flow really well. It doesn't really need the pressure.
Okay. Mr. Klein, do you feel comfortable with what Ruby Collins did here to repair the void?
I do.
Okay. Ruby Collins could have replaced the span of sewer underneath the community center, right?
Yes.
Probably would have been in Ruby Collins' interest to do that, right?
That's what I thought was going to happen when we first got the call. But yeah, we would have, if we would have found a collapse, when we would have gone down and seen it, we would have been, tasked by the city to replace it.
Okay. And can you approximate, based on your experience, if the city would have said, we need you to replace this span of the old rock sewer, what kind of dollars are we talking about in terms of cost?
I wouldn't want to speculate it. You know, you just, there's no telling. It could go all the way from tunneling around the existing pipe and replacing it in place or rerouting it around the building. It could have been a number of different avenues we would have recommended, and I don't know what that cost would have been.
Fair to say a rerouting, if that would have been the direction, could easily be into the millions?
It would have been expensive.
Okay. Mr. Klein, overall, based upon, you know, what Ruby Collins is out doing every day for the city, fair to describe what was done at the community center as a fairly routine repair by Ruby Collins?
What we did there is fairly routine for us, probably not for most people, but to dig down and put a shaft inside of a building, that's probably not something we do every day, but we do put a lot of shafts in. We do put a lot of flowable fill in. We do, you know, do stuff like that. But this one was a little bit unique being inside of a building.
And I want to come back, Mr. Klein, to this issue about causation and repair. Would you agree with me that even though we don't know exactly what caused this void, you would agree it could have been caused over a long period of time?
That's what we usually see is these things happen for a long period of time and then ultimately are exposed by, one event makes it to where it's exposed, but the void has been going on for a while.
And you're comfortable that the use of this flowable fill that went down and flowed, you're comfortable that that stabilized the soils surrounding the subsurface of the community center?
Objection, Your Honor. He's not a soils expert or qualified to render that opinion.
All right, sustained.
Mr. Klein, why, again, do you use flowable fill in this type of situation?
I don't know if we need to hear it again. Maybe if there's some new question or different clarification to drill in on some new material.
Sure. Mr. Klein, to the extent there was a small abrasion or something that could have shot water up during heavy rains over the past 100 years, do you believe, did the flowable fill arrest that mechanism?
Your Honor, he's being asked to speculate about an abrasion that may or may not have been there on a project that he wasn't attending.
And was he noticed as an expert in this case? All right, then I would sustain that objection.
Mr. Klein, were you comfortable that Ruby Collins left this in a acceptable situation?
Yeah, I thought we did a good job filling the void of the space that we saw that there was an issue. Yes.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Morning. We haven't met before, Mr. Klein. My name is John Moy, counsel for the plaintiff. Nice to meet you. Thanks for being here. I won't take much of your time, but I just have a couple of questions for you. And you understand this is part of my job to ask you questions, right?
Yes, sir.
You did not attend the work that you've been testifying about, right? You were not actually on site in September of 2018 when the work was performed, true?
I was not on site.
Okay. And you didn't actually visit the site, whether September 18 or some other time to view this sinkhole, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And the work authorizations that we looked at in Exhibit 502 that have Lance Thomas's signature, I didn't see your signature on any of them, right?
No, sir.
Obviously, as the CEO of the company, you're running a big operation. And I think you testified that you have to manage a lot of different projects throughout the city, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the work that's being described here today is not work that you personally were involved in, right?
I was involved to the aspect of dealing with our operations manager and deciding what course of action we were going to get.
Okay. And that operations manager was his name, did I get it right? Nussbarger?
It's Tad Nussbaumer.
Nussbaumer.
Yeah, sorry.
I misheard you. Okay. And so a lot of what you've testified about today were things that Mr. Nussbaumer was telling you. Is that right?
Either that or through the daily reports that I get every day that shows the progress on the project.
Okay. But not actually by being there yourself.
Say again?
Not actually by being there yourself.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. And so the pictures as well were not taken by you that were included. And
That's correct. Yeah.
right. You mentioned that you had some awareness of this issue because you said it was unique to have a sinkhole inside of the building. What did you mean by that?
It's just not something we typically see that they call us out to come fix.
You typically, when you see a sinkhole, it might be something that's naturally occurring or maybe something within the city, but not within the actual structure itself.
Yeah, usually it's under a road or a landscaped area or sidewalks or, there's occasion it's under a building, but not very often.
Right. And did you know in this case, the building was actually a business that was trying to get up and running as a restaurant?
Yeah.
You were aware of that?
Yes.
Okay.
You mentioned that there were city representatives on site when this work was performed. Which city representatives were on site?
The way I know that is because it's documented in the daily report. And so it's the people who manage that contract for the city of Atlanta. I don't know if any of those people are still there or not, but they were the people at the time that we interfaced with on a daily basis.
Okay. Do you know if Chris Lewis was there?
I don't know if Chris Lewis was there or not.
Okay. Let me ask you to look at Exhibit 502 just briefly. And I'm looking at the work authorization that was referenced earlier. It's dated September 19th, 2018. It's got Lance Thomas's signature on it. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And on the first page there, under services, do you see that just at the very top?
Yes.
It says contractors shall be properly compensated to assess the condition of the 48 by 60 inch sanitary sewer line located under the building at 1071 Piedmont, right?
Yes.
And so was that the scope of that was really what was being asked Ruby Collins to do, to assess the condition of the sanitary sewer line?
I believe so. Yeah.
That was the scope of the project. Are we able to put that up on the screen? Okay, great. And let me ask you to look, I want to be brief here, but let's take a look if we can. As we scroll through these pages, it looks like after a series of authorizations, and I want to skip past the Argos document you talked about earlier and get actually to a section that starts around page 34. Do you see where it says RC 34 on the bottom?
I do.
Okay, and it's got like a daily log.
That's their daily log. Yep.
Okay, explain to the jury what we're looking at there.
So what you're seeing here is the people who were on the job site, what job code it had to where the cost was getting coded to, the amount of hours they spent on the job.
And so, and then if you go down just a little bit further, Ms. Wilkerson, just down below the hours, there's sort of a notes box. Let's go down a little bit further. Do you see where it says note, Tad, Luis, and Roger went to look at the job and assess what was needed? Do you see that?
Can't see it.
Is there a way to, maybe Ms. Wilkerson, scroll up just so we can, no, I scroll down, I should say. I have to get it above that. Technology, it's always your friend. Do you see where it says note, Tad, Luis, and Roger went to look at the job and assess what was needed?
Yes.
Are Tad, Luis, and Roger your employees?
Correct.
Okay, so you know who they are.
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you to look at page 35. And while we're getting there, who is B&D Concrete Cutting?
Subcontractor we hired to saw cut the concrete slab to get it out of our way so that we could do the excavation.
So they were going to cut into it and then Ruby Collins was going to go in and fill the hole, is that right?
That's right. They
Okay.
Well, they were gonna cut the slab out so that we could do the excavation to go down.
Remove it and then fill the hole.
Yeah.
Okay, and you work with B&D frequently?
We use several different concrete cutters. They're one of them. Yeah.
And you were aware in this case it's a double slab, right?
I saw that in the pictures. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go down to page 35 under that notes box. And again, Ms. Wilkerson, we're going to have to put it above the security prompt there where it says notes. And this is on the 18th, which is the day of the actual work, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you'll see there on the note, it says B&D Concrete Cutting on site and made one cut, would not continue working as they felt it was unsafe. Did I read that right?
You did.
Okay. You can take that down. You mentioned, you talked a little bit about a dye test, and my understanding is there was no positive dye test. Is that right?
That's my understanding as well.
Okay. And that's what your manager on site told you?
That's what Tad told me whenever we decided that's how we were going to investigate it. Because, I obviously was interested because if there was going to be a sewer main replacement, that would be a bigger deal. And so I was curious about what the results of it were.
Right. Okay. And we'll get to that. Did you actually review the city memorandum that was issued about a month after this work was done, summarizing their investigation, their independent work?
No, I did not.
Okay. But it sounds like from this work that Ruby Collins did, you were not able to determine that the sewer was the cause of this void. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
Okay. And had it been the cause, you said it could have been replaced, right?
Could have been, yes.
But in this case, the sewer had not collapsed, and so there was nothing to replace. Is that fair?
Fair.
And also, when you talked about having it collapsed and that involving extensive work, I said you were asked during your direct exam, that could cost over $1 million, I think, or millions.
Sure.
Is that, if that had been the case, would that millions of dollars in additional work have been paid by the city? It would have, right?
Yes,
Okay. Not by the Conservancy.
that's right.
Okay. You said in your direct examination, if you don't know what the problem is, you don't know what to fix. I wrote that down. In this case, you weren't able to identify the cause, right?
That's right.
And so in this case, you didn't really know what to fix because it wasn't the sewer asset. Is that true?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. As far as the document that we've been looking at in Exhibit 502, were you aware that this document was not provided to the tenant of the property until many, many years later?
I was not aware of
You were
that.
not aware of that? Okay. Were you aware that they didn't get it until 2021?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. Do you recall getting an open records request from Be Our Guest asking for a copy of the work that was performed on site in September of 2018?
I don't recall that. No.
Okay. If I represented to you that an open records request was sent to Ruby Collins and that was how this report was actually received by the tenant, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I do remember producing it at some point, and I don't remember when that was, and I don't remember why I did it, but
Fair enough. But do you remember producing it pursuant to some sort of request
Yes.
in this litigation?
yes.
Okay. Not at the time the work was performed.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And do you know whether the Conservancy ever provided a copy of this document to my client separate from the open records request you just described?
I would not know anything about that. The only thing I would know is this would go to the city of Atlanta because as part of our work with them, the city would get documentation of what we did. That's the only person we would give documentation to.
Fair enough. Thank you for your time.
Can you redirect?
Briefly. Mr. Klein, similar line of questions. You testified you recalled producing this set of documents pursuant to some request in this litigation, right?
Yes.
And so you don't have any reason to believe that the Conservancy received this report and information anytime before Be Our Guest received it, do you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Let's go back. I want to ask you about page 35. And this is the discussion about B&D concrete cutting on site, made one cut, would not continue working as they felt it was unsafe. Then there's some discussion about getting a mini excavator delivered from United Rentals. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there was a rental for an air hammer in case the excavator couldn't break up and remove the concrete, right?
Yes.
And this, it appears, was done under the guidance of city inspectors.
I'm sure they were there. I mean, our guys were the ones we direct our own work kind of thing, but yeah, they were there.
Okay, if we could just put this up so the jury can see. If we go to page 35, yeah. Okay, so they get they feel it's unsafe, then they get a mini excavator, they get an air hammer, and then they bust up the concrete and removed it from the hole. Is that your understanding of what this is indicating?
Yeah, yeah, and the saw cutting, the saw cutter is a massive, big saw, and it's heavy. And if you're trying to saw cut on top of a void area, then that would be unsafe. And so I understand why they wouldn't want to do that. The excavator can reach over and not sit on top of the void and pull off the concrete. So
Okay. And I want to come back and look at page 3 of the work authorization. And this is a pricing document, indicates 59,520. That's the cost to remove the slab and perform the excavation and some of the inspection work, correct?
yes, sir.
And if we go to the next page, there's another work authorization. And this is for $7,750. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is for the actual backfill with the cellular flowable grout?
Yes.
Okay. And if we can come back to page 2, just want to make sure I understand this. It says the price shall include mobilization to the job site, transportation, bypass pumping, all materials and tools necessary to complete the work as per City of Atlanta specifications and standards and to the satisfactory, I think it means satisfaction, of the engineer. You see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was the work that was performed to stabilize the soil after the void was formed conducted to the satisfaction of the city's engineer?
To my knowledge, it was, yes.
Thank you.
You recross.
Just one question, Mr. Klein. Did the Piedmont Park Conservancy ever ask Ruby Collins for a copy of the report that we've been looking at today?
I don't recall.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Let's call the next witness.
Bringing it in, Conservancy will call Mitchell King. We got it, yeah. Johnny, you good, Mitch?
Ready to be seated? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give report today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes.
You may be seated. When seated, please state your full name for the record.
Full name is Bobby Mitchell King, BOBBY MITCHELLLKING.
Good morning, Mr. King.
Good morning.
Mr. King, what is your occupation?
Retired from Georgia Power.
Before you retired, you worked at Georgia Power. You just said, what did you do for Georgia Power?
So the last role I had with them was as what they call now regional director. So my team and I had responsibility for the company's external presence, along with a few other things, but external presence in City of Atlanta, parts of Fulton, DeKalb, Newton, Rockdale counties.
Okay. Tell the jury just a little bit about, in that role, what you were doing for Georgia Power in terms of interacting with the City of Atlanta and in particular, the Department of Watershed Management.
Gotcha. So our team and being that those external liaisons to elected officials, community leaders, others, City of Atlanta was a particular customer, as you can imagine. And our role was really to build relationships and be able to both help and make contact with City of Atlanta, work through issues, those sorts of things.
What sorts of issues would Georgia Power sometimes need to work through with the city and particularly with its sewer and water infrastructure?
Well, as you can imagine, Georgia Power has a lot of infrastructure. We have a franchise agreement with the City of Atlanta. And so we have a lot of infrastructure in the street, underneath the sidewalks, those sorts of things. The utility poles and so forth that come through the city. So we're often in the street or under the street, under sidewalks, working on infrastructure.
And sometimes that electrical infrastructure that Georgia Power operates is in conflict or very close to City of Atlanta water and sewer infrastructure.
Correct.
And so did you have a particular contact at the Department of Watershed Management?
So I had a member of my team who was responsible for building relationships with them, but we try to make contact and have relationships with the commissioner, with her deputies, or the commissioner's deputies. At the time, it was a lady who was the commissioner. So we try to have those sorts of roles, so we'd be able to, again, get calls from them, make calls to them if there were things that we needed.
The lady commissioner you're referring to, is that Keisha Powell?
Correct.
And Mr. King, what is your connection to the Piedmont Park Conservancy?
So I've spent, I think, about 10 years on the board. Spent 2018 and 2019 as the chair of the board, and currently still hold an emeritus role on the board.
What were your responsibilities in, I think you said 2018, 19, when you were the chairperson of the Conservancy board?
So leading the board, facilitating them through our meetings, helping to make sure that we've keeping the board informed of things that are going on, working with staff, directly working with the president and CEO, but working with staff to ensure that the things that need to happen that we've agreed to are happening and we're on budget, those sorts of things.
Did the board have something called an executive committee?
Correct.
What was that?
So the executive committee were all the officers of the board. So a treasurer, president, incoming chair. We normally had an incoming chair serving. Those sorts of roles, along with one or two other members of the board who were at-large members of the executive committee.
So you personally were part of the executive committee in 18, 19?
Yes, and again, I'd be responsible for leading those meetings, leading that role as the chair of the board.
During the 2018-19 time period, who was the president of the Conservancy?
Mark Banta.
What was your experience working with Mark Banta? I take it you worked with him for several years.
I did, yes. Mark was the president for all of maybe about a year to year and a half of my time that was there. And being the chair of the board, him being the president and being responsible for staff, I mean, we had to have a very close relationship, worked regularly, spoke regularly, dealt with each other, working through whatever needed to be worked through, laying out the plans for how we execute, how we stay on budget, how we do those things that we've talked about as a board and as a staff.
Mr. King, were you aware in the spring of 2017, the Conservancy was looking for a tenant for 2 retail spaces at the community center?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that tenant ended up being?
Be Our Guest is the name that I'm familiar with.
What did that tenant selection process look like?
So I wasn't a member of the committee that worked on it, but the report back to the board was that they did a search, do a search, but put out an RFP for folks interested, had a number of entities that were interested, some national, some local, those sorts of fields to them. And what was brought back as a recommendation was that we work with Be Our Guest. They had a local presence, and there was a lot of interest in sort of trying to do this with a local entity.
Okay. I'd like to show you, Mr. King, what's behind tab 2 in your binder. This is a document marked Defendants 444. It's already been admitted. So if we could publish that.
I have it.
Okay. What is this document, Mr. King?
So these are minutes from an executive committee dated Thursday, April 19, 2018.
Okay. And I want to go all the way down to the bottom. I mean, I guess as we're doing that, fair to say the board is managing a lot of issues beyond just the community center and the tenant in that space, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So do you see the heading vacant restaurant space at community center?
Yes.
Okay. It says the tenants who have signed the lease for the vacant properties have not started the construction process for the 2 restaurants they plan to operate. Was the board interested in what was going on in terms of when construction was going to start under this lease?
Yes, from the standpoint of one, the Conservancy has limited opportunities for generating income outside of direct fundraising, and the rental space, restaurant rental, would generate ongoing income. So it is certainly something that we would be interested in as we try to meet and grow budgets.
Okay. It goes on to say they are working through permitting for the on-site cooler and evaluating construction costs, which are 1.5 times more than budgeted. Do you recall that being reported to the executive committee?
I remember things being reported that as things came in and work started being done, that things were coming in higher than expected. I can't say that I remember this 1.5.
Sure. It says according to the lease they signed, they will be in default in October, but additional negotiations are underway to resolve these issues. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall any negotiations or requests from Mr. Banta to approve negotiations the Conservancy was having to try and help be our guest associated with costs coming in higher?
Yes, our understanding was, or the request from Mr. Banta was really to look at, we would extend the amount of time before the tenant would be responsible for paying rent to us, is the way that I remember.
Yeah. Through your role as a board member, Mr. King, prior to discovery of the void issue in the summer of 2018, before that discovery, were you aware of any structural concerns or issues with the community center?
I don't recall any, no.
Okay. Did you become aware of the void we're here talking about in the courtroom
Yes.
today?
Yes.
How did you learn about that?
From Mr. Banta.
Okay. Did you ever visit the site in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. When you first learned of the sinkhole, what did you want to do?
Well, first for me was the question is, is everybody okay? Was anybody injured? So really a standpoint of anybody get hurt there. And then after that, moving forward was, so how do we ensure that how are we going to know the building and workspace is safe? Those sorts of things.
Okay. Let me show you what's behind tab 3 of your binder. This is defendants 392. Not sure if it's been admitted, but I don't know that I need to admit it. What is this document, Mr. King?
This are minutes of a full board meeting from July 19th, 2018.
Okay. And just want to orient you in time, July 19. If we go down to the second page, we see something called, or at least the heading, President's Report.
Yes.
See that? If we could get to this document. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not publishing it. What's the President's Report? Is that a typical topic or agenda item at the board meeting?
Yes, a standing agenda item, if you will, where Mr. Banta, in this case, but the president and CEO would have the opportunity to update the board on a number of things. Most of the issues report outs about issues, opportunities coming forward, things that we needed to talk about as a board.
Okay. And do you see the second dash mark there? Mr. Banta's reporting that construction began on the build out of these restaurants. However, complications arose when work on the floor resulted in our discovering a sinkhole that we believe was caused by an old broken City of Atlanta sewer line.
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Banta advising the board of that issue?
Yes.
Okay. If you can look behind tab 4 of your binder, Mr. King. This is an email from Mr. Banta to Keisha Powell. It's already in evidence as defendants 417. If we could pull this up. And you're copied on this email, is that correct?
Yes,
It's dated September 13, 2018.
yes.
Okay. And it's referencing or following up on a call between yourself and Keisha Powell, Commissioner Powell. Do you recall having a telephone call with Ms. Powell sometime in September of 2018?
I do remember reaching out to Commissioner, yes.
Okay. What was your purpose in reaching out to Commissioner Powell?
So the request to me was to reach out to Commissioner. Mr. Banta had been working with staff from the Watershed Department working on this issue and had hit a couple of what I would describe as situations where maybe he didn't get responses back from them or follow up from them in a time that he might have expected, and asked me to reach out to the commissioner to just help make sure she knew that this was an important issue for us to deal with,
And
make sure her staff knew that as well.
Did that reach out to the commissioner result in the city re-engaging and bringing crews out to address the void?
Yes.
If you could look behind tab 5 of your binder, you'll see a document marked defendants 382.
Yes.
And I want to focus on the email that you sent on September 19th. It says, Keisha and Chris, I understand that the slab was removed from the building yesterday and just wanted to say thanks to the city team in general, but to the two of you specifically for helping to get this done. Appreciate the partnership. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So this is really just a thank you email, right?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. King, do you have a general idea of what the city did in order to repair the void?
High level understanding.
I would just ask for. Well, I would say more. I think it's cumulative. Can we maybe get to the next question? That would say why that's relevant and.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mr. King, did you feel comfortable with the city's response to the void issue?
I did. Yes.
And do you recall receiving a written memorandum from the city of Atlanta in October of 2018?
I think it may have been copied or included on a memo that came through.
Okay. And the jury's seen that memo a lot, so I don't want to get back into it. But do you recall that the memo said that the city repaired the void and stabilized the surrounding soils and subsurface area?
That's my memory of that. I again remember the input that they used. What was being told as flowable concrete or flowable flow in order to repair the void is what I remember.
If you could turn to tab 7 in your binder, Mr. King.
Yes.
This is defendants 508. This has already been introduced or admitted. If we could put that on the screen, please. Mr. King, as the chair of the board at the time of this termination of the lease, were you involved in the decision ultimately to terminate the BR guest lease?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me how that came about.
So we actually have been discussing from the time the void happened, trying to work through the issues. And as we were frankly running into hurdles as we tried to work through the issues with the tenant, we then began to get to a point where, okay, the lease says they should be paying rent. They're not paying rent. And what should we do about it? I think, as I remember, that time was extended. If I remember, it maybe was originally October or something like that, that they should have been paying rent. That time was extended. The board and executive committee were really still focused on trying to work with a local partner, local entity to try to utilize this space. And I think at this point, we had gotten to a point where we felt like there was really not much else that we could do. We felt like we were being asked to do unreasonable things by the tenant in order to try to move forward. And we felt that it was time to move forward with this particular next step in the process.
Were there people on the board that advocated for, well, let me, before doing that, let me orient you. You see in this letter, it indicates that the tenant was in default as of potentially October. It says no dispute. They were in default as of December. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so the termination decision was made, this is the end of May, call it 6 months after the Conservancy is stating it had a right to terminate. Were there folks on the board who were advocating for terminating this lease before the end of May?
Yes.
And did Mr. Banta have a say about that?
His recommendation was that we continue to try to work through the issues with the tenant, try to address what we could with them, and hopefully be able to get the space moved forward as a restaurant, rented. Again, it was something we wanted to be able to see rental income coming from that space.
Okay. And so I think you've alluded to it, but just so we're clear, what changed between October, December, when there was a right to terminate and the decision to actually exercise that right 6, 8 months later at the end of May?
I think over the course of the months, there just became more and more strain in the relationship, if you will. Some of the things that the tenant did, some of the statements they made going to the press with things that we did not feel were completely not complete statements in terms of what they were saying, things that they accused us of in terms of operating an unsafe building with children and those sorts of things. And even the sorts of things that we were being asked to, what we're hearing from them in terms of money they'd like to see coming from us to cover expenditures for them. But the request seemed to include, projected numbers that we didn't see back up for why they were real numbers, those sorts of things, just put us in a position where we felt like this isn't a situation that appears to be recoverable or with this tenant at this point.
Mr. King, the jury's heard a little bit about security cameras throughout Piedmont Park. Can you tell me, does the Piedmont Park Conservancy have any role in terms of maintaining or operating those security cameras?
Yeah, to my knowledge, the cameras would be owned, maintained by the city. There's maybe an APD function in there with that Atlanta Police Department function but that would not be something that the Conservancy would own or maintain in my memory.
Mr. King, did you or to your knowledge, anyone else on the board ever reach out to the media in terms of wanting to get the Conservancy's position out into the news?
I certainly did not. I honestly don't remember whether there was a particular piece. I know that there were a few times when Mr. Bannon needed to respond to questions coming from reporters, but I don't honestly remember whether we did something proactively. I just don't remember.
Mr. King, during your time as chairman of the board of Piedmont Park Conservancy, would it have been acceptable to you for the Conservancy to favor money over safety of park patrons?
No.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. King.
Good morning, sir.
We've never met before today. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm Scott Halsey. I'm representing Be Our Guest in this matter. Thank you, sir. I want to start where you sort of began and left off. You'll agree that the Piedmont Park Conservancy owns the community center, right?
Yes.
And it's a potential money-making venture for you, so it's profitable to have tenants on there that are making money on behalf of the Conservancy.
It's an opportunity for there to be income.
And you're aware, were you involved when Shake Shack came onto the scene back in 2021?
I was not.
You were not involved at that point?
No.
Okay. And so I think one of the other things you said at the outset, make sure we're all on the same page, is you were shown a report of your board meeting minutes back from July of 2018. And one of the things you talked about there was safety. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Right. And I don't think there's any question that the sinkhole poses a safety risk that had to be addressed. Would you agree with that, sir?
I think we would need to ensure that the building is safe once the sinkhole occurred.
That's right. And the way one could go about doing that is to figure out what caused the sinkhole through investigation and then figure out how to remediate the sinkhole. Is that correct, sir?
I would accept your answer, your line of thinking there.
And that is something that the Conservancy in this case never did. Is that right, sir? They never conducted their own investigation to figure out the cause of the sinkhole.
I would disagree with that.
Well,
I would say that we worked with the city to look at the void, what may have happened there. We got the support of structural engineers to be able to help us talk about the structural integrity of the building. So I would not agree with that
yes, sir.
statement.
And I think that is the line I want to make sure I drew. So let me be more precise. Conservancy didn't so much do the investigation as they coordinated with or leaned on the city of Atlanta to run the investigation. Is that a fair statement?
I would agree with that.
And then I can't recall, did you say that you had seen the ultimate report generated by the city of Atlanta on October 10th that formalized their findings?
I do believe I remember seeing a memo or something to that effect. Again, it's been a minute, so I don't have great recall on everything there.
The name, pardon me, I'm a little scratchy throat today. Keisha Powell was brought up and you said that is somebody with whom you had a relationship and what the value adds you brought by being involved here. Is that right? The connection you had with her?
I don't think that I used the term relationship. She was the commissioner of watershed at the time. My team and I were responsible for having the ability to contact and work with key people in the city. And she was one of the people I had met along the way. I think I went over to meet, get introduced to her when she came in. I think the next time I had an interaction with her was several months later when there was an outage at one of their pumping stations while there was a broad electrical outage going on in the city. We had a phone call.
Yes, sir. And you've testified about at least some of the early conversations you had with her. Do you recall being made aware in April of 2019 of conversations with the Conservancy and Ms. Powell about the scope or the limits to the work that the city had done on the void or the sinkhole?
Objection. Hearsay.
Charles?
Well, did you have, let me just, without saying what was said, were you made aware of conversations between the Conservancy and Ms. Powell as of April 2019 about the sinkhole?
That's pretty broad. I would have to say yes, since I know that we were working with the city of Atlanta on addressing that, working with Watershed to address that. So I would have to say yes, that we had made her aware that there was an issue.
And you've indicated already that Ms. Powell was at least part of the process and how you were making decisions about the sinkhole. Is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. Well, let me maybe ask the question another way. You were consulting with Ms. Powell early on. What was the purpose of your communications with Ms. Powell as it relates?
Let me be clear. When you say me, are you talking about me personally or Piedmont Park Conservancy?
Either you or the Conservancy.
So my understanding, I can say clearly first, I was not working directly on any issues regarding to solving this. We talked earlier about a reach out I made to the commission when there seemed to be some delay in staff continuing and following up with Mr. Banta's calls. We've already talked about that. That was really my involvement there. My understanding of the Conservancy broadly, working with Watershed to address it. I don't know that there was that there was direct interaction with the commissioner to do that, if that is your question to me.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for helping with that explanation. And that's one of the points I guess I wanted to address. So you said you were yourself not directly involved in this, but you were heavily reliant on Mr. Banta and the work that he was doing on this. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Banta was the president and for the PBC. It makes him responsible for operational issues, running staff, dealing with operational piece. It was not my role as the chair, not the role of the board to manage and operate and deal with operation issues on a daily basis.
And I guess with that in mind, then the information you had about what was happening in regards to the sinkhole, by and large, was as good as the information you were being provided by Mr. Banta. Is that a fair statement?
He was my primary point of contact. I don't know how I would give you an answer different than that.
Yes, sir. And as your primary point of contact on this, would you have expected Mr. Banta to alert you to communications he was having with the city that called into question whether they had repaired the sinkhole or the void?
I mean, he would give me update summaries of interactions, of discussions, of calls, of notes. I don't know that I would describe it the way you described it, but certainly we spoke about the issue on a regular basis.
Did you have an understanding any point throughout this process, through your communications with Mr. Banta or otherwise, as you were making decisions, did you have any understanding that the city of Atlanta had not repaired the sinkhole or the void?
No.
Okay. You talked about the Piedmont Park Community Center being a sort of an income generating asset for the Conservancy. And in fact, the Conservancy has assets, at least reported on the books, of being depreciated, valued at $7 million. Would you agree with that?
I don't know that number.
Okay. Does that sound out of the ballpark for you from your time working at the Conservancy? That
I don't know that number.
Okay. What about operating income, $4 to $5 million a year for the Conservancy? Does that sound about right from the time that you were working at the Conservancy, sir?
So I didn't work for the Conservancy. I was on the board.
Well, on the board of the Conservancy.
Yeah.
Sir.
It felt like it on certain days, but I didn't work there. As I remember, our budgets ranged during the time that I was on the board. I remember them being in the $2 to $2.5 million range when I came on, and by the time I left, I remember them being in the $4 to $4.5 million range as far as what we approved as budgets for the year, if that is your question to me. I don't remember enough to break it down into operating revenue number for you, but that is what I remember us approving as our sort of budgets, if you will.
Yes, sir. And you were asked about the tenant being brought on board, be our guest. You were not involved yourself, or let me rephrase the question, sorry. The lease itself is not a lease that you reviewed in this case, is that right? The lease between the Conservancy and Be Our Guest?
You mean prior to it being signed or something like that? Is that what you're asking? No.
Okay. Did you yourself ever review any reports? Let me take a step backwards. Are you aware that the Conservancy and Be Our Guest were both relying on engineers who were on site at the time that the sinkhole was discovered?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, and therefore you would not have reviewed those reports, is that correct?
I'm not an engineer. They don't make much sense to me.
Okay. You are aware, sir, I think you indicated that the city ultimately came and added backfill to the hole, the void?
That's what I recall.
Okay. And you yourself, though, never either went to observe it or get some sort of confirmation that the void had, that the backfill had repaired the void, did you, sir?
That's not correct.
Okay, can you tell me about
I
that?
did go into the space after that fill that, again, I remember the term flowable fill or something being used, was in the void. I know that I saw that physically.
Okay. And did the Conservancy ever, if you know, require engineers to go determine if that backfill had in fact repaired the sinkhole or the void?
I don't recall on that. I don't know.
By this point, I'm sure you're aware that there's a dispute about a press release that was put on the Conservancy's website, are you not, sir? I'll ask the question a different way. Do you recall, were you aware that the city of Atlanta at some point had reached out to the Conservancy to ask that a press release that was placed on their website about the void or the sinkhole was incorrect and needed to be changed?
I recall that.
Okay. And you don't dispute that that press release was changed in response to that request, sir?
I honestly don't know if it was changed. I recall that there was a conversation about something that was in what was put on the website. I wasn't part of writing or approving it or reviewing it, so I can't tell you what may have happened to it.
Oh, toward the tail end of Mr. McClary's questioning, he had asked about, and I'm going to sort of summarize how I heard it, requests for unexpected monies having to be paid in connection with this matter. Do you recall that? Specifically things like fixing roof trusses, grease lines, things like that, that those had been unexpected and came up and had to be addressed.
No, I don't remember having that discussion with Mr. McClary earlier.
Let me see if one of my colleagues better remembers how it was described. You recall being asked if there were additional funds that were requested of the Conservancy in connection with this project?
Additional funds?
Yes, sir.
So what I recall is there being discussion about a request for the Conservancy to have more rent. I don't know if it's called abatement or whatever. That's basically extending out when they would need to be be required to do rent. I don't recall any specific request to us to pay for anything. I do recall there was discussions back and forth about what sorts of things would the tenant be, what dollar amounts might the tenant be looking for in terms of us as we work through trying to resolve this issue. I do remember there were those numbers seemed to include things that were beyond what we could verify as being construction costs that had been put in. I recall that.
Okay. Do you recall that those numbers were not very high? But even whoever was responsible, do you recall those numbers being pretty low?
I don't. I don't recall the numbers.
Okay. And you're not saying today that you had any reason to believe that our client was unable to pay for the construction as they went along, are you, sir?
I'm sorry, I missed part of the question.
You're not testifying today that our client had any inability to pay for the construction as they move forward, are you, sir?
I would have no basis to know anything about that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Mr. King, do you recall ever being reported to you during a board meeting or otherwise that Be Our Guest was demanding a 2 million, that the Conservancy fund a $2 million escrow account before it would continue work?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm asking if he has knowledge of that.
All right. Well,
I mean, I do.
objection. Sorry, go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you. I remember I couldn't put a number on it, but I remember at some point that there was some discussion about an escrow account being created and funded as we were going back and forth trying to work through these issues. There was a request to fund an escrow account. I would not be able to recall the number.
Okay. Mr. King, I'm going to read to you the last two sentences from the city memorandum that has been talked about and the jury has seen probably more than they would like. It says, to repair the void, the contractor backfilled the sinkhole utilizing a cellular grout to fill the excavation and stabilize the surrounding soils and subsurface conditions. Second sentence says, the results of the investigation did not indicate any of our sewer assets as the cause for the sinkhole formation. Mr. King, were you surprised that the city said that the investigations did not conclusively prove any of its sewer assets caused the sinkhole?
I would say a little surprised.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, what I remember from the void is that you had a hole, you had a void, there was a sewer at the bottom of it. I'm not sure where something that came out of that void would go other than into that infrastructure. Again, I'm not an engineer, just thinking where would this have gone? So it was I would use the term, it would have been interesting to read the statement that it wouldn't have been that asset.
In your experience over the years working with the city of Atlanta, did you come to understand that it was the city's process or the city's method of operating to readily admit that their assets cause problems?
That was not what I normally saw from the city. It would normally be more likely for them to state things in a way that would avoid responsibility or risk for them, was my experience with the city.
After reading to repair the void, the contractor backfilled the sinkhole utilizing a cellular grout to fill the excavation.
We've just heard that, and we can just ask the question. After reading that, now
After
ask the
reading
question.
that, did you have any concern that the city, through its contractor, had not adequately addressed the situation?
I did not. It was my understanding that that was the accepted way to address that sort of void above a sewer infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Recross on those points.
Just one question, sir. Was there a point at any time where the Conservancy involved a geotechnical engineer in trying to determine the cause of the sinkhole?
I am not aware of a geotechnical being involved. I do know that there was a request from the tenant about or a statement that needed to be done. And my understanding was if the tenant wanted to do that, they had every right to do that based on the lease. If they wanted to do something beyond what the Conservancy felt was adequate to be able to talk about the safety of that building going forward, the tenant had every right to be able to do additional inspection, if you will, was my understanding.
That understanding, like other matters, came primarily from your discussions with Mr. Banta, is that correct?
Well, there were additional folks, like we had board members who were real estate lawyers or other folks who were helping us understand the lease and what the responsibilities, opportunities, what those things were. And again, in those discussions, that was my understanding of where we were.
All right, can those witnesses be excused? Thank you, Mr. King. You can sit down. All right, unless anyone needs a break, defense may call the next witness.
Conservancy calls Joseph Ivanowski.
Before you be seated, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may be seated. When seated, please state and say your full name.
Joseph Michael Ivanowski.
And if you could spell that, Mr. Ivanowski, for the record?
Sure, the whole thing or just the last name?
I think the request was for all of it.
Okay, Joseph Michael Ivanowski.
Thank you, sir. What is your occupation?
I'm a hydrogeologist.
How long have you been doing it?
With my current firm, about 15 years, and then I worked for a previous firm before I got my graduate degree.
Okay. What degree did you receive?
A master's in hydrogeology,
Uh,
master's of science,
From what institution?
Georgia State University.
Okay. What year did you receive your master's?
2009.
Mr. Ivanowski, do you have knowledge about the geological makeup of the state of Georgia?
Yes, I do.
How about the city of Atlanta?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you mentioned you're a hydrogeologist. Can you tell the jury a little bit about what you do in that role?
Sure. So a hydrogeologist is sort of a specialty subfield of geology. We basically study groundwater. It's probably the simplest way to describe it. The interactions of groundwater with fractured bedrock and with soil.
Sir, do you hold any professional licenses?
Yes, I'm a licensed professional geologist in the state of Georgia and a few other states.
Okay. And similar to licensed professional engineers, do you have a stamp that you can affix to reports or drawings that you issue, things like that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what does that mean when a professional geologist affixes a stamp to something?
I mean, it just it vouches that the work that you've done was done under the appropriate amount of care.
Do you do any work, Mr. Ivanowski, investigating or remediating subsurface issues?
Yes, I do quite a bit of that kind of work.
Tell the jury a little bit about generally that type of work.
So, I mean, I work for a consulting firm, so I have a number of clients and project types, but a large part of what I do is investigating what we would call karst geology, which is areas that are underlain by limestone bedrock that is easily dissolved by acidic groundwater. It's prone to causing things like sinkholes, caverns, things like that. We support and design a lot of major civil infrastructure like dams, embankments, landfills, things like that. And so I work closely with on teams of engineers to evaluate the risk of sinkholes related to infrastructure.
You mentioned you work for a consulting firm, Mr. Ivanowski. What firm do you work for?
Geosyntech Consultants.
Where's your office?
We have an office in Kennesaw, Georgia, and we just opened a new office here in downtown Atlanta.
And you mentioned work in karst geology. Do you do any of that work in the city of Atlanta?
Not necessarily. The city of Atlanta is not underlain by limestone bedrock. It's underlain by crystalline metamorphic rock like gneiss and granite. So a very different type of rock. It does not dissolve easily the way that limestone does, and so you don't tend to have naturally forming sinkhole features.
It's my understanding that you do have those naturally forming sinkholes in northwest Georgia.
Correct. Yeah, there's the corner of northwest Georgia, sort of northwest of Rome, and then also anything kind of to the southeast of Macon, that whole southern part of the state. Those areas are prone to karst feature formation, but the area that we would call the Piedmont portion of Georgia, which Atlanta is square in the middle of, sinkholes are not a common concern.
And whether formed by a man-made issue or a natural occurrence, can you give the jury just a brief overview of how a sinkhole forms?
Sure. So there's basically two mechanisms that are needed. One being some sort of seepage force, which in almost all cases is flowing water, whether it's just slowly flowing through the ground in the soil or through some sort of human-made feature.
So the other mechanism would be a pathway. So in the case of limestone sinkholes, that pathway would be what we would call solution features or pathways in the rock that have been dissolved, essentially conduits, caverns, that sort of thing, fractures in the rock. In the case of human-made conditions, you would have things like sewers, water lines, conduits that are man-made.
Can you give the jury an example of an investigation or repair project you've been involved with involving a man-made thing as opposed to a naturally forming occurrence?
Sure. There's a couple of things I could think of. One case in the state of Kentucky, we had a building at a gas fractionation plant that had some voids or voids forming under the slab that were causing water to come into some of their floor drains or floor trenches. So we performed an investigation, evaluated what the potential sources of that could be, and then proposed and implemented some remediation measures. There were utilities and infrastructure underneath the slab, which we thought could have been contributing to the issue. So we weren't completely sure if it was related solely to those utilities or some combination of the utilities and the bedrock conditions below. So we investigated with some cameras, some borings, and eventually injected flowable fill into the subslab to fill the voids, and installed a subsurface barrier wall around part of the building to prevent groundwater flow in the area.
Mr. Ivanowski, there's been some quibbling or discussion about the term void or subsidence and the term sinkhole. Can you tell the jury what the difference is?
So it's mainly semantics. There's not, oftentimes those terms are used interchangeably. Personally, I typically refer to a sinkhole as something that has manifested itself at the surface. Whereas a void is something that I would consider to be still within the subsurface, but maybe hasn't manifested itself. But oftentimes people will refer to sinkholes as like the naturally occurring kind, and voids as maybe something that's related to a utility. But for all intents and purposes, whenever we're working on a project, as long as everyone understands what we're talking about, those terms are oftentimes used interchangeably.
And so I think I understood what you were saying, whether it's formed by a naturally occurring karst issue or a man-made thing like an old mine shaft or a sewer, that the mechanism is essentially the same.
Correct. Yeah, you need the seepage forces, you need a pathway, and then erosion of the soils occur into that pathway, and eventually it forms a cavity or a dome that works upward until it reaches the surface, and it can no longer support the weight of what's above it, and then it caves in, which is the sinkhole formation.
Mr. Ivanowski, do you consider yourself a specialist in the area of sinkhole / void investigation or repair?
I do quite a bit of work in that field, and I'm consulted specifically for that type of thing from time to time.
Okay. And is it true, sir, that when issues like sinkholes or voids are discovered, oftentimes you are brought in by a geotechnical engineer?
Yeah, we typically work on multidisciplinary teams, but yes, I'm brought in specifically to assist with issues like this.
Okay. The jury's heard a lot about various forms of testing. Does your investigative work, when you're on a project looking at a void or a sinkhole, do you do routine types of testing?
Sure. Yeah, there's quite a big toolbox of things that we often employ, depending on the site conditions and depending on whether it's if we're looking for those features or if we already know they're there. But yes, there's a number of techniques.
Okay. And Mr. Ivanowski, I'd like to have you turn to tab 4 of the binder that's before you. And this is marked as Defendant's Exhibit 502.362. And this is a set of documents received from Ruby Collins. Is this set of documents from Ruby Collins something that you reviewed and?
I don't know that if I have the right binder, but tab 4 doesn't seem.
This is Mr. King's
uh,
binder. Let me fix that.
All right.
All right, this will probably work better.
Thank you.
Okay, if we could turn to tab 4, Mr. Ivanowski, this is, at least the first page says work authorization. This contains a number of photographs, daily reports from Ruby Collins's work, grout fill mix information. Is this one of the documents that you relied on informing your opinions?
Yes, I did review this document.
Okay.
And Your Honor, just to be clear, we maintain our objection to the photographs since they weren't admitted into evidence.
Understood.
It's fine. And Mr. Ivanowski, in your review of this packet of information, did you see reference to dye testing and smoke testing and CCTV testing?
I certainly reviewed documents that included that. I'm flipping through to make sure this was the document that included that. It looks like it was.
Okay.
So yes.
Can you just briefly, the jury's heard quite a bit about it, but from someone who's actually performed this type of testing, can you describe for the jury generally what is dye testing, what is smoke testing, what is CCTV testing?
So dye testing is something that we
I do have
use.
to jump in here. Unless there's something new you think that he's bringing to it, we have been over this. So if you've got some other aspect or clarification.
Well, I led into it. I think he's the first witness who has actually performed any of this testing. And so I think his perspective is important for the jury to hear.
Is there part of his perspective that you're aware of that hasn't already been covered?
There is a part with respect to the smoke testing, so let me go there. Mr. Ivanowski, there's been a report that smoke testing that was performed back in September of 2018 did not confirm by indication of smoke coming up out of the void area that there was a pathway between the void area and the city's sewer. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. Does that surprise you?
Not really. I mean, given the nature of the material at the bottom of the void and the fact that some other tests had already been performed, it seemed likely to me that small crevices or imperfections in the sewer could have been clogged by mud and would have prevented the smoke from coming up.
Okay.
So it wasn't a surprise.
Okay. That doesn't confirm for you that there is no pathway between the void and the city sewer.
It doesn't confirm or make me think otherwise, no.
Based upon your review of all of the materials that you have reviewed in this case, what do you believe the cause of this void to be?
I think it was the city sewer.
Are you aware of anything else that could have caused the void?
I am not. I have not seen anything in any of these documents to suggest any other plausible root cause.
Mr. Ivanowski, based upon all of the testing information that you've reviewed, do you believe that the level of testing performed here by the city and its contractor was greater or less than what you're typically used to seeing?
I think generally the methods that they used were fairly consistent with what we would do, but they probably did a little more than, honestly, than what we have done in the past if we're just trying to repair a void. We typically look for the most reasonable, plausible explanation for what caused it, and then make sure that our design and repair is appropriate for mitigating it.
And Mr. Ivanowski, I know a lot of work that you do is subject to confidentiality restrictions. So I don't want you to go into any specifics, but you mentioned work associated with a void at a gas extraction plant?
A fractionation plant, yes,
Fractionation.
yeah.
And you mentioned work associated with dams.
Correct.
Fair to say that the work that you do to diagnose and repair voids or sinkholes are pertaining to assets that are significant.
I would say so, yes.
Are you able to tell the jury about some of the clients you do work for? And if you're not, say no.
I would say major utilities across the country. Yeah, oil and gas, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Ivanowski, are you familiar with something called cellular or flowable fill?
Yes, I am familiar with that.
Okay. What is it?
So flowable fill is a pretty broad category of material that is used to form fit, basically voids, excavations. There's a lot of things that would fit into the category of flowable fill. Cellular grout is a type of flowable fill. Essentially, you're replacing some of the heavier components that would go into concrete, namely like the broken rock aggregate that goes into concrete, replacing that with lighter material. And that could be any number of things like ash or even foaming agents that kind of create air bubbles to make the grout lighter than a heavy concrete.
And Mr. Ivanowski, is this flowable fill something that you commonly use in your work?
Yes, quite commonly.
Okay. Is it something that is commonly used to repair a void or a sinkhole?
I have used it, yes. I think it's pretty common.
And when you're doing your work in the northwest part of the state or below Macon, are you able to always identify exactly what and when and how a sinkhole was caused?
I think in the natural world, we deal with a lot of uncertainty. I think 100% certainty is something we rarely would ever expect. So we try to make our best informed decision based on the observations and the data that we have available to us.
And if you're not able to know exactly how, when, with specificity, a sinkhole was caused, how can you ever be comfortable that you've repaired it?
Well, I think that you can monitor afterwards. You can usually tell a lot during a repair if your fill material, your gravel, your flowable fill, whatever it may be, is bridging off what we would call the throat of the feature and coming into contact with the walls of the feature so that it would fill it up. If it weren't, you would oftentimes see it losing, what we would say losing. So it would be flowing into whatever pathway you were pouring it into. So we would look for settlement, both short-term and long-term, top things off, and then continue to monitor.
Is the fact you've viewed photographs of the fill in the void in question in this case shortly after it was installed, correct?
Yes, I did.
Does the fact that that fill was able to actually cure have any relevance to it?
I think it shows that the fill did not escape into whatever pathway. So it bridged off whatever pathway was at the bottom of the excavation and sat long enough for it to set up and gain strength.
And have you seen instances where you keep dumping fill in and it just keeps accepting?
Unfortunately, yes.
And in that case, you probably need to do more to figure out how you can stabilize the area, right?
Correct.
In a case like here where the flowable fill, it's been described as a light milkshake or a thin milkshake. If it's able to stop, you said it's arresting something. Describe that.
I'd use the term bridging off. So if there's a throat or a small opening at the base of a sinkhole, that is sort of the bottom pathway by which soil is eroding into a conduit system or whatever pathway it's using to escape. So we try to choke that off or bridge off that with graded rock filter or with grout in this case. And if it's bridging off, then that material will not escape down into that throat.
Meaning that any water or erosion mechanism that caused that void to form will no longer be an active mechanism.
In the case of the use of grout, yes. Sometimes we would use graded rock filter to intentionally allow water to flow through if the site conditions were such that that's what we were trying to achieve. But yeah, with grout, the water is not going to flow through the grout.
And after that throat has been choked off, to use your words, do you deem as a professional hydrogeologist that the issue has been resolved?
I think that would depend on the conditions at the site, but generally, yes. If we don't have settlement, the conditions appears to be stable, then the engineers can carry on with their work.
And Mr. Ivanowski, do you have any reason to believe that the void here at the community center was not a localized failure?
I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that there were other voids. No.
Aside from, well, let me ask you this, and I'm not going to show it. Judge is moving me on. You reviewed a City of Atlanta memorandum, and I'll paraphrase, but at this point I can probably quote it. It essentially says our contractors repaired the void. Our contractor has stabilized the subsoil, and our investigation did not indicate that our asset was lost. Does that cause you any concern in terms of your opinion that the repair conducted by Ruby Collins at the community center was not adequate?
With respect to repair of the void itself, no, I wouldn't have any concern with it. I couldn't speak to building stability because I'm not a structural engineer, but yeah, with respect to repairing a void of that size, it appeared to be done properly.
And after that repair was done properly, do you believe, or is it your opinion, that anything else needs to be done other than routine visual observation by the Conservancy?
I think routine observation and monitoring would be appropriate.
Do you think anything else needed to be done?
From my perspective, no. But again, I'm not an engineer, so from a structural perspective, there may have been additional monitoring, but
Yeah, you might want to get a structural engineer to ensure that the structure is.
sure. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
Morning.
Morning.
How are you? My name's John Moy. I think we've met before. Thanks for
Yes.
being here.
Hi.
Just want to ask you a couple of questions. You understand that I'm part of my job to ask you a few questions, but I want to be mindful of your time.
Understood.
Mr. Ivanowski, you just said you're not a structural engineer, right?
Correct.
And so you can't speak to the building's stability, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're also not a geotechnical engineer, correct?
Also correct.
Okay. In fact, you're not an engineer at all. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. You're a geologist?
Yes. Hydrogeologist. Yes.
Hydrogeologist. Okay. And I think you testified that typically in your role at your company, you would be brought in or be working with a geotechnical engineer who would be making recommendations as far as the work to be performed. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I mean, yes, the project teams that I work on range in size, but sometimes it's just a couple of us. Oftentimes it's 10 or 12 people of different backgrounds.
Fair enough. And just to be clear, when were you engaged in this particular matter?
Sometime in the last few months.
Okay. Is it, if I said maybe fourth quarter of 2024, would that sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay.
Maybe
So-
third or fourth. I don't recall exactly.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Third or fourth quarter of last year. And who engaged you?
Troutman Sanders, or sorry, Troutman Pepper.
Troutman
Someone
Pepper.
from Troutman Pepper.
Okay,
Yes.
Mr. McCleary's firm.
Yes.
Right. And I assume that as part of your engagement, you were paid to prepare your opinions and also to review the materials you reviewed. Is that right?
That's correct.
You bill by the hour for that work?
I do.
Okay. And are you also being paid for your testimony here today?
Yes.
Okay. And so by the time you were hired in 2024, the sinkhole had long been filled, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we talk about the sinkhole or the void. I may use those interchangeably. I hope that doesn't offend you as a geologist.
That's fine.
You never actually have been to the sinkhole we've been talking about, have you?
That's correct. I did not.
And you never went to the community center building to conduct any sort of investigation, right?
Nope. It was repaired before I was involved.
Okay. And so the opinions that you provided here today are based upon the documents that you've said that you reviewed, including the different reports and the Ruby Collins materials, right?
That's correct.
But you've not done an independent investigation of the site or the sinkhole, fair?
That's fair to say, yes.
Okay. You said that it was a reasonable inference or a reasonable conclusion in your opinion that the city sewer caused the sinkhole, right?
Correct.
And you're aware the city memorandum reflects otherwise, says it didn't cause it, right?
I did read that, yes.
Okay, so I assume you just disagree with that?
I do,
Okay.
yes.
You don't have any conclusive evidence as to your opinion that the sewer was the cause, is that right?
There was some correspondence that I reviewed in the document package that did indicate a positive dye test that would have connected the sewer. Also, some discussion about water loss from the excavation losing down into whatever was below it, which is the sewer.
Okay, but my question was, you don't have conclusive evidence that the sewer was the cause, correct?
Conclusive evidence? No, I don't.
Right. And you also don't know how many other sewer lines are underneath the building that we're talking about, do you?
Based on the drawings that I saw, there was only the one combined sewer.
And the drawings you saw was just one sewer running under the building? Is that
I
your
think there were some utility lines, maybe some small sanitary sewer lines coming from the building, but yeah, the combined storm sewer.
Okay, and whatever you're recalling, it's based upon the documents you reviewed, is that right?
That's correct.
And so is it fair to say that you would not personally know if further investigation or repairs are necessary at this particular site?
I suppose that's fair to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
You did testify, I think, in typical your experience after a sinkhole or a void is filled with this grout that we've been talking about, that you would typically recommend monitoring the site afterwards, or that's something that could be done, right?
Yes, visual observations of the grout just to observe for settlement or loss altogether of the grout.
Well, not just visual observations, but also what about more prolonged monitoring of the site to ensure that it's stable and that the soil is stable?
Yeah, I think from an engineering standpoint, again, I would defer to an engineer's judgment on that. But yeah, monitoring of a building for cracking or for settlement of the foundation and the slab.
Okay, do you know if that monitoring was recommended to the Conservancy?
I'm not sure if it was or not.
Do you know if the Conservancy did that monitoring that you're talking about?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. You also mentioned that in the course of doing monitoring, that you might then be able to observe signs of settlement, right?
Correct.
If
Yep.
there were settlement under a structure in doing this monitoring work, if there were settlement of the soil underneath a particular structure, what might be some signs or symptoms of such settlement?
Cracking around corners, uneven slab, cracking in a slab. That sort of visual observation. There's
Okay.
instrumentation that could be installed if you wanted to get especially detailed about it.
Thanks for your time. I have nothing further.
Sure. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Mr. Ivanowski, Mr. Moy just asked you if you're being paid for your testimony today. Just to clarify, you're being paid for your time testifying.
That's correct.
Right.
Yes.
No one has told you what your opinion should be in this case.
No, they have not.
Okay, and you are an independent consultant who is here to tell the jury what your findings are, independent of what anyone else has told you based upon your review, correct?
Based upon my review of the available information, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Any requests?
Just an independent consultant who was engaged last year, is that right?
That's correct.
Thanks.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Well, in light of that, Mr. Ivanowski, in reviewing all of the materials, reports, photographs, things of that nature, did you feel you had what you needed to determine that the cellular flow installed by the city's contractor repaired the void?
I think there was enough information to make a reasonable judgment that it was done properly.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I'll give the plaintiff last reply there if you need one. I'm sorry?
Nothing further.
All right, can this witness be excused? Thank you, sir. You can step down. Thank you. Members of the jury, we need to take 5, but we should be back with you shortly. Just need to check in on a few things, okay? All right, I take it we're now at the point of attorney's fees, and I would imagine the parties haven't had a chance to talk too extensively on that, or maybe they have.
90 seconds to talk to my colleague. I may have an update on that.
All right, we'll hold in place.
May I do a quick bathroom break?
All right, do we have a final consolidated version or whatever they've given us? Did they ever send over a spoliation? All right. Well, can you just take whatever you have, like the most recent editions, and print me off 2 copies? I'll get one for the record and then one for me to work off of. I'm sorry. Let's do it. Keep it in there. We'll talk about it during the charge conference. Yeah. I doubt
I don't know if that purpose even on record.
it wasn't, but I think maybe one of the parties requested it, so we'll just get it on the record. It's fine. Right. You emailed it to him. Who's that? Like our criminal funds? Like our criminal funds? I mean, we'll give them the final version. We'll give them the final version.
Just we're waiting our. The hardest working person here.
Ready to go? All right, on the issue of, I believe the final defense witness through Mr. McLary, any updates on handling of attorney's fees from the plaintiff?
Yes, Your Honor, and candidly, I haven't had a chance to speak about this with my opposing counsel, but we've discussed it. Based upon the representations that Mr. McCleary made, that there was an effort to remove withdrawn claims in the course of quantifying the damages. It sounds like there's a demonstrative at some point that those numbers are going to get shown. Assuming the withdrawn claims have been removed, that was going to be the gist of my cross-examination. Having heard that, I think we're at a place where we're willing to stipulate as to quantum and reasonableness and forego the need for Mr. McCleary to testify at all. In order to streamline things and just sort of get right to it. So.
Okay. All right. And so we can, I suppose you can announce that to the jury as the stipulation, or you can just include it on the written list of stipulations when we tender that as a comprehensive exhibit.
I'd like to announce it, given the time spent on the plaintiff's attorney's fees.
All right. Do we have, let's put this in writing. Y'all want to?
I guess my question would be, how would that be announced? I'm a little confused by that.
It just kind of, we're tendering the following stipulation and he just reads it aloud. Yeah. So why don't you just work on the language here? And if you've got that amount approved.
We also have this note. I don't know if anything.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to let them know that the plan is at the conclusion of the charge before deliberations begin is when I'll identify and send the two alternates home. They stay under the obligations of their oath until we give them a phone call letting them know that they're off the hook, because there's still a possibility they could be subbed in depending on how deliberations go.
No, that's fine. I have a question and I don't know the answer to it. I know it's different jurisdictions. If we wanted all 14 of the jurors to deliberate, is that something that's permissible?
If both parties agree. Generally, anything's permissible if you both agree. But no, the alternates are supposed to be kept separate and outside because it's just the verdict of the 12. And if they're not going to be part of the 12, then their opinions and influences generally, unless everyone wants it to be a group effort, shouldn't be influencing the remainder of the jury.
Learn something new every day.
Thanks, John. Please.
Trust he'll speak to that.
Yeah. You okay with this?
So, Your Honor, I'm happy to read this to the jury. I'm happy to have you read it to the jury, whatever your preference.
I don't think there's any exact science or opinion to it. So if it's part of your evidence, it's a stipulation. I'm happy with you just reading it to the jury, announcing that as stipulated by the parties to the following
Your Honor,
facts.
You would prefer to have it listed stipulations that will be in the exhibit hearing with all the stipulations on them. And I think there's I have a little bit of a concern of prior to sending the jury away to deliberate, one of the last things they hear is,
There's gonna be a lot they're gonna hear before that. We've got closings, we've got the charge, we've got a lot. And so, I think this is part of their evidence. It's part of their, they don't have to stipulate it all. They could have insisted to put them on and go through all this step by step too. So, I'll provide that direction. All right. Anything else we need to take up? Then we've got the language approved. All right. And then, like I said, reduce that to writing to add to all the other stipulations we'll bring back in the jury. With that, is there an anticipation that there will be any rebuttal testimony needed or requested here?
no, Your Honor.
Okay. In terms of preserving other motions, is there could I just ask the parties generally? Well, I guess I don't need to ask about rebuttal because you're saying there isn't going to be any. The jury doesn't need to hear that. We'll close the evidence and then send them down to lunch. We can handle any other motions. So with that, then let's bring back our jury if they're ready.
Your Honor, I'll address the president and counsel.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Defense may call their next witness.
Your Honor, rather than call another witness, I'm pleased to report the parties have been able to reach a stipulation. That stipulation has been approved, and I'm authorized to read the following. Piedmont Park Conservancy is seeking attorney's fees in this case. The parties has stipulated to the amount and reasonableness of the fees charged to the Conservancy. The stipulated amount is $1,376,590.37.
All right. Any further evidence or witnesses on the part of the defense?
Yes, sir. The Conservancy rests.
All right. Members of the jury, the evidence is now closed in this case. And so we proceed from here to closing arguments. In order to make that happen, we have to do some work outside of your presence, making sure we're all on the same page and the law that applies. That process does take some time. And so we're going to have an extended lunch break today. I would ask you to be back at 1 o'clock. Can't promise we'll start right at 1, but we're going to make every effort to do so and make sure the attorneys are ready to go for closings as well. And the last thing I want to give you before I excuse you is we were provided a note where someone was curious about how alternates work. And I can share with you that you might have noticed that there are 14 of you, but we can only have 12 in the jury room reaching a verdict. So 2 of you are alternates. And I'll just add that alternates are such an important part of this process because I've had several trials where we had a juror have a family emergency, get sick, not show up. And if we hadn't had an alternate, all of the work we would have done on those trials would have been out the window. So alternates are very important. And the point where we typically allow alternates or they get detached from the rest of the jury is going to be at the very end after I charge on the law, right before deliberations start. And it doesn't mean that they are excused, because there are situations where we may still have an alternate come back and rejoin the deliberations. So to answer the question, I would expect to be able to inform you who the two alternates are and let them go home at that point, still under the obligations of their oath by the end of today. All right, please do not do any research about this case outside of this courtroom, and do not discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Sorry? All right, starting with the plaintiff, renewing the motions previously raised, any other legal things that need to be supplemented or clarified, or are you resting on the same arguments and contentions?
As for a breach, we rest on the same argument we made previously, Your Honor. Don't think any of the witnesses have come up and shed light on that issue in either direction. With respect to damages, and again, we're trying to take this in real time, and so I may have missed this. But one of the damages I understand that opposing parties asking for is lost rent or failure to pay rent. And I didn't hear any numbers put in evidence about the rent that was not paid by our client. And so I'll ask on that front. There's just no evidence to send back to the jury unless I missed it. And so the only thing I think they're left with from a damages perspective is rehabilitation. And I would just, if that is appropriate damages in the sense that anybody, if another tenant, if they had left years later, eventually that the property still got to be rehabilitated for whoever the next tenant is. So I think those are sort of naturally occurring. The final argument I would make, Your Honor, is on their request for attorney's fees. We listened intently to all, I think it was 4 witnesses that they put up. Didn't hear showing a bad faith, or at least the sort of bad faith that we think is contemplated by 13611. I understand that there's arguments that our client went and became a press conference that they would describe as probably being hyperbolic, that our clients undertook actions like sending packets to the board. But from my perspective, those reflect a exercise of First Amendment rights, whether good judgment, not good judgment. I'm not sure that that's the kind of thing that 13611 contemplates. My understanding is 13611 contemplates attorney's fees that arise very directly from the transaction or the dispute in question. In other words, around the contracting process. And I would say those are extraneous or outside of the contracting process. So on those grounds also, we would argue that attorney's fees are not warranted here. We preserve the arguments we made earlier, Your Honor.
All right, let me clarify that on the defense side. Is the defense seeking lost rents as a measure of damages in this case?
We are, Your Honor, and it's a fairly minimal amount. We have admitted and discussed with 2 witnesses the May 31st, 2019 termination letter. While we could be asking for lost rent for a substantially longer period of time, we are asking only for lost rent of about $51,000, which is the sum of the 2 monetary amounts segregated by space A and space C that is in evidence as defendants 508. So we believe there's plenty of evidence for the jury to reach that.
And this is just of a time frame well before the contract was, or
Until
a new tenant came in.
It was from the rent commencement date until the termination. And what I meant, Your Honor, is I think we could certainly present an argument that that period could be extended until when we had another tenant paying rent, but we're not seeking that.
All right.
In terms of, I'll respond as well to the attorney's fees provision. I feel like I'm repeating myself. Yeah.
I don't think we need a response to that. I think it's presumed it's denied, and I'm not, again, planning to grant that motion at this time.
Your Honor, we would renew the motions for directed verdict addressed yesterday. I don't know, has our brief been emailed to?
Courtesy copy was emailed to the parties.
I've got a copy. I can't say I've studied it, but I do have that.
And Your Honor, for the reasons therein, I think most obviously, and we're about to get into this in a jury charge, not only is there no evidence in this case that Be Our Guest has suffered damages, there is affirmative evidence that Be Our Guest has not suffered damages, that these damages have been suffered by two individuals or potentially entities that are not plaintiffs with claims in this case.
And certainly I thought that was an intriguing argument that you laid out at the first half. I didn't get to hear, and I didn't ask for a response at that time from the plaintiff. And I wonder if before I hear you rehash it again, I could hear their perspective, and then you could respond to that.
So I've not had the benefit, Your Honor, first of all, of reading their motion, just so the court is aware of that fact.
Just the verbal arguments they made yesterday,
Yes, sir.
or yeah,
So
yesterday.
the question is, again, whether there's any evidence to send back to a jury. And I think this, whatever we have, far exceeds that. You'll recall we made some extra effort in this case, not only to get in the payment information, but the invoicing information. And that's because we thought it important to show that the contractual party who is obligated to all the vendors for which we are seeking recovery of damages, the contractual party was Be Our Guest. For the loan that was taken out from the SBA to cover the cover payments in this case, the contractual party was Be Our Guest. And so that is the contractual party at issue here that has been damaged. As for the source of payment, there is evidence in the record that the source of payment is, in fact, Be Our Guest, to the extent that that is something that matters to the court. Within the file we turned over, besides the fact that Be Our Guest is the party again to the loan, which covered a lot of the damages, we all in that binder direct payments by Be Our Guest to the different vendors for the work that was done. It is the case that we have, when you look through that binder, you'll see Ms. Drillette paying or advancing some of the money for Be Our Guest for the different vendors. And this is in the case of a startup company that really never got off the ground because this never landed. That is not unusual, I think, in real world, that people are trying to get something off the ground. And so the principal of the company is stroking her own checks sometimes. But what you'll also see in that binder is evidence of that money, at least some of the money being returned back to our client because she was advancing it on behalf of Be Our Guest. And so we think what the other side is asking for is great for argument that they can make in front of a jury. We certainly don't think it's anything that bars sending this to the jury. Again, all we require is any evidence that BOG suffered damages. We have more than ample evidence with the records in there, as well as the testimony from Mr. Ouellette.
And so, Mr. McLary, I mean, is there, where should the assumption fall? I mean, should it really be presumed that these are in effect donations? I mean, do you really need a bill of, debt passing between a legal entity and the person who is essentially the legal entity in order to presume that there's that legal obligation exists when someone pays on the part of another?
As a matter of law, Your Honor, yes. Very clearly, yes. Damages is an essential element of a breach of contract case, as we have here. What I just heard Mr. Halsey say is that somewhere in that stack of invoices is some indication that Be Our Guest incurred debt or that Ms. Drolet or Mr. Dooley were reimbursed. I can tell you I have examined that stack very carefully before presenting this motion to the court. And there is no evidence. There is evidence that Be Our Guest paid for things with a loan proceeds. What there's not is any evidence that Be Our Guest repaid the loan. I can pay off your mortgage and you can still present your invoice for that month's mortgage. Doesn't mean you paid the mortgage.
But let's run with that example. Why would that create an inference that you've just done that for me for, just out of the goodness of your heart? I mean, unless there's, if all inferences are to be, go towards the non-moving party here, wouldn't an inference be that you did that with the expectation of something in exchange or to be reimbursed one day?
Your Honor, respectfully, damages are their burden, not my burden. And an inference that someone may have paid something and is going to be paid back is
But that's
not.
different. And burden meeting is different than a directed verdict. We're not saying whether they met their burden. It's whether they presented any evidence whatsoever with all inferences in their favor. So as an inference, why is that not present or at play here?
Your Honor, I have dealt with this very issue many times. A large part of my practice is representing project-specific entities, oftentimes who are managed by a larger entity. An example is Southern Company. Southern Company has dozens of entities that operate specific facilities, oftentimes with partners in those entities. If Southern Company, if that entity is making a claim, some part on a power plant is defective. If the project company, as the owner of that plant, is making a claim in court that whoever, the supplier, is responsible for that defective part, and Southern Company has bought the replacement part, and there's no evidence of an intercompany agreement by which the project company has to reimburse the party, that is absolutely grounds for a directed verdict. Ask me how I know.
Well, you have a case cited in the brief you gave us that's outlining this?
We do. We have
All right,
several.
and just if can you give it to me offhand if you know it?
Ms. Tarver may be able to do that.
All right. And, because again, like I'll just say as a matter of, best practice, of proper bookkeeping. I mean, you'll get no argument out of me that that's certainly the cleaner practice to have all your paperwork in order. I'll need to really be looking at that to see that that's a matter of law, which is a pretty extreme thing. So, but let's.
I don't know if you want to take it up now, Your Honor. Obviously, we have other requests for a directed verdict.
All those raised and
Nothing new,
preserved.
nothing
Right.
new.
Right. I think our priority needs to be, again, having expressed the preference generally that I was going to be taking all of these under advisement and deferring ruling, as I believe it's in the discretion to do. I think we need to make sure we use the most of our time on the charge as well. But I think we got some clarity here as well while we're on the subject.
The citations that's in the brief we submitted this morning. It's Georgia Dermatologic Surgery Centers PC versus Ferris. That's 339 Georgia Act 764. And I highlight, Your Honor, specifically in that case, there was a corporate entity where the owner of the entity, the individual himself, had paid for items, and they found that that could not be a damage because the owner had paid out of his own pocket, not from the corporate entity's bank.
Directed verdict.
And it was a directed verdict case, Your Honor. Canton Plaza Inc. versus Regions Bank Inc. That is 315 Georgia Act 303. Again, affirming directed verdict for the defendant on the issue of damages in the breach of contract case, because the plaintiff failed to provide proof that it, the corporate entity, and not someone else or another entity, paid for the plaintiff's damages.
So, Your Honor, I would just echo on that. What we have in this case is significantly stronger than the situation. We don't have a case where I'm saying the plaintiff has not presented affirmative evidence that the plaintiff incurred damages. We have a case here where the plaintiff has confirmed that these damages were incurred by a non-party or a non-claimant in the case.
All right. Again, depending on where things go from here, I certainly could see that something needing to be addressed in, post-verdict briefing if it comes to that. And I think it would benefit at that stage from being able to really parse the record and make sure I have exactly what I have and be able to study these cases. But I believe all the motions raised have been preserved. And I think with that, we move on to our charge conference. And so what I've done is we've printed out that's fine. I've printed out the compilation of all the requests, all the patterns, all the variations in kind of an omnibus packet, which I've marked as Courts Exhibit 3 and I'll tender, just so it's easier to follow along with a transcript if need be one day. generally how I've done this is instead of, there may be each one of these merits a discussion, but in order to move things efficiently is I'll just kind of move through them, and at any point anyone has an issue they want to raise, feel free to be heard and object or anything else like that. So, but some of these, if they're just the patterns, I'm just going to move right through them and reference a page number for you.
And Your Honor, you're working off the version that Ms. Sue sent us yesterday, I believe?
I think there's one where we incorporated, there's another one that incorporated a supplemental request that y'all had. So it should be a 45-page document that we sent to you by email today. Yeah.
Are you comfortable with it?
It's like, I'm trying to send them our spoliation instruction right now, but yes, I can go.
Okay, never mind. I'm analog.
Okay.
My co-counsel can handle it on the screen.
Can we get another one up on the other screen here? We've got another laptop here, perhaps.
Ms. Mason's gonna mostly handle this. I'll jump in as needed.
Okay. All right. Then with that, I'll start off with page 1, pattern charge on the pleadings, which has been filled in with the parties. And what I might suggest, just in terms of not repeating ourselves too much, is anything after the first sentence about which claims are going to be brought, we cover those later in the charge as well. So I would propose striking the second sentence, since we're going to say that again later. And I'll also point out at this point that I wasn't planning on sending the pleadings back. So any references to pleadings have been taken out of here, and it would just be this charge, written form, and our verdict form. So unless there's any input or thoughts on that, and we can always come back to it if things occur later. That's the plan on page 1. We turn to page 2, which has our burdens of proof. We've got the pattern charges rather, as well as the defendant's kind of compilation of the pattern charge. And I think in working through these, the plan would be to use the pattern charge as the starting point, and we can plug in clarifications or additions that the parties raise. So to that extent, the first thing I see that could be added would be the second paragraph of burden of proof, talking about affirmative offenses, or yeah, sorry, not offenses, defenses rather. And I would move that up into the pattern charge in between when more than one claim is involved, and then the next paragraph in deciding whether any fact has been proved. That's where I would move the paragraph on affirmative defenses.
Looking at the middle under 040.
That's right. That language on affirmative defenses, moving it up inside the pattern charge on burden of proof.
Move all 3, Your Honor, including the plaintiff, be our guest, has the burden.
No, just the middle paragraph about affirmative defenses, because those other 2 paragraphs are already covered in the pattern charge.
Well, it doesn't call out be our guest specifically, Your Honor, so I'm confused about why we would call out Piedmont Park Conservancy specifically as the affirmative defenses in our burden when the pattern charge is just generic.
I agree. I just want to make sure if we have identified the affirmative defenses that the plaintiff is bringing here, if any, would you want to affirmative defenses on your part?
No.
So that's why. Yeah. So there being no affirmative defenses on the part of the plaintiff, that's all we need, right?
I guess I'm just confused about what you're suggesting, Your Honor. I'm trying to follow, but I'm confused.
Just as written, the paragraph that starts, the defendant, Piedmont Park Conservancy, has filed what are known as affirmative defenses. And because PBC is the only one that has affirmative defenses, I would take that paragraph as proposed and plug it into the middle of the pattern charge on burden of proof. All right.
No disagreement to that, Your Honor, that's fine.
Okay.
You want that before in deciding whether.
Yeah. And right before in deciding whether I feel like that's where it needs to go. We talk about in the next one, burden of proof counterclaims.
Wait, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Back up. You're only moving the middle paragraph of 040 up to prior to and deciding whether, but not the part about the plaintiff?
I don't understand what you just said.
Yes, that's correct, John, but I
Yeah.
think what
I guess
Judge
I'm,
McAfee was explaining was that because the burden of proof instruction is saying the party bringing any claim, that would be both parties, so it's generic,
Right.
such that you would be able to argue that we're bringing a claim, we have a burden on our claim, we would argue you're bringing a claim, you have the burden, and then there's also an affirmative defense, so the Conservancy is specifically identified as we're the only one bringing an affirmative defense.
Right.
I think that's what.
That's exactly right.
suggested.
okay.
That's exactly right.
All
And
right.
so then we would get rid of 0.040 altogether, right, Your Honor?
Yeah, I don't know if there's really a need to highlight that counterclaims are governed the same because a counterclaim is a claim.
I was just gonna agree with you,
So-
Your Honor.
Says any claim,
It
yeah.
could all be
Yeah.
captured under.
Exactly.
Thanks. I'm with you, Your Honor.
All right. So we strike everything listed here as 2.030 on page 2. And then on the page 3, again, there's some language that some overlay and maybe goes a little bit more into some details on preponderance taken from perhaps what is this? I don't think this was the 11th Circuit one, but it seems duplicative to me. So I would say we'd strike page 3.
Your Honor, we
All right.
preserve kind of the more specific language we have there, but just for the record, we'll preserve that, but we understand you will.
The language about how it applies exactly to this
Correct.
case. Okay.
We would want that stricken, so. Just for the-
All right. Okay. And so unless you can highlight like a specific clarification, I know it's more particular additional clarification, then I'll move on, but all the issues are preserved. Page 4 and 5 are defendant's non-pattern requests where it really zooms in and highlights exactly what the theory is of how the breach occurred. And I think as I indicated previously, I generally try to keep the patterns more high level, and I would be inclined to strike 4 and 5 unless you want to walk me through why those are necessary here.
For requested charges, Your Honor, so I'll start us off. I think at the end of the day, this jury, it goes hand in hand with our conversations we've been having about the verdict form and how specific we're going to be in those questions. Just having kind of the wide open breach question lends to what is material and what, all of those types of questions. So what we tried to do in these instructions, Your Honor, was to really narrow down on what the parties have put in the pretrial order as to what we think the breach is. And my understanding and what we contend is that BRGS has breached the lease by failing to start paying rent and commence rent payment on the dates that they were obligated to do so, and to conduct their business in the spaces. And then for the next instruction, which was our requested charge number 14, our understanding is that plaintiff's going to say we breached the lease by failing to keep the building in good and tentable repair. So just to guide the jury as to the grounds of the parties' arguments as to breach of the lease and the lease language itself, we thought that this would be better guidance for the jury to understand exactly what the parties are contending the breaches were.
And Your Honor, if I may briefly respond to that. I think part of the issue we have, in addition to your preference to keep it more general, is I think if anything, this invites more confusion. I think the parties, well, first of all, the jury charge as proposed doesn't actually conform to the evidence. There's been conflicting evidence and testimony in the course of the trial about when the breach occurred, when, for example, the rent commencement date actually was, because it was never actually written out anywhere. There was a demand letter from Mr. McCleary that took the position that rent commencement was on October 2nd, but then in a subsequent termination letter that was sent in May of 2019, They noticed the default saying that it would have occurred as of December of 2018. So, and again, Ms. Drillette has testified that she calculated the rent commencement date different than the defendants did. If anything, I think having the specificity invites the jury to be confused about, well, when did it occur? You know, if anything, these can be raised in closing arguments. I expect they will. But to the extent it's part of a jury instruction, we don't think a pattern charge for breach is necessary, and we tend to prefer the general.
To be a non-pattern charge.
I'm sorry, let me restate. We don't think a non-pattern charge is necessary.
Extent it matters, my letter said no later.
Said October 2nd or no later than December. So I just think it's confusing, and I think the jury's gonna have questions about what that even means.
All right. I mean, I certainly don't disagree with the intent behind them and the desire to kind of give them some guardrails in a case that's been that I'm in. But I am just very wary of making the explicit language of exactly here's what you should be looking at and here are the terms. And so with that, I would say that there's going to be charges later on in the packet that talk about just very at a high level that a breach is when you fail to follow it. The jury's going to have the lease. They've heard all the evidence, and counsel's going to be able to guide their deliberations through closing arguments. So it's preserved for the record, but I'll strike page 4 and 5 from the proposed omnibus packet, and I'll move on to page 6, which is evidence generally. I'll include the parenthetical here, which talks about stipulations, since we have those. And I'll just include all the other parentheticals. Those all seem applicable and brackets and that sort of thing. I don't see anything really to tailor in this pattern charge. So not hearing any objections, I'll move on to page 7, which is the pattern charge on direct or circumstantial. Not seeing anything to tailor there, and so I'll give it as written. On page 8, we then enter our stipulations. And as I indicated, if I can get that put into a written format, if you can give me an exhibit number, or I can just say it's going to be a court's exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor, we're preparing that exhibit as we speak.
All right, so I've entered court's exhibit 3. I'll just say this is going to be court's exhibit 4.
Is putting it together.
Yeah. So y'all hand me that when you have it. I'm going to write that as court's exhibit 4, and then I'll delete everything that's been highlighted in the omnibus packet. And that takes us now to page 10. I don't believe I took judicial notice of anything, so I would strike page 10.
We agree, Your Honor.
All right, I move on to page 11. We did have some limiting instructions, and I don't see anything to tailor in the pattern charge, and so I'll give it as written there. 12 is the pattern charge on expert witnesses. Don't see anything to tailor there. I'll give it as written. I move to credibility on page 13. I'll flag that the bracket that is usually there about all the different things of examples that you can consider on credibility. The one that lists their intelligence has been very much out of favor lately, and I think we've just proposed eliminating that from the pattern, but that won't be effective until August. But I'll leave it up to the parties if they have a preference. I would say on the floor to strike their intelligence from page 13 is one of the delineated factors of a witness's credibility.
You have no objection to striking it?
No.
All right, then I'll do that. Otherwise, I see it as the pattern charge, not requiring any additional tailoring. Turning to page 14, we have witness attacked, old impeached. And this is talking, if someone had formally opened the door to character, talking about reputation or, their opinion of them in the community. I don't think we got close, but I don't think that door was formally opened. And I also didn't hear really specific acts of bias potentially. I mean, we talk about the parties and their interactions with each other, but I don't know if I see those raising to the level of formal impeachment under this pattern charge. And so with that, unless you can point me to something, I'd say 14 could be struck in its entirety. anyone can weigh in at any point.
I'm in agreement, Your Honor. I don't see that with any of the witnesses, any of the sixth grade evidence.
All right,
We agree.
then we'll strike 14. Same thing with 15, where just kind of the formal modes of impeachment or counter impeachment rather, I would strike 15 here. So not hearing any objections to that, I'll move on then to 16, where we have the pattern charge on witness impeached, which is just a single sentence. We have the defense request to supplement that. And that apparently is coming from the 11th Circuit. Is that pretty much entirely coming from the 11th Circuit, that extra language there?
It's a combination. We also understand, some of the pattern jury instructions obviously have been updated over the years through various methods. And so this was the 2019 edition, which was combined then with the 11th Circuit. We think that this just explains more to the jury what it means when a witness is impeached. And just gives them some further guidance as to how they should consider that evidence. I know, Your Honor, we had requested that there were some preliminary instructions regarding impeachment be given prior to the evidence, which were not given, and I understand that was the court's decision, but there was some guidance in those instructions that we had requested that would have put the jury on notice as to what impeachment means and what does it mean when they're confronted with their position, things like that. So we've requested this in an effort to give the jury some guidance to think about the evidence that they saw come in this case.
Your Honor, just in response, I mean, we tend to think that this proposed addition is largely duplicative of what appears on page 17, which talks about assessing a witness's credibility based upon inconsistency in testimony. I don't know that we need a more sort of fleshed out or elaborate explanation of impeachment. We've got 2.156, and then we have prior statements that I think sort of pick up on that. We would request it be stricken.
I certainly don't think it's an accurate statement of law. I think some of the 11th pattern instructions I've seen, along the way can be more kind of plain spoken, illustrative. I like some of them. And, this is a situation where, it's kind of a real world application of it. That being said, I do have to try and stick with the principle we're not supposed to dwell or overemphasize certain principles of law over the, especially if the parties aren't agreeing to it. So your position, Mr. Moy, then is that the defense request to charge 7 should not be, any form of that should not be taken or adapted or
Yes, Your Honor.
adopted, rather?
I don't know that we feel very strongly about it, but I think we believe that the statement on page 16 and the instruction on page 17 are sufficient. And as I pointed out, I think 17 contains some of the gist of what's trying to be captured with the proposed addition.
All right. Well, certainly I think all the nuances and the phrasing of the 11 is fair game for closing, but it is captured in the Georgia prior statements pattern charge where you're to decide whether there's a reasonable explanation and that covers it. So the plan would be, I would give 16 and 17 the pattern charges as written here, and not the defense requested charge, but the request is preserved for the record. So we move to 18 and 19, and we preliminarily discussed some of this. I know I think we're still working on getting me a spoliation request, but sorry, it's okay. We'll look at that last thing. But otherwise, do we think failure to produce evidence is even applicable here?
We do, Your Honor.
You do. Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right.
I'm going to have a few, we're moving quickly this morning. I had not read and have some edits proposed to the spoliation charge. I'm going to go make sure I can do those right now.
Okay. We'll save that to the end and go from there. Okay. So we'll include the parenthetical when a party has evidence that rejects or disproves a claim, and then give the rest of it as written. Similarly, with failure to produce witnesses, do we also think that's at play from both parties' perspectives? Yeah. All right. So I'll give that as written. 20, as now we get to our causes of actions. And this is here where I think let's broaden this to say that, I mean, essentially we could say both parties have asserted a cause of action against the other based upon breach of contract.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go
I'm
there.
good with that.
All right. Got all that? Yeah, we'll delete the, what's written on 20 and just say that.
Be changed to both parties have asserted a cause of action against each other based upon breach of contract.
That's right. And then we get into breach of contract. All right, so then we get into our contract charges. We have the pattern charge. Defense has proposed a second sentence kind of focusing in on the lease agreement. I mean, I think I don't really have an issue with that. I don't think it's going into the level of particularity that the other ones had. Is there any objection to this addition from the defendants?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll give the defendant's request to charge 10 in lieu of the, or in addition to the, in lieu of the pattern. We move on to page 22. All right, and for the same reasons as I'd said at the outset, where it zooms in on the arguments, I certainly can understand the intent there, but I think there's value in keeping it general. So, are there any other additional things we need to have on the record to preserve page 22 for the defense?
Your Honor, we understand your ruling.
Okay, is there anything more, Mr. Moy? I imagine you also object to page 22?
Yes, Your Honor, for similar reasons.
All right, so I'll strike that. Page 23 is contract essentials. Do we really think consideration is at issue here?
We have a stipulation, Your Honor, that the
Okay,
lease agreement was a
so I'd propose striking,
the establishment of a contract, and it was, I don't think there's any.
well, I mean, they're both suing on breach, so,
Correct.
Yeah, we say it's a valid and enforceable
Okay.
contract. Yeah.
all right, so I'll strike 23 unless I hear we need that in some way.
Agreed.
We turn to page 24. We talk about non-performance. This being the affirmative defense that we were referencing earlier.
Mr. Moy had said that the guest was not bringing any affirmative defenses, so I guess they're saying here that there was non-performance on the part of Piedmont Park, but pretty sure that was not affirmative defense, that was in the pleadings.
I think this can be, it wasn't intended to refer to an affirmative defense, Your Honor. It was speaking to the issue we talked about yesterday, which is a breach that excuses the other party to the extent it's material. So maybe it needs to be reworked, but that was the.
And we don't have a pattern charge on excuse for non-performance?
I don't believe we do. You sent these over to the defendants and they had initially said that they thought this was a helpful charge to add, but we can certainly,
I don't recall ever responding to that. Okay, discuss the jury instructions here.
Yeah.
sorry, it was actually in court, my mistake. To Your Honor's question, we do think some sort of instruction on excuse.
As shooting from the hip here, it wouldn't, the principle of law you're trying to capture is not an affirmative defense. It would be once another party breaches, that relieves you of the obligation of fulfilling your duties. Is that
Correct, Your Honor.
accurate? And is that, you're pointing to the statute here?
That's
Is
right.
that where you find that language potentially? So, I mean, I think that is a relevant consideration here because it's going into what we had talked about, the issue on the verdict form, where if they find they need to know the sequence of events. In terms of phrasing, though, we'd need to work on phrasing. I'd want to say just the general principle of law and not really confining it to be our guest.
Yes, Your Honor, the statute says if the non-performance of a party to a contract is caused by the conduct of the opposite party, such conduct shall excuse the other party from performance.
I wouldn't object if we just have that language and then both sides can argue that they were excused from performance by non-performance of the other party. I think if it's worded this way, this calls for affirmative defense that isn't being pled.
We're good with that.
Okay, so we're going to take that statutory language and plug it in. But I do think we should be clear, though, whether this is an affirmative defense or not, because if it is, and the plaintiff's going to be arguing it that way, then we need to note that at the outset where we talked about burdens of proof. And so,
Grab a copy of the pretrial order.
Okay.
I don't recall our guests, including in that pretrial order, the legal issue decided by the jury as to their any affirmative defenses that our guest
They need
may have raised.
a minute or two on that.
yeah.
Whether or not they've pled an affirmative defense as to non-performance, which excuse them from their performance, and I don't think that that was a legal issue that our guest included in the pretrial order to be determined by the jury. So we argue against fighting for our breach, their breach, but it's not an affirmative defense. You understand?
We can argue non-performance as to your alleged breach claim.
As to, I mean, I'm scrambling, Your Honor, because this wasn't the pretrial order. I wasn't prepared to defend against a affirmative defense by being our guest on this.
I mean, at the outset, I think that's the bigger issue here is whether this statute, excuse for non-performance, is an affirmative defense, meaning they have the burden of proof of proving it. I think it would be.
So they're all affirmative defenses. Yeah, Your Honor, that there's in the legal issues to be determined by the jury, plaintiff and counterclaim defendant does not include any affirmative defense as to non-performance excuse based on.
Oh, well, that's explicitly said in there. All right. Well, in that case,
We have put our affirmative defenses in, Your Honor, but
Yeah.
there's
I think it's explicitly said. I think she's just saying that it's not there, right?
no, I think she's saying you explicitly foreclosed the ability to pursue affirmative defenses in the pretrial order. Can you show me the page?
yes. Your
So I'm
Honor.
looking at it.
Page 11 in the pretrial.
I've got a copy. I just need the page number.
So you see, we have some issues that are agreed upon by the parties, and then there's plaintiff and counterclaim defendant issues.
I'm not seeing that language you read out about affirmative defenses.
No, I mean, Your Honor, there aren't any listed
Ah.
here as to an issue that they claim that sort of the jury needs to.
Okay. All right. So with that, if the principle behind 13-4-23 excuse for non-performance is in the nature of a affirmative defense.
Right, and that's the issue I'm having is I'm just not seeing that it is. And it sounds like each side wants to argue non-performance as to the other, and that's what I'm struggling with.
I mean, if you could reread the statute, but if it does say such actions shall release the party
It
from
says
its
if the
obligations,
non-performance
to
of a
me-
party to the contract is caused by the conduct of the opposite party, such conduct shall excuse the other party from performance.
To me, that sounds very similar to the language of the affirmative defenses, full performance or failure to mitigate. Failure to mitigate being one of the affirmative defenses that Piedmont Park is asserting in this case. So I would say, Your Honor, just from the basis of the language of the statute, it reads as an affirmative defense, which BRGS has not included in their issues in the control room.
All right, I want to put a pin in that one. I want to consult some references I've got and let me come back to it.
You know, I would just note, I don't believe, I mean, just to get to the, sort of the core principles, it's not identified as a required affirmative defense under the pleadings standards.
You have to explain what you mean by that to me. What do you mean by that?
I mean, the Georgia law lists a series of affirmative defenses that need to be pled in response to a claim or counterclaim, and non-performance is not one of them.
That's not intended to be.
I mean that's in. You're talking just about like at the outset and pleading answers and that sort of thing. But we're now talking about a specific breach of contract claim. So I don't think they're saying because you didn't put it in your answer, you don't get to argue it. I think they're saying it didn't come up in the pretrial order. And I don't think they're trying to say that their non-performance was excused by, I suppose, BOG's actions because they're not claiming that as an affirmative defense. So, I'm going to take a closer look at that in the time we have. I want to see where the other hot spots may be.
Your Honor, and we have a couple more instructions after this, but I think there is also instruction that was requested by BRGS as regards to constructive eviction, which is also an affirmative defense that they've not included in the pretrial order.
Yeah, I mean, all the requests coming up later on landlord tenant, I've got some questions on those, and we'll get there.
I got it as a similar issue.
Page 25, we have good faith of contracts as a pattern charge. Is any issues with including that? I don't see anything that would potentially need to be tailored. Is it needed here? Is it on point? Okay. All right. 25 will be given. We have then our pattern charge on contract damages, which I'll give as written. I suppose now we're on page 27 about damages by agreement. We have the issue of attorney's fees, but I don't think we have liquidated damages in principle here.
You're on.
Okay, so I would strike 27 about liquidated damages.
The only question would be, perhaps we can handle this when we get to the attorney's fees instructions. Because again, we're seeing attorney's fees in two different methods, and I think the
Right.
instructions as they're set forth currently only really apply to the bad faith, 1361 type of attorney's fees. And so to the extent we need to have some sort of.
Well, I think maybe page 26 would cover that because it says damages are recoverable as the parties contemplated when the contract was made. And you get to point to the contract and say, we contemplated attorney's fees.
I agree.
All right, let's turn to page 28. We've got nominal damages. Maybe I should add that as a line on the verdict form. Nominal compensatory for both parties. Any thoughts?
It's as an alternative recovery?
No, it'd be, because those are separate than compensatory generally. I mean, a nominal can be the $1, and it can be impactful to the bad faith claims, because if you get a $1 nominal damage, you're still entitled to your full attorney's fees. But when we delineate saying, nominal is here as a pattern charge, which you're allowed to get, do we want to lump those into compensatory or have it as a separate line item?
I would say, Your Honor, I don't necessarily agree that they're distinct from compensatory damages. I mean, I think
Okay.
$1 while nominal is still compensatory.
Okay.
So I don't see anything in this charge.
Any thoughts, Mr. Moy?
Like the charge, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, the charge is definitely coming.
Yeah.
I'm just using that to say, oh, wait, should we do something with our verdict form to reflect that?
We would be in favor of that, but
We would be opposed to that, Your Honor. I think if they want to argue that if there's a nominal amount, even if they have compensatory damages, argue that and ask the jury to put that into the line that's asking for compensatory damages.
I would just note, I mean, to the extent we're going to be arguing about damages, it sounds like we are. I think it's appropriate under Georgia law, the jury can find nominal damages. Like you said, even if it's $1. And so in this case, if we're going to be quibbling about whether invoices were actually paid by Mr. Alette or some other entity, if it's going to the jury on that issue,
Okay.
the jury could find some nominal damage.
I need to, because this came up in a trial we had last year, the definition of nominal, and I'll double check it and give you the site, but I do believe by definition it is actually in a separate box from compensatory. It's not saying it's to compensate, it's just to recognize a breaching party. I'll double check it and we'll see, and we'll come back to it. But Mr. Moy, they're saying just keep it lumped in compensatory. And do you have a position on that in terms of the verdict form?
These are on the form.
On the verdict form.
We would like it separate, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I'll come back to that. We have the defendant's request to charge on 28. And
Your Honor, I'd like to make a
Okay.
remark on this one if we can. As you've already heard today in our motions for directed verdict, there's a very important issue in this case about the fact that the legal entity that is the plaintiff in this case, be our guest. There has not been evidence that BR Guest actually paid for the various invoices that have been put in that they're claiming for damages. And the jury should be instructed as to that if there's no evidence that BR Guest paid these invoices, they can't award those as damages.
well, that's the argument I hear you making. In terms of the principle of law, you've said, let me start there. I don't see that as an incorrect statement of law. Mr. Moy, do you have anything in the language of this that says it's not a correct statement of law?
No, Your Honor, I think, actually, we may come back to it, but I did have a comment on 28, on page 28. We can come back to that.
Well, that's where we're at. We're on the defense request to charge 15. And if it's a correct statement of law, it's not covered by any of the other patterns.
Yeah,
It's that issue in this case, then I would be saying it needs to be in here somewhere.
The one thing we would recommend, Your Honor, is if it be separated out. The second portion of that, this part, right, about piercing the corporate veil, I think is arguably confusing to have it all in one place.
Is there somewhere else about piercing a veil?
I believe there is.
I believe there is.
We
Okay.
recognize that the piercing of the corporate veil is not really an issue for the
Yeah.
jury here,
You
but.
want that out, John?
Yeah, that was the
maybe
issue
one
that I thought was a little bit
sentence to
clunky.
come
and-
out.
Okay.
I tend to agree that could be confusing given no one's making that allegation in the case.
Okay. So here's what I would propose then. The first sentence, the party not breaching it has a right to damages. I don't quite see where that fits in here. I think that's covered because both parties are counterclaiming against each other. So I would say strike the first sentence. And then I'd also say strike the second sentence just to keep it as more of a generic principle of law. So we would start with a corporation is a legal entity. And then there's a proposal to strike the sentence starting about the owners are not liable unless there's a piercing. So I think there's a joint request to strike that entire sentence. And so what that would look like then, what remains is just a corporation is a legal entity separate from its owners. An owner can be an individual. You may not attribute or award as damages the revenue and expenses of a separate corporation or business entity to either party. And that would be it.
I guess, again, I think it gets back to the argument that's the subject of the directed verdict, and it seems argumentative to me, but.
Well, it's a correct statement of the law.
All right. I mean, certainly preserve the objection if you need to. I'm not seeing the argumentative nature of it. And so if there's something specific you can point to saying it's argumentative, then feel free to propose that. But otherwise, I would put this at the end of all the requests about damages. So we still got some stuff to come about lost profits, attorney's fees, and this principle would go at the end of those.
Okay.
All right, 29 and 30, we get into 13,611 attorney's fees. We've got the pattern charge, which I'll give the parenthetical. And then we've got, I guess, one plaintiff's request and two defendant's requests, maybe further expanding on that. So the first part of the plaintiffs that I see that go beyond the pattern charge says only a plaintiff or counter plaintiff is eligible to recover expenses incurred in prosecuting his or her prevailing claim. A defendant's expenses of defending against the claim are not recoverable. So let's start there. Position of the defense on that, is that a correct statement of law? Is it duplicative?
An accurate statement of law, and I've never heard anyone argue that before, that the cost of defending against a claim that they contend was not a proper claim is not recoverable. And I think more so in the case of attorney's fees provision that's contractual, that is simply an inaccurate statement of the law.
So they cite to Emerson v. Brookmere. And when y'all had raised this issue this morning, I was trying to look at some of these things as well. And I mean, I found similar language in other cases, both from the 11th Circuit and Georgia, where it's just making this distinction when we got two counterclaims going both ways. For example, 11th Circuit and E-Ways 806 F2D 991. And this is just me you can see this in the head notes of the statute. The quote there is, a bank cannot recover under 13-6-11 for the cost of defending. Rather, the bank can recover only the expenses incurred in prosecuting its independent counterclaims. That again gets echoed in Gardner, 230 Georgia App 771. When a defendant asserts a claim for relief independent, the defendant may recover litigation expenses incurred in prosecuting such an independent claim. So that does seem to be a distinction in the case law, and has been highlighted with 13-611 is in its classic sense, it's not supposed to be or can't be brought by someone defending an action. And what it seems to be telling me is that even if you file a counterclaim, yes, now you invoke it, but only to the extent you're prosecuting a claim.
And Your Honor, I think you heard the witness, the plaintiff, Mr. Bloom, he was asked, is it possible to parse that out? I would agree with him that no, it is not.
And that's probably the reality. I think that's for both, because I didn't hear either party divide that. So if you really want to go down that road, I suppose you could, but I don't see how that helps anybody. So
I think we're okay with that.
all right, so we'll strike plaintiff's request to charge on 29 and that last principle in its entirety. We move on to defendant's request to charge, where we kind of break down in more specific detail what bad faith, what stubborn litigiousness means. And I do like some of this language about the bona fide controversy. I've seen this language about bad faith applied specifically to 13.611 claims. So I'm open to including some form of that in here. And be curious if the plaintiff has a position on that generally.
None other than that, we would assume it's going to be merged into 18.02.
Yeah, it will merge into the pattern.
Yeah.
And so what I would say is we'd start with defendant's request to charge 20. And we could start with the quote where it says, quote, bad faith. And we could just say bad faith arises out of the transactions. And we could go to the very end of that paragraph.
We would add remorse, our requested charge or quote bad faith till the end of the paragraph, you would add that.
To the bottom of the pattern charge.
I think that's acceptable to us, Your Honor.
And then we also have on page 30, that paragraph of bad faith is the opposite of good faith. I didn't get a chance to cite every single case you have there, but I did find something very, very similar, which I assume it's based on in a fairly recent case where it just says bad faith cannot be prompted by an honest mistake as to one's rights or duties, but must result from some interested or sinister motive. Bad faith is not simply bad judgment or negligence, but it imports a dishonest purpose or some moral obliquity. It implies conscious doing of a wrong and means breach of a known duty through some motive of interest or ill will. So that was just something I pulled up that was specifically in the 13.611 context. I looked at Rollins, the very first site, and that seemed to be going into a different bad faith kind of context. So without having done a deep dive, I was just going to grab some bad faith language from a 13.611 case and put it in there.
I think
at
that's
the
more
end.
appropriate. I think that the language on the prior page tracks the statute. We have the similar sense that the good faith, bad faith distinction here is not talking about the statutory standard.
Well, the part I just read but it was just more from the case law, not, I wouldn't say it was from the statute, so, I'm willing to put in something to kind of flush out what bad faith means. I just want to make sure it's something that's been said in the context of 13.611 and hopefully something the parties can agree to here.
We've set forth
Yeah.
what we think the law presents, Your Honor. I would let us know. I mean, I think the defendant's pattern request to charge number 21, it goes both ways for both parties.
Yeah. And what I read largely tracks exactly what you had here in the second paragraph. So I'll put this out to you, Mr. Moy.
I guess the only question I would have, do we need the good faith standard?
Well, that's what I was kind of saying as I would leave that part out
Yep.
and just say bad faith exists in that remainder of the defense request.
Couldn't have a problem with that.
All right, so we'll move that bad faith exists paragraph down to the bottom of the last little section that we had.
Okay, so
And y'all are going to get the consolidated version of this, we're doing this now and you'll be able to look over it and see what we have before we get into closings. All right, we move on to page 31 then. We talk about remote or consequential contract damages. I believe the pattern charge is covering this principle. I'm not seeing the defense request, other than some alternative phrasing, bring anything else to bear here. So I would be inclined to give the pattern charge on 31.
we would preserve our request, Your Honor, but
All right, noted for the record. Page 32, we've got interest, which is interesting. It talks about all liquidated demands, which we've agreed there aren't any here. And so do we think the jury is supposed to be back there calculating interest from the time of breach?
Your Honor, I could present an argument, but we're not seeking it.
Nor are we.
Then in that case, I'll strike 32. We've got page 33, necessary expenses incurred in complying may be recovered as damages. It's a pattern charge, appears applicable, so I'd give it. 34. We've got duty to lessen. Pattern charge, I'll give it. 35. We get to lost profits. And I'll just go ahead and just put the defendant on the spot here. Do you think I should really be charging him that the business has been long established as a matter of law?
That's what the case law says, Your Honor. I understand that.
The law of this case?
What the Court of Appeals asked this court to do when it returned this case and said there is no bright line rule is to really look at the facts. And they determined that there was no fact-based inquiry that was done prior to it being brought to them. So I do not see the law of the case, and the Court of Appeals did not say that the fact that a business has been long established is not something that should be considered and.
Oh, no, wait. There's a distinction between considered and only awarded, which is what you've requested. Only awarded.
Just to be clear, Your Honor, on the plaintiff's version of that instruction, that verbiage comes directly
Right.
from the court.
So I just had to highlight that because I think that's directly contradicts what we had back.
A new business may find it challenging, but under certain circumstances, it can provide credible evidence.
All right, so for lost profits, I would take language from our appellate opinion here and simply say lost profits are only recoverable if proved to a reasonable degree of certainty. And this is just coming right from the opinion here. To recover lost profits, a party must show with great specificity the probable gain as well as the expenses incurred in realizing such gain. And we'll provide this to you in the summary version. And then the third sentence would be, again, pulling from the summary from the Court of Appeals, unless the anticipated profits are capable of ascertainment and the loss of them traceable directly to the defendant's wrongful act, they are too speculative to afford a basis for the computation of damages. So those three sentences pulled from the opinion.
We still believe, of course, the dozens of cases cited on this point. Of course, none of those have been, nor could they have been overruled in the case that we sent to the court. We think some instruction on, evidence of profitability and expenses of the business is and remains an appropriate instruction for the jury. I don't think the Court of Appeals in this case intended to, again, limit the legal requirements. They simply intended to dissuade the notion that I thought was the law that
So did I.
Pipeline rule.
Yeah.
And so, and I think Your Honor said at one point, and I agree with you, Court of Appeals didn't do us any favors in terms of giving us what those circumstances might look like.
Well, for the record, he said it, not me. So I understand the point that, there's all sorts of, dicta and verbiage when they apply certain fact patterns. And I think an important thing in forming the charges is not to be tempted to pluck out specific phrases and look for the broader principles. And so I'll read those three sentences again. You can tell me if you don't think that's covering some clear principle of law. But those are what's taken from the appeal in this case. And so that would be lost profits are only recoverable if proved to a reasonable degree of certainty. To recover lost profits, a party must show with great specificity the probable gain as well as the expenses incurred in realizing such gain. Unless the anticipated profits are capable of ascertainment and the loss of them traceable directly to the defendant's wrongful act, they are too speculative to afford a basis for damages. I don't know but the phrase is actually for the computation of damages. I guess we can just keep it as written.
I would suggest, Your Honor, we add to that projections of a new business alone are insufficient.
And Your Honor, we would obviously object to that and think the three sentences you've read are sufficient.
All right. I certainly think the objection is well preserved, but I would not give that limitation based on my understanding of what the Court of Appeals gave us. Are there other aspects, though, you want to preserve as well?
I would just note that that language comes specifically from the case versus tri-state and the tri-state systems. Brent, would you put that aside?
Yes, and they're in the proposed things that we submitted in this case, but the Easy Green Associates LLC versus Georgia Pacific Corporation, 331 Georgia App 183. Tri-State Systems Inc. versus Village Outlet 135 Georgia App 51. I know you're very familiar with these cases, Your Honor, considering all the briefing we've had on that. it's our record, we do think that several cases, in precedent that's binding, it's there that projections of profitability is simply insufficient for a foundation of lost profits. And that's the basis of our directed verdict motion. We think that you're on that as well.
All right. Well, I certainly think it's preserved, and it is a matter of record now. So with that, I'll give the sentences as I proposed, and we move on to 36. And from here on out, we get into kind of the pattern charges of landlord and tenant duties, just kind of generally. Let me just ask big picture here. Are these pattern charges 36, 37, and 38? I know there's a variety of plaintiff requests. I think there's a defense request. Is it the contention that just general common law duties of landlord tenant are at play here, or is it should just be bound specifically by the lease? So like, for example, I mean, plaintiff's request here says the landlord must keep exterior walls, including storefront. I mean, that's coming from the lease, I believe.
I don't have any problem.
Well, I think our response would be, Your Honor, if we're gonna do kind of general instructions about breach, we shouldn't then have these specific instructions regarding.
I mean, I agree, and I don't even know if they're applicable here.
I'm not sure that they are, considering the rulings on earlier language regarding the breach of the lease. If both parties are claiming breach, why are we getting specific?
Yeah, I mean,
language
we're okay
here?
with that, Your Honor, frankly, because obviously we're going to talk about the lease.
It's the contract that covers all, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So with that understanding, then it sounds like I'd be striking everything on 36 without objection, everything on 37 without objection, and everything on 38 without objection, because we're not really in landlord tenant world here. This is breach of contract.
38 be the constructive eviction charge, Your Honor, is that?
That's right.
Yeah.
And then there's also talking about affirmative defenses, which weren't preserved in the pretrial order. All right. Towards the end here, 39 is a pattern charge, but it's one that I think doesn't apply when we're providing them a verdict form. So I'd propose striking 39 in its entirety, and I'll just basically be telling them off the cuff, we've got a verdict form, fill it out, follow the instructions. All right. All right. Thank you. Page 40 is interesting. It's quotient. Parties both want this one. I haven't seen this one before, frankly.
This is very confusing.
Just someone really got mad about how they did it.
They got to reach a verdict in a certain way, such that this became a pattern.
Yeah.
Okay, if the parties are in consent, I'll strike the pattern charge on 40. 41 is the pattern charge on in writing. Again, it talks about where I've prepared a verdict form. So I think they're going to be instructed on this, and I propose striking 41.
That's fine.
Yeah. All right, I've got no interest in the case, pattern charge. Don't see anything to tailor. I'll give 42. 43 is sympathy. Pattern charge, I'll give it as written. 44, electronic technology.
There's a Facebook reference.
There's Facebook and MySpace. We still think that's applicable here?
Probably not.
We struck it out of our. I don't think it exists.
All right. And I'm going to strike X, and I will be referring to it as Twitter. All right. 45, final instructions. Not seeing anything to tailor there, so I would write it as given. All right. And then, yeah, so that takes us to, we've got, 2 to come back to, but we also have, there was a final request for spoliation. So let me pull that up so I can actually read it. Does the plaintiff have a copy of this one?
I don't believe we
We
do.
just sent it.
We just
Well, let me just get it up.
Yeah.
Came from Rachel. We're sending one on the guarantee right now.
You're sending me something else, you said? Yes.
On the guarantee instruction.
I don't know if Your Honor has it up on the screen, but I can give you initial reactions to it.
I'm looking right at it. Yeah.
I just think it's way too specific to this case. I mean, I think, as we've talked about earlier in other contexts, if they want a jury instruction on spoliation of evidence and an adverse inference, that's their prerogative to ask for it. But to, you have heard evidence that Be Our Guest had control over certain evidence and it's no longer available because it was destroyed. That's actually not what the testimony was. And I just think it's getting very specific to this particular case as opposed to a proposed, general instruction on spoliation. So
Well, Your Honor, there wouldn't be a general injunction as to spoliation because Be Our Guest has not presented any evidence that Piedmont Park Conservancy has spoliated any evidence. Instead, we are actually seeking this instruction as a sanction for Be Our Guest's failure to keep their text messages.
That said, if the objection is to the specific nature and we want to revise it to say a party or something like that, I think we could probably back off that specificity, John, if that's the objection.
I mean,
But I think we would object to them arguing that in closing, that instruction could apply to the Conservancy. There's been no evidence whatsoever.
we don't plan to argue spoliation in closing. I just,
Well, as your own proposed charge points out, it talks about a burden of proof remains on the party asserting spoliation. So I don't think that the nature of this instruction is designed to show that I'm picking a side or trying to say that one party has done this. And so to that end, I do agree that the wording of this should be in line with the remainder of the charge, that it says, here's this principle of spoliation, here's how it applies if you think it does. If the standard is slight evidence, and they've got the testimony of Mr. Ouellette, they can take with that what they will. And slight evidence meaning any evidence. I think that her testimony could be taken as having presented some evidence that could have happened. So a jury can take that tool and use it if they want to. But I agree with you that I would like to make it more general.
So you'd like us to take a shot at that, Your Honor?
I mean, I think we can do that. I think we can do that here. And so I think we could start with, I'll just throw this out and then we can go from here. We could keep the first sentence, a party has a duty. We would then delete everything else and start with spoliation occurs. And I think we would go from there to say, if you find that a party engaged in spoliation of evidence, you may, but are not required to, draw an adverse inference against that party. We keep the next sentence explaining what an adverse inference is. I'm not sure if I would keep the following paragraph. If you find did engage, you may consider it. What weight, if any,
you think that's covered by the paragraph
or because it's saying you may infer. But I would add the second part. However, if you find that the evidence was lost or destroyed through no fault of a party, then you should not draw an adverse influence. So I'll read this out for everyone in just a second. Okay, and then I would just have that, the burden of proof remains. So I'll just read it out here, kind of as shortened. A party has the duty to preserve relevant evidence upon anticipating the potential for litigation. Spoliation of evidence occurs when a party fails to preserve evidence that is relevant to the issues in this case. If you find that a party engaged in spoliation of evidence, you may, but are not required to, draw an adverse inference against that party. An adverse inference means that you may infer that the destroyed or unavailable evidence would have been unfavorable to the party responsible for spoliation. However, if you find that the evidence was lost or destroyed through no fault of a party, then you should not draw an adverse inference. Burden of proof remains on the party asserting spoliation to prove that it occurred and that it was done in bad faith or with a culpable state of mind. Full stop.
Okay with that, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm not sure, was that in our?
That's all from yours. I just shortened it.
I don't believe that bad faith or a culpable state of mind is an accurate statement of the law. I, again, am moving quickly, but I would suggest removing
failure
that
to
bad
preserve,
faith
whether that
standard.
was accidental or intentional.
Well, it's coming from your request, so you got to tell me, show me a case, show me some black letter law here, so we're not just. This is the Zong case. Compensatory is different.
That one was very far.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there's something in the pattern charges about it, right? Where it says you can get a nominal damages for breaking the contract.
The intention plus construction material and stuff, it's a loss of relative evidence like engineering negligence. Knowledge of something less explanations. Also, being negligence.
So, Your Honor, I think on this point, I think the statute itself on evidence, 241422, I think answers this question, that this is generally defining spoliation. The title of the statute's presumption arising from failure to produce evidence. And there is no intentional, and certainly no bad faith type of standard that must be met for an adverse inference to be drawn.
And so how would you propose tailoring, just leave off the section?
Last sentence, I would just remove the reference to, I can't remember the other word.
Burden of proof remains on the party asserting it, but we cut off that it was done in bad faith with a culpable state of mind.
Exactly.
I mean, I see 2414.2 talking about change of burden.
22, Your Honor.
Oh, 22, excuse me. 24, or sorry, 22 you said?
241422.
Thank you.
You would just say prove that it occurred, period? Or you would just? what do you-
Believe so.
We agree we have the burden of proof on it.
I mean, you've got the prior statement that if it was through no fault of the party, then you should not draw an adverse inference.
Sure.
So there must be some intent, there must be some.
Failure to preserve is different than bad faith or culpable
Yeah, I mean, if
destruction of
somebody
evidence,
else,
that's what we're saying.
takes.
So you just want to say
Yeah.
prove that it occurred, period?
I mean, essentially, what I'm maybe reading into that is you take out bad faith or culpable state of mind, that still leaves the possibility that it was just negligence, in which case it's not triggered. Because spoliation is just to draw out that bad inference.
Well, no.
Right.
The case law, and this basically read the case law about spoliation by negligence, being a lesser sanction than intentional spoliation. I believe the case was asking for a pleading to be struck. And so certainly spoliation can be by mere negligence. I think, again, the part about if you find that it's not, can't remember the exact language, but essentially it's not due to the act of the party. I think that has to do with, I mean, evidence becomes unavailable for lots of reasons all the time. Maybe the years have passed, maybe another party has, taken the evidence, but
Okay, so the way I would read then, however, if you find the evidence was lost or destroyed through no fault of a party, then you should not draw an adverse inference. Burden of proof remains on the party asserting spoliation to prove that it occurred, period.
We're okay with that, Your Honor.
All right, if there's no objection, that's how it'll read. All right, I want to go back to one, I found the case I was referring to where there's a difference between compensatory and nominal damages. And I'll give you all a chance to take a look at that, but it's Zong 345 Georgia Appeals 135. And that was where a plaintiff survived summary judgment, even though they got their compensatory damages knocked out because the Court of Appeals said you can still get nominal damages by Judge McFadden. So take a look at that, but we mention it as a separate form of damages in the pattern charges. And if we're trying to divide it out and preserve certain aspects, or I could see a need for that, but
I don't see a big issue here, Your Honor. If it's mutual and you want it, John, then we're okay with it.
okay. All right.
I just thought it might be more confusing to the jury.
Okay, so turning to the verdict form, I know we're still, the only pin we still have left then is the affirmative defense on page 24, right?
Your Honor, just submit a jury instruction on the guarantee and what the jury is.
All right. I don't know if we've gotten that yet.
Received it.
No. Do you want to resend it?
Maybe it was 10 minutes ago from
Yeah.
Rachel.
Got it.
42 over 2.
All right, well, I'll wait for it to come in and until it does, let's look at the verdict form. I've seen the requests to change some things from defense, so I'm looking at that. We'll just go page by page here. I don't know if we'd determine this as a matter of record, but we had talked about just all the possible hypotheticals, trying to make sure that we don't have to send this verdict form back out to them if there's something that doesn't make sense on it. And so the first direction at the bottom of page 1 is, if you've found in favor of the plaintiff, you go on to answer damages. But if you haven't found in favor of the plaintiff, go on to determine whether the defense proved their breach of contract claim. And is that still the agreement of the parties, or should it be, if you've found that the plaintiff proved their case that the defense breached, you're done, determine damages, and you don't need to even reach the counterclaim?
My understanding of the conversations we had yesterday on this, Your Honor, the law does allow for a contemplation of both parties breaching. So
Well, we talked about that, but then I thought the parties were saying, but we think that's so unlikely, we don't even want to let them think about that.
I mean, I think we want them to consider our breach, our claims for breach. Under the law, I think we're entitled to that.
Do it, whatever you feel. I'm just saying, let's make sure we.
I'm just trying to imagine a world where the jury were to find that the plaintiff is not does not have a building that is structurally sound, and therefore, nonetheless, the plaintiff needed to start paying rent.
That's what I'm struggling with.
I just-
If the jury finds that there was a breach by the Conservancy.
How could the plaintiff have also breached?
However, there was also another breach. If the breach is the failure to maintain the premises,
And
how do
again,
they come back and say that rent should have been paid?
yeah, I agree with that. But I also, this is why I wanted the breach that is actually an
Defined.
issue in the case to be more specifically defined. I mean, I will say it this way. If the jury finds that the Conservancy has not maintained the foundations in good and tenantable repair, then the plaintiff could not have breached by not.
And that's stuff.
If they find an undisclosed breach and there's no finding as to whether it's material,
Aren't we all going to be arguing about the same? Well,
That's-
Y'all tell me. I'm willing to just do it. If the parties can come to an agreement, I'm willing to direct them so either way on the verdict form. So as it's written now, it says consider it all. Don't skip over
I
one.
think if we don't define what the contentions of the breach are, then that's appropriate. I am happy to agree to define the breaches because I think it's very
Yeah.
clear what both parties are saying the breaches are.
Yeah.
But I can go either way, John, if whatever y'all want to do.
Yeah, like.
We might be.
I mean, my other part of this is that even if they find you didn't maintain the building in good and tenable repair, we're gonna argue they had a right to self-help, like the lease, they could have fixed it. And so does that entitle them to damages? Does that mean our claim isn't, we're gonna argue they should have continued on, Your Honor, and they should have done it themselves, or were obligated to pay rent. So I do think if it's going to be written in this way, both parties are entitled to argue breach, even if they
Yeah.
find that we didn't keep the building in good and tenable repair.
That was my own personal thought, is that there are so many different possibilities that the jury could find. And
I think we'd prefer to keep it.
Keep it general and keep it
Yeah.
going.
I realize it.
all
can
right. So to that end, the verdict form as it currently reads would be, as proposed, do you find in favor of BOG or PPC? And then the last language would be, and we'll give you a copy of this before we finalize anything. If you have found in favor of BOG, proceed to answer the questions on damages. Right now, I've got that as 1A and 1B. If not, proceed directly to the counterclaim on breach. So right now, we've got it. Do consider both breaches. So then we move on to the damages. If they have found in favor of BOG, I know this is where defense wanted to put in the finding on an affirmative defense. So if you want to be heard on that, feel free.
I think there does need to be a finding on that affirmative. Well, Jason, it's really, we've suggested a specific question regarding their failure to mitigate. Both, and that would encompass both of the failure to use the self-help, failure to mitigate the lost profits.
How much? So,
Yes, either we find that they failed to mitigate the entire amount, we find that they failed to mitigate to a certain amount, or we find that they didn't mitigate their damages.
All right, so defense is asking for a specific question on mitigation.
Red line verdict form we sent this morning, John.
I haven't seen it. Is there a mitigation? Is there mitigation solution? Where?
While he's taking a look at that, I want to ask also about the defense's addition as to whether Catherine Drollet breached the guarantee agreement. Then there's the where you say yes or no. And the only thing I want to clarify is it then asks as well an award. And we would have already asked them to award in the previous question to, to Piedmont Park as to whether BOG breached. and break all that down, do we need a separate statement saying Drollet now has to it would fill in a number for what Drollet is liable for, or isn't a finding or against her just going to be the exact same total damages as is found for BOG? Yeah.
We would be fine with some sort of construction on a guarantee that if you find for the Conservancy, Mr. Led is liable, coextensive with the with
That's,
the
that sounds like the way to do it, although
In which case, then we wouldn't.
I don't think
need
we're
a
really,
separate
I don't think we're really
question.
arguing the guarantee.
Yeah. Do we need this to even have a separate question on the verdict form?
I don't believe so.
Not if we get an instruction similar to what I just said, that the guarantee renders Mr. Led, jointly and severally liable for any default of the.
Why do we need an instruction if they're not going to have to make any finding on that? If it just flows.
Is it a matter of law? I guess is the question. I mean, I don't know.
Pursuant to the contract.
Which I don't think they've ever even, I don't think it's contested that she's the guarantee on there at any point.
Not anymore.
Right, at this phase. So
Maybe we don't need it.
do we even need an instruction on the guarantee? Do we even need a jury finding on the guarantee? Or is it just all or nothing? If BOG breached, then it flows from there.
That's our position.
Okay,
With that on the record, no need for either.
all right, so then instruction referencing the guarantee, and I'll remove this question from the verdict form. So all that's left then as a question for the verdict form for us to determine is whether mitigation is a separate standalone question. And I think we're waiting on plaintiff to be able to review that.
I mean, we prefer to not have it as a separate question. If there needs to be an instruction on mitigation, I think we can add it, but
Well, there is an instruction on mitigation.
we have one.
It's in here. It can be argued by counsel, and sure I got this right. Okay. And that's where, I don't think they can make it's how they're being instructed. They should be told that when they're calculating the total amount, mitigation is part of that if they so find it. I think highlighting it on the verdict form, and it's the equivalent of saying if this was a tort claim, first negligence, then find proximate cause, then find damages, which I've seen it that way before. But in this case, I think we're going the other route. So the request is preserved for the record. I don't plan to include that on the verdict form.
And Your Honor, one last change that we had put on the proposed verdict form this morning, I don't think it's come up, but we did add a line under 2A for Piedmont Park's damages. If they do find that PRGS has breached that, we ask for the award of
Attorney's
attorney's
fees.
fees.
That's right.
considering that part.
Apostrophe, that's right.
We added that, I just wanted to flag that.
Yes, I've got that incorporated. And
The only question I have there is there a risk of a duplicative
same question.
attorney fee award?
Are there instructions where we would say,
I would think, Your Honor, that that's something we could be dealt with post-trial after the verdict. that
Yeah, I think that's.
Under remitter,
Yeah.
we agree we would be seeking a double award in attorney's fees, but we do think there's two grounds by which, so if the jury finds that the guest.
I don't disagree with you. I completely understand your argument. It's purely at the outset, if we're agreeing, what if those numbers are different? Which one do you go with? These things can happen. That's right. So these are the things we're trying to head off. And so.
Perhaps we have an instruction, if you have awarded attorney's fees,
Yeah.
like after 2A, if you have found an amount of attorney's fees to be awarded at Piedmont Park, not continue to B. If you have not found, continue to B.
Would the plaintiff agree with the idea that if they find that the attorney's fees that flow from a breach, do those necessarily match what flow from 13,611? I guess those could be separate.
We have already stipulated as to the amount.
That's true. When they stipulated the amount and the reasonableness.
Perhaps we don't
Yeah.
even need to ask them to give us an amount, we just need them to say yes or no.
Actually, that's a fair point as
We've already
well.
Stipulated as to the amount and reasonableness of our fees, such that the jury shouldn't even have to decide that number. If they decide we're entitled, the amount has already been stipulated.
That is a great point. And so I would say then we would keep attorney's fees as a line item under damages for breach. And then as to 2B, it would just say, we, the jury, find in favor of PPC, full stop. They're only filling in the amount of attorney's fees for 1A. Or sorry, not 1A, 1B.
Give us-
Two.
I was going back to the plaintiff's claim. They would only be filling in the amount of bad faith attorney's fees for the plaintiff's claim.
Yes.
And one, I have that as 1B now. Yeah.
Do we? Or two, yeah, okay, right, you're saying remove it from 2A and 2B amount, because the amount has already been agreed to. If they.
Actually, that's a good point. I could remove it from 2A as well if it's agreed to, because it flows from the breach.
Asking the jury to find that amount, the amount has been stipulated. So if they say yes,
I believe that would be accurate, Mr. Moy.
And I'm hesitating just because we're basically conceding that if we breach the contract, all of the attorney's fees are recoverable. I thought, you know,
Which why is that wrong?
well, that's,
Yeah, it should be yes or no.
yeah, I'm okay with that. A yes or no.
So we'll delete that under 2A, then attorney's fees aren't going to be referenced at all under the defense claim. All right, let's print these.
And again, the guarantee in two we're looking at here is coming out.
That's gone. All right, so we'll print off several copies of that verdict form. The only thing left then is the affirmative defense aspect. I'll also note, while we're sitting here during closings, we still got kind of the exhibit stack. The idea would be at the end of the charge, I can say, here you go, get to work.
hoping to have a little bit of a break between
Yeah.
the charge conference and beginning of closings.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not going to make you go, I'm not bringing them in right now. I warned them. So we'll break for 30 minutes if that's what I'm sure we need to eat. Yeah.
Fall down.
I would say, Your Honor,
Yeah.
Ms. Wilkinson, would be our guest and one of our associates. They've been.
That's what I'm hoping on.
Yes,
Great.
they have been doing that while we've
Great.
been in here, so I hope we have an answer.
Okay. Any final thoughts on page 24 of the omnibus packet? This is the last thing we just need to make a decision here on. This is excuse for non-performance. If it's an affirmative defense, is that waived essentially because it was not included in the pretrial order? If it's not an affirmative defense, is it just a general statement of law that the parties have no objection to being in the charge packet?
We don't believe it's an affirmative defense and think it's a general statement of law.
Is there case law? To me, I mean, I can repeat what I've said, that it certainly reads in the nature of an affirmative defense, but.
Right.
If it is going to remain, then we would request that it be revised to the generic such that both parties can argue the instructions that we.
I mean, that's all it would be. It would literally just be quoting the statute.
That's fine. We'd be great with that.
We'd have,
No objection.
we would allow that. to
No
be
objection.
Your Honor.
All right, then we'll just quote 13-4-23 in there. And that, I believe, takes us through everything. Is there anything else that we think I've missed or skipped over that we need to revisit?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to have the deputies tell them we'll be starting closings at 1:45. And let's have, any visuals or everything ready to go. And we'll be printing off copies and leaving them on your tables if you're out of the room.
Great, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're in recess.
Yeah, you can. You can indeed.
Do you mind letting them know that we just stopped?
Okay.
Attorneys need to have a minute and we'll be picking up 1:45 on the dot.
Sounds
Okay?
good.
If they still need to leave or whatever they can.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, yeah.
All right, I'll run my laptop. Sure. We've been arguing about the law. I just like set up.
Oh, ma'am, let me give you this.
I brought this in.
I didn't think that.
It's like, just do it. That's
I see.
like most of the, because it's so simple that it's then translated to use it. But I think it's good.
No, but you won't tell me. Yes. None of these. Yeah, better than. I like the beer too. I think it's, it kind of balances.
That's just representing here. It's tight back.
My son is.
Yes, okay. Early.
It kills it. Oh, his, he turns 29 this month.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
He does, he's like 29. He's right with all the 26.
I saw the writing on the just before. Oh, thank you.
I think that it's like Mom's house. Little four that you had. Yeah. Yeah. Don't like it. Fine.
Put the Southern Grace.
Fortunately, as smart as a bit, but you know, thank goodness. Yeah.
That was the information I gave to Joseph. So this was like. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Chicken couch pigeons.
What's new? Budget back on me. It's been 1.5. Yes, thank you. I know you said so. No, he didn't. He said back. He did that. Is that how long I get?
Anything else? You can check.
I brought it in back into the. You know, it's not that. As we say this. Of course. Should I sit back here?
Where you guys said, where do you need to sit? You need to sit at the table. Yes, is the answer. Yes is the answer. I need to clear the space. I can't stand for the short space.
I can. If you have a picture.
The binders where those go.
He's gonna.
She brought them in here. Shows the table. And here.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's one.
There's more than one reason.
You got it. You're gonna kill it.
But it's.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
When Jason and them come in this office morning,
Yeah.
so they'll have time to look at it before.
Because remember, first he's gonna, you mean literally when they walk in?
Yeah, I want them to have a chance if they're gonna.
They are, you ask the same person.
Okay, fair point.
Yeah, I mean,
No, fair point. That's a fair point.
and just people perhaps you get.
No, you're right. No, you're right. You're right.
So that's one. So that's. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah, yeah, the courts understand what they
Yeah. Yeah. And I. She was. Perception. So that's what we do basically.
Where's Lisa?
She's.
down the hall working on exhibit.
Just check. Hey, thank you for that.
Sure.
Rapid fire.
That's right. Yeah. Exactly.
So
What's up?
thought we had a transcript and I don't see how we're so far apart on what's been admitted and what hasn't. It sounds like there's a lot of discrepancy.
Yeah, I just saw Lisa. She said, I guess they're working productively on it.
Okay.
They're in your room, I believe. Or
No.
they're in a
They were in the
room.
hallway.
Okay.
She was engaged with your paralegal and I think they're working through it.
Okay.
And
I
so
mean, I'm
she's-
used to like one or two, but
I think
I
that's
think the
right.
issue they had, and I worked on this with her last night to some extent, is the ones where it was like only show this part of the email, but not the rest of it. And like, so there's redactions, there's things like that.
okay, it's not what's in, what's out.
No, I think it's more like
What?
they're working through all those
Portions, all right.
ticky tacky,
Okay. Okay.
you know, we're gonna, like, even the, today with Ivanowski, like, we'll admit this, but not the photograph, whatever it was.
Yeah.
The Ruby Collins.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to find her during somebody's closing and just kind of check in with her. My
Okay.
goal is, by,
Exactly.
you know, by the time he starts reading the instructions, we got.
Yeah. So just John, so you know though on that, because that was probably a little confusing. I mean, the Ivanowski or I guess it's the Ruby
Right,
Collins
it's Ruby
packet. I mean, all of the pictures, any email, like
Right.
that's all out.
Right,
as
I
far
heard you
as I'm
say that,
concerned.
So I don't know, I guess if I go back to find them 30 minutes from now, and she's got
We're
somebody.
hopelessly deadlocked.
Well, yeah, who should I liaise with, if not Brett? Like, is there somebody?
I think we just liaise after closing, and if the jury has to start deliberating without the box, they can do that. That happens in almost every trial. They'll get the box when we've all conferred and
Okay,
agreed
that's
that
what-
what's
I
going.
think, as I was saying to Jason, I think these are ticky tacky, like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we can sit down and go through it pretty quick.
Needs redaction.
Yeah, it sounds like it's more about what portions than.
I don't think
I
it's
think we can go
what's-
through it pretty quickly. I've had several trials where the jury goes ahead and starts deliberating while we just finalize the box and then we get there. Meanwhile, they're picking a four-person and figuring out, you know.
You got Lisa was on my parallel.
No, I know.
And she's been sitting in there keeping track.
Yeah,
Um,
she's good. I
We'd
mean,
probably go with that.
Kind of trust.
well, she said the transcripts are terrible. I mean, she said
Yeah, she said the trick.
Yeah.
the roughs.
The rest, yeah.
Oh, we got.
Pages.
Oh, well, I made a name myself in the code. I'll list it. See, there'll be versions.
I'm gonna do that.
You're gonna do that.
Unless you want to.
No, no, I'd rather you please think, and I guess. You want to alert them what to say. No, no, I'm like, I don't know if that's what.
Court come to order, please.
Good to see it, everybody. Thank you. Plan of trying to use the screen for a closing? Is this one of y'all's shared screen or? This I've not seen. Has anyone tried to attempt to share?
I can try now.
You got it. But that pop-up is annoying.
That's something you can.
So it's working on the rest of the screens, just not.
Oh, it's just refresh.
No.
Oh, it's not touch.
Can you, no, down there that, yeah. Mr. Derberry, we've got an issue with our screen in here.
I'll come in.
Is this the new TV?
It is, it was the one working this morning.
Yeah.
But I mean, we've had network issues all afternoon. Let me go on the record just for a minute and note a copy of the verdict form and our consolidated charge packet to the parties. And if anyone sees or spots anything on there, feel free to let us know. But this should incorporate everything we talked about at the charge conference.
Your Honor, did you say that you do send the jury back with the charges?
Mhm.
You can say.
Yeah. All right, well.
Let me start maybe with the verdict form. How does the verdict form appear to the plaintiff?
It looks fine to the plaintiff here.
All right. Does it appear as discussed? All right.
Yeah, I don't know what happened this time. Couldn't see it. Did it, didn't it? Not that.
Just call it.
Did we try just turning it on and off again? Yeah. Then we could re-add the equipment.
It's on the actual.
Deputy, can you let them know we're now experiencing IT issues?
I sure will. She's trying to work.
Didn't turn off, no. Still on.
I did get there. Because I'm wondering.
Coach McAfee,
Sir?
I don't know.
IT's walking down
Okay.
again.
Uh-huh. Okay. It must be.
That turned it off. Maybe we can start another Zoom call?
Is that what you want to do, or do you want to try to?
I mean, I guess if they're coming down the hall, we can wait.
I'll check.
No, we have one issue we're gonna take up and we can do that whenever it is appropriate.
Seems like a good time. What have you got?
Prior to obviously the lunch break, there was the stipulation that was related to the attorney's fees issues. It appears that many of the jurors seem sort of confused and we're not making sense of when that was read. And we have some concern, and I spoke to it earlier, that they may think that we've somehow conceded that those are a proper award, and the way it was presented, I think, Mr. McCleary simply did what he did, but he said, I'm pleased to announce that we've reached a stipulation. I'm worried that they're going to go into the jury room thinking, well, that bucket has already been knocked out. I don't know if there's some sort of instruction that can be given into what a stipulation is. I mean, we already have the stipulations as they are. I don't want to necessarily keep drawing attention to that issue, but I do have some concern that the one stipulation they've already heard read to them was that, the reasonableness in amount of fees and the amount of 1.3 million approximately. So I leave it to your discretion, but wanted to raise it as a concern that we have.
All right, well, we do have a pattern charge, which just talks about what stipulations are generally. That one in particular is going to be listed along with the dozen or so others. And certainly I think you can emphasize, it would only take a sentence in your closing to say, while we're not talking about the amount of the reasonableness, they're not entitled to them because there was no bad faith here or they didn't prove a breach,
Right. But I guess I don't want to run afoul. You couldn't go further than that in closing and say, this is what a stipulation means and what it doesn't.
Sure, if you want to, that's the law. It's in the charge. You can argue the charge all day.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
And Your Honor, while waiting, just wanted to alert you, the parties in the background continue to work on agreement on all of the exhibits. Hopefully that process will have concluded by the time closings are over. I think there is some need that perhaps Ms. Basin or I might need to weigh in on something, and I'm sure that that's likely the case on the other side. So in my experience, we can send the jury back and send the box as soon as we can, but we're working on that.
All right.
Along,
And I know there's a lot of exhibits. There's been a lot of tailoring. There's been this and that. And so there's a lot to work through. I get it. The instruction to them is they shouldn't start deliberating until they've received all the exhibits. And so I think we're kind of at a standstill until we can make that happen.
He's on the way.
Okay. So I guess I would tell you, do the best you can with what they have. And then if there's one or two we need to follow up on, that shouldn't take too long.
Further away, I might go weigh in on the discussions now while we're waiting on the
I
text.
can do the same, yeah.
Yeah, let's try to streamline it.
I'm,
Your Honor, Your Honor, just try to think of anything we can clear up while we're out downtime. This used to be the way we used to do things, but it might be kind of weird now. Actually, we have what I call our 10 graded.
yeah, I think we are. Yeah, we're on the record here.
Either way, I don't know if this needs to be on the record, but okay, that's fine. We have what I call our 10 greatest hits exhibits. And we concluded it was quicker to hand those out to the jury. We have a copy for the jury, for the court, for counsel. So that in the closing, I just say behind exhibit 3 is exhibit that references X, Y, or Z. And we think that would be a much quicker way to handle this.
Okay, that's interesting.
It's just a way of publishing it, not electronically, like physically, which is what at least we used to do.
So you're going to be using this as well as the screen during
That's
your
right.
closing?
That's right. But we've still kept it still fairly narrow overall. Like these very limited, just what I call our greatest hits.
Well, I mean, no, I've never heard of that. That's creative. And nothing comes to mind as to why that would be an issue. I mean, obviously the binder isn't going back to them.
No.
It's just something they're holding while you're
Yes.
delivering your closing. We'll collect them back up when it's the defense turn. Do you want it in your opening and closing since y'all have agreed that you're going to split your time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I
Any-
appreciate that you called it creative and not old school. So
No,
Yeah.
no, I mean, hey, I have to suggest that one to others when this kind of stuff like this happens. Any position, Mr. McCleary?
Are you proposing handing each juror one?
yeah, we got one for each juror and we got a copy for you guys and for the court. And it's just, it's unadorned. We don't have anything. I mean, let me just give it to you.
Would you just
all.
show them your copy so you know
Let me
what we're
just give
talking
you,
about?
these are ones,
It's all been admitted.
these are the
Yes,
ones that are
yes.
admitted and we,
None of these are part of it.
Correct.
That's right.
Yeah,
And
no.
I'm no problem with that.
okay. Just,
This is the one that's
I'll just go ahead and hand a copy to the court if that's okay.
Yep, that sounds great. All right, then unless I hear further concern from defense counsel, I'll say you can have those available to hand out to the jurors. And then just either ask them to set them under their chair or set them aside at the conclusion of your first closing.
Use it next way before step on.
I'm gonna print the stipulation. Should I print one or two?
Stipulations, just need one.
Court's- That's.
You saying no see?
Yeah, it takes a second for
Okay.
or to come back up and we'll make.
All right, cool. Thank you.
All right, can we try logging in here? We may have the equipment re-added. Are they coming? Are they here?
Yeah, he was on his way. I'm like, I'll go ahead and try to reboot it at least.
Your Honor, at least for our side, I think unlike digging through tons of exhibits and trying to get those up, if we need to just plug in and do a PowerPoint, I think we can accommodate that, if we run into an issue here.
Can we try? I mean, you were going to have someone else running your PowerPoint, right, Mr. Holsey?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we want to try what we did the other day and have an associate of yours hook up, and
Yes, sir.
we could do it outside of Zoom.
I mean, if it's about to be fixed, great, but if
I could see this being like the last time where they couldn't do it.
if we end up there, I just don't think this, I think it's easier to just plug in.
Plug in.
Close.
Okay.
Oh, no, not the tree.
10 hours of juice.
All right, you can show this to
Okay.
them.
Okay. Hitting you. I'm not.
Okay, then why don't you look at it? Is this right?
Exactly, that's what I just said, oh, that's why.
You must think I can read fast.
Ma'am, do you remember what court exhibit I was on? You know when I did that big packet? What number was that? Do you know? I need to mark the actual charge.
We just need that.
Oh, that was 3, and then that was 4, so this will be 5. Okay. And let me, I don't know, if you find it easier to read along as I say it out loud, here's a copy for you. Okay.
Did you get it?
I think I did. But let's double check.
Gentlemen know how to work this when it's plugged in.
I hope so. Yeah. He should be here soon, and we'll see what we can do.
Somebody, whoever did this the first time, knows how we got it.
Yeah, we'll just hold tight for him. Get some direction. I should mention, you can just.
One more time.
Maybe.
All right.
Does it go on our, but we only need it up there, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I noted that, just so wait.
Waiting on what?
The stipulations on
The fee,
We're
the high for
seeing-
November 20. You guys wanted some sort of stipulation on.
I wasn't part of that conversation. I don't think I need to, who,
On Shake Shack
who,
receiving.
that was, is that in here earlier with
Discussion
John?
About Chris Carter and my agreement that we don't have a problem saying that.
Right.
Shake.
Yeah, right. We still need to get y'all the written stipulation.
They just didn't make the stipulation.
All right, can we do it as a separate exhibit? Just make sure we get it to y'all before we're done.
Wants to revise the exhibit. It's just one sentence.
Denny can send it over.
Yeah, it's just one sentence.
And I'll
Okay,
just,
we got it.
just to save time, as I've said.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna agree to
Uh,
it. But
Well, and I think we can let y'all hammer out the language of it as we're tidying up the rest of the exhibits, right? Unless you're going to refer, are you referring to that stipulation in your closing in terms of like, were you wanting to read it out loud?
I don't expect to read it out loud, no, sir.
Okay. So I think we can still kind of foreclose the exact language for that time after we get through some closings, right?
yeah, fine.
Okay. All right, then. It looks like we've got a manual set up here to get through the slides. And so with that,
Try forwarding and it forwards.
Um,
It was forwards.
yeah,
and
let's
backwards.
test it.
Yes.
Any videos you think, the video or audio? All right.
Hey, Sydney, just to confirm, so we can transition, you just got a regular HDMI
Yes.
you're plugging into, okay.
I'm going to turn it a little bit this way if that's. okay.
Yeah, you can adjust it at will.
No,
So with that, is there any reason we can't call back the jury to begin closings on the part of the plaintiff?
no, sir. We ready to go?
All right, how about on the part of the defense?
Okay.
Let me get these fixed.
Your Honor, maybe explain if you would why we have the.
Sure.
I'll rise by the jury, please.
Yeah, they're just gonna manually do it for now, but whatever.
It's not connected to the network. It says offline.
Yeah, exactly.
Now I'll turn to the president.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, thank you again, and as always, for your patience. While you were out, we also experienced a network outage. Yeah, I think it happened to us Friday as well. And so we're trying to work through that, keep things on track. So to that end, we have part of plaintiff's team up here helping them with the visuals. And I think we may end up having to resort to that for the defense closing as well. So as I mentioned to you at the outset, the evidence is closed, and so now we've reached the point where the parties have an opportunity to summarize the evidence and to argue how the law should be applied and what your verdict should be. By agreement of the parties, the plaintiff will both open and conclude closing statements. And I'll remind you that closing arguments themselves are not evidence. And with that, is the plaintiff ready to proceed?
Ready, Your Honor?
All right, whenever you're ready.
We'll have Mr. Moy hand out the exhibits that we discussed earlier.
Piecemeal.
Yes, sir.
You good?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, jury, thank you for your time and attention throughout this entire trial. You know, this is not where anybody wants to be. We appreciate and observe everybody that's throughout this, been actively participating, in performing your, civic duty. I will tell you that our client is grateful for your time and attention here, and the time you've taken out to be here. As you can tell, in this case, it doesn't matter. It's very, very important for our client, and we believe also to the public. At various times, we've handed you what I would consider our greatest hits of exhibits. At various times, I will allude to those by the tab number, and I want you to have those in your hands, so you can just more quickly reference them, and we can move through things more quickly. We also will have a few demonstratives on the screen. I will signal to you when we're looking at exhibits, so you don't have to waste your time looking through it. And again, I'll tell you what that number. Well, at the outset of this trial, we told you this was all about the Piedmont Park Conservancy prioritizing money over safety. Now, the evidence that's come in this case, you've gotten to see this for yourselves firsthand. The sinkhole opens up in July of 2018. And to this day, the Conservancy has never conducted an investigation to determine the cause and the scope of the sinkhole. That remains undisputed in this case, that they never took that step. They never took that step, even though our team, client's team, was on site when this happened, had engineers, had a contractor, and could have done it. Parties initially were working together to make that happen. In fact, you recall that some of the engineering reports were rendered during those first few weeks. The one from Mr. Erickson, structural engineer on site. The one from Jonathan Sharp, who was working for Mr. Ballard, both of whom during those first couple of weeks say, we need to determine the cause and scope of the sinkhole so we can safely proceed here. But on August 7th, within a matter of weeks, the Conservancy took over the investigation. The Conservancy took over the investigation. And as you've learned in this trial, they outsourced that investigation to the city of Atlanta. The problem for the Conservancy is that the city of Atlanta didn't give them the answer they wanted. The city of Atlanta did not find that its sewer asset, for which it was responsible, was the cause of the sinkhole. Thus, the cause still remains to this day unknown. The only thing we do know is the sewer asset was not the cause. And so Conservancy is left with a report after the city comes in and puts the backfill in the hole. And the Conservancy hands off this report to our client to suggest we are now good to move forward, guys. We have the City of Atlanta memorandum. We are good to move forward. The problem is the report on its face doesn't say that. The report doesn't say anything about safety, and you'll be able to read it when you're back in the jury room yourselves. And you won't see an engineering report attached to the City of Atlanta memo. What you will see from the City of Atlanta memo is, one, the sewer asset was cost. Number two, they dumped in backfill. So recognizing that the Conservancy didn't have what they needed to try to get our client to move forward, because you recall, our client had a geotechnical engineer look at the report. Number 7, geotechnical engineer said, sorry, guys, this doesn't tell us what the cause and scope are. I cannot tell you that this has been a record in the safety report. So what happens at that point? The Conservancy brings in its engineer of record, and I do that intentionally with both engineer of record, Eric Hagler. And then in November. But what happens with Eric Hagler? He generates a report you've heard about during the course of this case. And his report says, we still need to do monitoring and boring, and we need a geotech. So that still doesn't answer the mail for the Conservancy, because the Conservancy doesn't want to do the work. They don't want to spend the money on the work. They just want our client to keep building, notwithstanding what the engineers are telling our client. So what happens? The Conservancy goes dark for 3 months. They never hand over the November Hagberg report, never turn it over to our client. You heard first discovered during the course of litigation. But in February, they finally hand over, in other words, generate a new report. And you got to see the evolution of that and what was taken out. And what was taken out? The need for monitoring, for boring, investigation, determine a geotech to help out with this process. That's removed. That is what's given to our client. Ladies and gentlemen, never in this case did the Conservancy investigate the cause and scope of the sinkhole. And that is why they have violated their lease. The lease requires that they keep the premises in good and tenable repair. Not only that, but they behaved abhorrently toward our client, and this is why we're asking for attorney's fees. Abhorrently toward our client. Why do I say that? Well, first of all, let's just start with the fact all that ever had to be done at any point in time, before, after it was filled, any point, is to have that geotech come in and do the work. And you heard the standard cost in the scheme of construction was de minimis. Very little cost just to do it. Investigation, I think the fear is probably what they might find out. But the cost to do the investigation that was needed to figure that out was really very little. But then not only to not do that little bitty step, but then to keep giving our clients reports and put it on them. City of Atlanta memo, you guys, I mean, come on, you've got to move forward. This City of Atlanta memos. The doctored Hagberg report, the second Hagberg report. Well, really, this guy, they'll just look at this, guys. This will really do it. That is the definition of bad faith. Not only trying to get our client to believe that, but trying to snow over the public to say, hey, public, this has been repaired. Everything's good. Nothing to see here. That is the definition of bad faith. And that's why, in addition to us asking you to find future contracts, we're also asking you to award attorney's fees on behalf of our client. Again, at the end of this entire trial, one question I'll ask you is, do you ever hear once that the cause of the sinkhole was identified and ultimately repaired? I'll finally add, and I'm going to go into some of the details of the case. Maybe more abhorrent than even everything I just described is the gall then to sue our client. Not only sue be our guest, but to go after Miss Drolette personally. Like, you look on this, the counterclaim that, well, the claim is brought by Be Our Guest. But who did they go after? They go after, it's not enough to go after Be Our Guest. They're going also after Miss Drolette in her personal capacity because she insisted on safety over money. That is offensive. That is bad faith. Now let's talk about some of the aspects. Here we go. I don't know how much I need to belabor this. This is where we start the case, still where we are. This case was not about Mr. Drolette, no matter how much the other side tries to make it about Mr. Drolette. This case is about Mr. Drolette following the advice of people on the scene that are the experts. You never heard her say, I'm an expert, I know how construction works, I know how sinkholes work. She never said that, because she doesn't. What does any rational person do? They rely on their team. And you've heard from all these folks, John Norton, Nils Erickson, Brian Harper, Chris Sells, Mike Ballard. Oh, and by the way, their engineer, who said the same thing until he didn't. It's not about our client versus them. It's not he said, she said. It's not us versus them. This is our client insisting on safety and following the advice of her team. She couldn't even get her loan to be advanced for BRBS to proceed forward. What are you supposed to do? My question to you is, in light of this, what was she supposed to do? How could she move forward? How can she move forward if she doesn't have money? How can she move forward if her whole team is telling her you can't move forward? How was she supposed to move forward? And I should note, this was against everybody's, on our side, their financial interest. What's the best thing? This is her dream. She wants to get this business up and going. She wants to make money. These people want to make money. By saying no, we're going to wait until safety's been demonstrated, they're not making money. How does that benefit us? It doesn't. It just tells you that what this was really about was safety. Always about safety, always has, always will be about safety. Now, you've heard the Conservancy insist that the sewer was the cause, right? And so that's so that they can later say the sewer's the cause, the backfill is the answer. But the good thing about a trial and why we come from a jury is at some point, parties have to prove their case. What I said in our opening, what Mr. Clerk said opening, that doesn't matter. What matters at this point is you guys making the call. And you make the call based on the evidence that comes in, either through what somebody said here, or the exhibits we're going to hand off to you when you go back in the jury room. Here's what we know that all actually came in this case, and what did not come in this case. What came in? State of Atlanta memo says not the cause. It then points to 3 different tests, not the cause. But we said, you know what? Why don't we get the source of, the author of that memo? It wasn't them that brought it in. We brought Mr. Lewis in, and you saw him testify on the stand. It'll be your call whether you found him credible or not. I would suggest to you that he was credible. He was detailed. He was fact-based. He answered all the questions, even questions that didn't really suit him, right? He admitted this memo does indicate that we don't have liability. He could have fudged that, said, I never thought about that. He was a straight shooter. He just told you what it was, and he explained the basis for the claims. What is the evidence they have that the sewer was the cause? I mean, you just, was it today? Or, Mr. Ed Smith, I think that was today. Or maybe it was yesterday. Either way, no matter. Mr. Ed Smith, it was yesterday. The older gentleman who had, I guess, was the consultant on the scene, hired by the Conservancy. Yeah, no, I've heard this from, did you see it before? I just heard it from somebody. That is literally what is on the other side. What, we have folks who are in construction here. In what world can you move forward on a belief? I think most folks understand you've got to move forward with documentation, especially when it comes to something like a sinkhole. And I don't think anybody disputes in this case. A sinkhole at least has the potential to be dangerous. I mean, I guess it could never crash in, but it also could be catastrophic. It could be, over time, compromise the structure of a building, but it is a safety issue, and I don't think that's in dispute in this case. When you're talking about safety, you've got to proceed with science and not unfounded hearsay. Now, let's just take the Conservancy at their face value, right? Let's just assume that the sewer was the cause. Because a lot of people thought it might be the cause. Heck, we had some engineers that said, look, seems likely it might be the cause because, sewer's under thing. So let's just assume for the moment that they're right, it was the cause. Well, was the backfill the fix? Was the backfill the fix? So again, sticking what's been proven during the course of this case, not what people believe, what they feel. But what they believe, we have multiple engineers who've looked at it after the backfill, right? I mean, our client wanted to get back to work. So we had Mr. Ballard look at it after the backfill was added. Said, nope, this isn't, still no cause, still haven't investigated. We can't say that we know the backfill filled it because we don't know what the problem was in the first place. Our client really wanted to get back to work, tried again in April of 2019, had another geotech come out because you really want to get back to work. Yeah, no, I mean, we don't know the cause. We can't say that the backfill was the fix. And in fact, we were the only people brought in again, the witness from the city of Atlanta. Well, was this intended though to be, maybe y'all didn't do it the right way, but was this intended to be a fix of the sinkhole? No, you heard directly from Chris Lewis. This was intended to protect their sewer asset, only thing for which they were responsible at all. He said, we put this stuff on there to protect the sewer asset. We did not put that in there to protect the foundation so that the building structure will be safe and sound. We cannot tell you that's what this was for. Again, confirmed by now several engineers after the fact. I want to take up one other issue you've heard. Let's start here again. Well, doggone, once the backfill is added, well, everybody's out of luck. I mean, we just can't figure things out. What's somebody to do? I mean, I guess we just got to wipe our hands and all move forward. All right. I mean, effectively, I think you're going to hear that argument. But again, trial is evidence. It's not beliefs. It's not views. It's not speculation. It's actually evidence. And here you heard during the course of this trial that both Chris Settles, the engineer from April, as well as Mr. Ballard, the first geotechnical engineer from November, came up with proposals of incremental steps, how this can be done to get to a cause. And let's be clear here, folks. We're not talking about landing a lunar vehicle or what do you call it, a spaceship on Mars. That's not what we're talking about. This is a sinkhole. This is not like some impossibility in this day and age we live in to get to the bottom of a sinkhole. You might think so from what the other side is arguing, but you've heard folks say there is a way still to get to the answer. And at the end of the day, that's not our client's problem. They're not responsible for the foundation where the sinkhole is to begin with. If it can't be done, that's on them. They should have taken steps to ensure the backfill never got added, or they should have done something to work with that backfill to make sure it actually was compounded and did better and worked better or something. That's not on our client. That is on them, the Conservancy. Now, you've heard argument that our client was behind schedule and was out of money. I think you heard this argument was one of the first things I think out the gate during COVID. Our client was out of money. Well, there's really no question they're behind schedule because a sinkhole was discovered. And they were behind schedule because there were other issues, which you've heard a lot about, which we'll revisit. So there's no question about that, but the parties were working those things out. We even heard that today from Mr. King, right? Parties are still trying to work it out, pushing back what might be the default date, at least because parties are working in good faith to get that moved forward. But the notion that our client is out of money, that that's what's really going on here, that this is all a ruse because our client ran out of money. Again, let's look at the evidence that actually came in during the course of this case. If you look at tab 7 of your binders, you'll see that there was, you'll remember the gentleman from Atlantic Capital who came in and testified in this case. And that gentleman indicated, right, that, hey, we cannot advance money to move forward until we know it's safe, until these steps have been taken. Geotech hired to investigate the cause and scope. But also you'll see the size of the loan there. And that loan number is higher than any number you've heard during the course of this case. So I just want to disabuse you right now of any notion that Be Our Guest did not have the ability to move forward because of money. That's a sleight of hand to say that. Or, relatedly, that our client was gold digging. I mean, I'm going to put gross terms around it. Right? Remember the opening argument, so the effect of you'll hear that they're behind schedule, they're out of money, And so this is a chance really to leverage all that to get some pot of gold from the Conservancy. Right? We can't meet our obligations, so let's see how much money we can extract from the Conservancy. Remember hearing that? So let's just make sure we have this straight. Let's take that argument on its face. So our client whose live streams, whose savings were put into this project, you think wanted a sinkhole to be discovered whereby they couldn't move forward? Do you think that's what really happened here? And by the way, if that was what happened here, our guest did not rush to court. Right? I mean, if that's the idea, let's rush to court and get as much money as fast as we can. They did not go to court until March of 2020. That's how bad, how hard they're trying to get back to work in this case. That argument is insulting. Speaking about get back to work, here are the efforts. What was the one for? All right, so yeah, sorry, these are the steps I referenced earlier, this idea that it's impossible to fix, identify the cause of the sinkhole afterwards. I mean, y'all lived through this, you heard it. These are the steps that could have been taken at an incremental basis to ultimately get to the cause, so this thing can be repaired. So let's go forward. So it was our client, again, you heard this. Hopefully this came through clearly when Ms. Drillette was on the stand. This is her dream, and don't just take it a word. Look at the history behind this. Her history with the park, her history with the Conservancy, the things they did together before all this happened, why she was selected in the first place. I don't think it's an overstatement to say the expansion of Nook over to here was part of her dream. Why she put her life savings in this. So was she looking for an off-ramp for the sinkhole? No, she was looking a way forward. How do we get to yes? How do we get to where we can keep building safely and I can get the approval of my people? And there's a lot of steps they took, right? Her team, remember those first few weeks, were ready to go. Ready to shore and investigate when that was determined to be the what needed to be done. Remember, right off the bat, they figured that's what needed to be done. Team's ready to go. Conservancy, no guys, we got this covered. You see that they were actively throughout, at least at the early days, monitoring the site, providing recommendations. You'll see that they are providing reports to Conservancy about what can be done for everybody to move forward together. They're looking for reports that just give them a path forward, but not like sham reports or reports that on their face are flawed. Like, give us a real report. Give us a report, but a geotech or some engineer, geotech really, that says we are good to go. Couldn't get that from the Conservancy. City's work memorandum on its face is problematic, but they don't just rest at that. Our client says, okay, I see this. You got a report, you got a backfill. Maybe this is good enough. Give us a report. Never got a report. Just an engineering report saying, hey, everything's good to go. Well, I take that back. They got Hagberg, but that was months later after it had been doctored. Let's go to the next screen. You heard that they reached out to city council members, open record requests, like maybe the city's got something on file that does allow us to go forward, that I can show a contractor, I can show my engineers. Just couldn't get it. They even asked like Hagberg's team, the Palmer engineering team, like for information, and didn't get it from them. Like, what's behind your report? Maybe we can use it. Tell us more about it. Couldn't get it from them. Engaged the second geotech to try to move forward. But again, he just couldn't clear it. They provided proposals to the Conservancy. Just couldn't find a way. They tried. They could not find a way to move forward. Next screen, please. Now, one thing you heard quite a bit about during the opening and frankly throughout the trial, well, guys, hey, at least for some little bit, you got control of the scene. Although I think the suggestion has somehow been that we could have done this at any point in time. So, hey guys, like, why don't y'all just do this? Right? You've heard this insinuated throughout the course of the trial as well as opening. Why didn't you guys just do this? Well, let's start with this. First of all, we did not have an obligation to do it. You'll have the lease with you. And, that's how the lease reads. And so it's the Conservancy, that of course, owns the foundation, other parts of the building. But for the right to repair, but it is not a obligation to repair. So first of all, just make sure that that is clear. Our client did not have to do that. But here's the reality of it. Let's say they had wanted to do it. You heard this from all the engineers. Number one, this sewer traverses the building. The sinkholes may expand beyond the leasehold. So our clients did not have a right to an access or right to inspect parts of the building outside of spaces A and C. And you've heard that the sewer implicates parts of the building outside of A and C. An investigation would implicate parts of the building outside of section A and C. And to that point, if you'll look at your tabs, number 1, please. This is just one example. And I point this out to you, not to get bogged down, but just later at your convenience even, you'll take a look at this and see how this N2 report indicates that it is possible that voids exist under other parts of the building with the potential to impact other portions of the structural architectural. And that was not the only one. I just want to bring one to your attention to show you the proof we in a trial of that problem. You know, I think one of the phrases that was used by council is something like, well, their own geotechs, how do you just have them do it? Think about it this way. Something I think we all can relate to. I know we have construction folks on here, but for the rest of us, you're renting an apartment and you have a problem with the roof of your apartment, the hole comes open, rain starts leaking. Really, is the tenant gonna like be the one, realistically, the person paying rent to go fix the roof of the, I mean, just not how life works. There's an element of this where Conservancy is ignoring reality. We're talking about a sinkhole, not just something like, I can hammer this nail, I can take this thing off the wall, I can put some dirt. This is a sinkhole we're talking about. The notion that our client was responsible for the sinkhole is an absurd notion, especially in light of everything else that you've heard during the course of this trial. You've heard that our client, our perspective, been unfairly made the subject of this, Mr. Lev, right? Our view is this is about the sinkhole, getting done right, what the Conservancy did or didn't do. But they tried to turn this on its head and say, this is really about Mr. Lev. So as a starting point, when you're thinking about that, this is why we started our audit witnesses to say, no, Mr. Lett is relying on other people. By the way, people that the Conservancy was relying on as well. Remember, they were also relying at the outset on all of our engineers. She's just relying on other folks to make decisions. So this, say this is all about her, that's just unfair. But also, when we embrace her testimony during the course of this case, you get, again, you're the ultimate arbiters of credibility, what you believe or don't believe. I would contend that Mr. Lett's testimony was not only credible, but compelling because she has lived this for so many years and believes this to her core. And I think somehow it's been made out that her response was out of proportion to what happened. But think about this, Mr. Lett has put her life savings into this thing. She wants to get it off the ground. And then she runs into this mess. People that Steve did not have the same view of the world that this is about. And she starts to get very frustrated. Like, not only do I want to move forward, but what is going on, guys? This is a safety issue, like not just for my sake, for everybody's sake. What's going on here? She's got, at this point, hundreds of thousands of dollars at stake. Is she frustrated? Heck yeah, she's frustrated. Heck yeah, she's frustrated. And if she exercises her First Amendment right to go put that on her Facebook post, she wants to go and talk to the media, that's her right. That is her right. And if that's how she expresses her frustration, that's her right. Because she was frustrated and she had every right, as you've gotten here during the course of this case. We got a problem, guys. People not listening to her. We got a problem, guys. People giving her fake reports. We got a problem, guys. Hey, this memo says something you don't think it says. They treated her like she didn't know her head from a hole in the ground and expected her just to go along with it. She stood up for what was right, stood up for safety. And if she got angry about that, I would say good for her. During the course of this case, of course, you've heard about the Conservancy and what they're about. Our client had nothing against the Conservancy when all this started. They were, I won't reiterate that. You've heard what the relationship was. She's not going after these folks because she relishes it. She really, I mean, this is not, again, held off on suing until she had to. But let's be clear, right, what the Conservancy is. I mean, it's, I don't think anybody would debate it. He wants people apart. People in Atlanta appreciate that. And also, they are a landowner. They run a Conservancy like a business. So in the capacity in which they're here in court, they're here in that capacity. I just want to be real clear about that. They're here in that capacity. Is somebody running a building for money commercially, and they are held up to the obligations of anybody will be held up. Damages. So we're here because we're here because the lease was breached. It is as you can see here, highlighted for you. It is the Conservancy as the landlord that is responsible for the foundation of the building to include the sinkhole, and that it be kept in good and tenable repair. You know, this, ladies and gentlemen, is not good and tenable repair. You cannot operate a business in that leasehold under these conditions. Next slide, please. No good and tenable repair where that hole, no cause been identified, no geotech, no soils testing, no subsurface probing, no other areas of the building inspected, no positive dye test. That is the definition of not keeping a place in good and tenable repair. And you heard Mr. Lett testify as a consequence of this breach, how much money she's out. We put in exhibits 230A, 230B, one being the payments that were made by Be Our Guest, the other being the invoices. And you heard Mr. Lett testify, down with CPA, that she's sort of the record keeper for her BOG. These numbers add up to approximately $942,000. That is part of what she is seeking to recover in this case because of that breach. Also, she is seeking to recover future lost profits. There's every reason to believe that these restaurants have been successful. They're located at Piedmont Park, for heaven's sakes, and they're being run, they would have been run by Mr. Lett, who had great success running a business that's still successful 16 years later, almost across the street, doing the same type of business. And you heard the expert in this case, Ms. Miller, very soberly work through the numbers and how she got there. And you heard that she properly discounted things out into the distant future, realizing the risk of those things possibly not becoming manifest. And so she discounted it. And she gave you numbers that are believable and properly benchmarked to the nook. This is one of those unusual cases where you had a restaurant that could serve as that benchmark to determine the success of these, in no small part because of proximity, but also because of people running it and the success they had had before. So the next slide. And then you have legal fees. And we took the time to make sure we had all these attorneys come in and testify, so you could understand where these numbers come from. They're not made up, that they've not been inflated, and you heard them tell you themselves, these are all reasonable. And in fact, you can benchmark that against the fees incurred by the Conservancy to have some sense that these are indeed what reasonable attorney's fees would look like. And so I'm gonna have a chance to speak to you again. But before I do, I want to use the remains of my time now to just talk about this part, attorney's fees. Like I said, the reason we're seeking attorney's fees because it wasn't just that there was a breach of the lease, but because of the behavior of the Conservancy, which we argue amounts to bad faith. And what is our basis for making that argument? Well, there's a host of costs, a whole host of reasons, I should say. Trying to pass off that there's a positive dye test when the only thing ever was a rumor or hearsay about a positive dye test. I'm doing these in any particular order and just working through it all. Misrepresented that the city sewer was the cause of the sinkhole when we all know at least what's scientifically been demonstrated as necessary to move forward is not the case. That Mr. Banta, this came in through Mr. Banta, but Mr. Smith had at least a fuzzy memory of this. They believe that it was due to sewer leakage. And so they tried to get the city to change this report, which it refused to do. Mischaracterizing the Hagberg reports. Talk a little more about Hagberg. You've heard about the false press release that the city caused to be corrected. These things, by the way, not disputed in this case. You've heard those testified to, I haven't heard anything to the contrary. The failure just to engage with our client from November 2018 to February 2019, while they're back there working on the Hagberg report to make it look like something that it wasn't. Next slide, please. Failure to provide, if Rudy Collins somehow was the answer, which this is not, but if it was, certainly never given to our client again until litigation. And again, I'll use anything when you see Ruby Collins, it suggests that this was fixed or repaired. And then this fact sheet that was issued by the Conservancy. Safety concerns raised only after the landlord decided to provide further monetary concessions. And well, you've heard the testimony in this case. You know that that is not what happened. And so where we started, where we keep coming back to, our belief, the epitome of what this case is about and why this is a situation of bad faith is Hagberg 1, the one written, what we call Hagberg 1, written in real time after the backfill is added. And presumably the Conservancy thought they'll just rubber stamp the backfill, say it's a fix, hand it over. But we see that that's not what happened. Recommends additional monitoring and probing. Sinkholes could form. Recommends monitoring and probing. Recommends a geotechnical engineer. All the things you can tell about in this case, number 15. There is, the language is caveated. I'll give you that. All right, we've had a conversation about that. Like somehow it was in abundance caution. Yes. But it is included as a recommendation. I want to be real clear about that. It is included as a recommendation if it's caveated or not. Then February, 3 months later. So again, client never gets this until discovery. Then what do we find? This thing. Minimizes concern about future sinkholes, which has always been one of the issues. Sinkholes permeating not just the lease spaces, but the area around. No reason to believe additional erosion will occur. Not what the first one says. Omits any reference to a geotechnical engineering recommendation. And this one, this is to me, the thing, like, you just can't overlook, even somehow, if you can justify all the rest of this, backdated to November, even though it was finalized in February. I would ask you to look at tab number 10, please. How did we get from 1 to 2? Well, so many of the people you saw during this case, Mr. King, Mr. Banta, Mr. Smith, and the attorney's asking Mr. Hagberg to take those things out. That is bad faith, ladies and gentlemen. I'll have a chance to speak with you again in a few minutes. Thank you.
All right, if we could have our associates switch out here. And counsel, just let me know when you're ready to proceed. And members of the jury, I'll ask if you could just place that binder from the plaintiffs under your chair because they may refer to it again when they conclude their closing statements. Unless defense wants you to look at it. Oh. I think you need to click.
Turn it on, you just push it.
Yeah, have at it.
I'm gonna check. Yeah. Ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by echoing counsel's thanks. I know that you all have diligently listened to this case. You've heard a lot of the evidence. You probably heard a lot of evidence for the case too, so we appreciate that. This is an extremely important case to Conservancy as well as our guests. We have Doug Widener in the court, and we have Ellen Sachi, who is the immediate past chair, and we have the incoming chair. Our guest is here asking for an award of damages that exceeds the annual operating budget of the Conservancy. I have been wondering a lot over the years in this case, why wouldn't our guest just go back to work? You just heard Mr. Halsey say they had no choice. What could they? Well, they could have done what Shake Shack did. They could have done what Willie's did. They could have looked at this situation and reached the only logical conclusion that there was no reason not to go back to work. This situation had been repaired. And if there were any concerns coming up in the future, we were looking at them. You could see the sewer runs all through the park. If there were any subsidence issues. Now, with all due respect to our guest and Mr. Halsey, what you just heard was our guest's advocate's view of the evidence. I'm going to go through a lot of the actual evidence. I'm going to go through it quickly, so you can bear with me. First off, you're going to get something to go back with you. It says charge to the jury. This is what the judge is going to read to you when I finish. Let me read what he's going to say about the burden. The party bringing any claim must prove every essential part of its claims by a preponderance of the evidence. What that means is it's more likely true than not true. We've heard a lot about scientific evidence. Scientific evidence is not. Scientific evidence is not, it's possible. It's possible there are other samples. At best, saying it's possible, that's 50-50. It's possible there is a problem. It's possible there isn't a problem. Plaintiff cannot get the 51% expected. There's been not a shred of evidence offered that it's more likely than not that there is any problem with this building or with the subsurface condition. BOG also has to prove, if we can go back, it suffered damages. The judge is going to give you an instruction on damages. He's going to give you an instruction about the separateness of individuals and corporations they use to shield liability. You heard Mr. Lett say, I'm not here telling you there's no evidence that BRGAS suffered damages. I'm here telling you it's undisputed that damages may have been suffered by Mr. Lett. They may have been suffered by Mr. Dooley. Those parties don't have claims in this case. The plaintiff has suffered no damages. Now, we have this. Let's start, we are here today because Piedmont Park Conservancy prioritized money over safety. Nonsense. The Conservancy wanted to prioritize money that it could use to program and beautify the park over people's safety. Ask yourself, does that make any sense? So this is also what was said. They needed an engineer. All of this had to happen before it is safe to continue construction. Let's see what the engineers actually said about safety. We'll see that. So this notion, no cause equals no repair. I don't know where that came from. Mr. Halsey used a roof example. You've got water coming in your roof. You see those brown stains we all hate to see. You call someone out to fix it. I don't know if it was caused by a tree limb. I don't know if it was caused by a squirrel or some other rodent. I don't know if it was caused because the shingles are simply beyond their useful life. Can you fix the leak in the roof? You can. So the Conservancy's brought claims, counterclaims. Apparently that's an appalling thing to do when you're sued, is to under a breach of lease to bring a claim to say, you were supposed to pay rent under this lease, remember? You were supposed to deliver this building back to us in a broom clean fashion. BRGAS, there's no dispute here. BRGAS never began paying rent, never began operating, and the Conservancy suffered damages as a result. So again, let's see what the evidence really showed. Everyone agrees. The city of Atlanta sewer is the likely cause. You did not hear one person testify that it was their opinion that there was anything else that caused this. What did Mr. Ballard say? Today, you continue to believe that the city of Atlanta, I won't read it all, but the city of Atlanta's sewer caused the loss of ground. I do. That's what he told you. Mills Erickson. No reason to expect other causes. Throughout the city, we have these old sewers. So this could happen anywhere. We're not going to shut down every building in the city of Atlanta because the city's problem with its old sewers. You monitor things. If you see some loss of ground, if you see some cracking in a building, you take action. Mr. Settles, he continues to believe it was caused by the sewer. Mr. Hagberg, again, you have a sewer down there. Mr. Halsey just argued to you that there's no evidence that the sewer caused this. But let me just suggest this, folks. The best evidence is what everyone agrees. It's immediate where this void opened up. More, likely everyone believed. Soil erosion due to a hole in the storm sewer. You heard Mr. Klein testify this morning. fact that you didn't see any hole or the dye testing in September wasn't positive, does that mean this thing's watertight and couldn't have been shooting water up during heavy rain sometime over the past 100 years? Of course not. Mr. Ivanowski, who identifies and repairs sinkholes for a living and testified about dam projects. I'm gonna get this wrong, but something to do about gas extraction, big, heavy, $100 million big projects that if he's wrong and something fails, a dam collapse is not a good thing. A power plant caving in is not a good thing. What did Mr. Ivanowski tell you? His opinion is that, like everyone else, this was caused by the city of Atlanta's rock sewer. The dye testing and smoke testing formed in September doesn't prove that otherwise. Even Mr. Norton, who's not an engineer, our guest team, he believed the sewer line was the cause. Okay. We have said throughout, and we maintain, this void has been properly repaired for close to 7 years now. No one said otherwise. Mr. Ballard, the paid expert for Be Our Guest, has no opinion. No one's here to say the repair was inadequate. Mills Erickson, other paid BOG expert, no opinion. Chris Settles, another BOG expert. I have no problem with what they did. That's his testament. Mr. Ivanowski looked at exactly what Ruby Collins did and opined it was appropriate, sufficient, nothing further needed to be done. Once, what did he call it? Once it was choked off, once that throat was choked off, that stops the mechanism from further eroding, causing any more concern. He said he wanted to monitor. He talked about monitoring long-term, which of course Mr. Smith did, and remains ongoing to this day. There's not an inch or a millimeter of movement in what has been monitored. But what he was really talking about is you monitor that flowable fill. If it starts dropping after it gets put in, you know that you've got a problem because it's going through something that it's not plugged in. Mr. Ivanowski's work in karst regions, where we know that limestone has been corroded over time by alkalines in the water. You don't fix that. You can't fix that. You can choke off the flow and you stop. The community center remains structurally sound and safe for use. It is in use every day. Willie's has operated throughout this with no concerns. Willie's was made fully aware of this. Shake Shack was ready to get into this space as fast as it could. Once it was available, the same was true with Willie's in the space directly over the repair center. This whole notion of we've heard about these red lights, green lights, and you know, there's some notion that these engineers were telling Be Our Guest they couldn't go forward. What did the evidence actually show? What did people actually say? They came in here, they sat down, they raised their hand, they took an oath, and they told the truth for the most part. I'm not here to tell you any of these witnesses were lying. I think everybody told the truth from their perspective. Did he ever tell them it was unsafe? No. Thanks. You weren't putting a red light in front of Be Our Guest and saying, don't go back to work. No. Mills Erickson. I'm not telling the jury that the building is unsafe. Mr. Hagberg, whose firm actually has all of the calculations and loads and actually understands how this structure works. Even before shoring and grout was put in, the building was never in structural risk. Are we saying that Be Our Guest should have been working in space C where the sinkhole was and where it was getting excavated? Are we saying that the condition that pictures Mr. Halsey showed you before it was fixed is a good tenable condition? Of course we're not. We're saying once it was repaired, it was. And just because Be Our Guest has some questions about what's possible, again, they said what's likely, what's unlikely, at best they can get to 50%, they can't meet their burden. Again, repeated reports from the structural engineer, the building is stable, structurally adequate. The grout and shoring that remained in the void after the city's contractor did the work, that was something you heard from Mr. Hagler. That was something that he relied upon. This whole notion of this shoring that M2 and Niles Erickson was talking about, I think you all understand this, but just so I can make sure. What they're talking about is shoring so it was safe to excavate to do the repair. That's all they're talking about. You're going to hear, you've heard a lot about no one can definitively or conclusively tell you what caused it. And that's true. That's not, you heard me say, I think in opening, in a perfect world, would we be able to tell you, yes, here was the hole in the sewer, here's exactly how it was fixed, here's the date it happened, here's the date the sinkhole opened up, here's the date the activity stopped. We can't tell you that. That's a perfect world. We don't live in a perfect world. Engineers don't operate in a perfect world. They go on their professional judgment. Now, what does Ms. Drillette say? She doesn't know if it's safe or unsafe. Again, 50%, 50-50, not 51. She doesn't know. No one has ever told her this is an unsafe workplace and it should be evacuated and all work should stop. No one ever advised her that, no matter how many times they want to argue that all of her advisors told her to stop work. You got it right there. No, that's simply not true. No advisor ever advised to stop work. They're unaware of a single person, whether one of their paid experts, whether anyone else, they're unaware of a single person other than the two people asking for 20 years of lost profits without ever opening. No one has ever said this is unsafe. Mr. Halsey just spoke a lot about Chris Lewis, who you heard from, former chairman of the linear asset operation in the city of Atlanta. I'm surprised because I was somewhat surprised by what he told us. The city knew there was a positive dye test in July. So did you know that? Yeah, I knew that. We had internal discussions about it. There's no evidence in this case about what caused it. The city knows what caused it. And whatever caused it, even if there wasn't a positive dye test acknowledged on the stand under oath by Mr. Lewis, he agrees that the flowable fill did its job, just like Mr. Ivanowski said. He was asked about liability in this weaselly last sentence you've heard so much about. Well, we came out and fixed it. We spent $70,000 of the city's money to fix it. We don't do anything. We're not responsible for anything on private property. And all of our tests in September didn't prove that it was the city's asset. But that is how the city operates. You heard from Mitchell King, who during his job with Georgia Power worked with the city all the time. It's not in the city's best interest to admit that its asset caused a problem, particularly when you've got a plaintiff peppering it with open records requests from lawyers looking to place liability. So, city wants to make certain what we're sending out is in the city's best interest. Mr. Settles, who is paid to be here, paid to testify for Be Our Guest, does he believe what the city says? No. He says specifically, he doesn't think they're trustworthy. I agree with him. Mr. Lewis, after talking about this whole concept of choking off the mechanism, I asked him, did the city leave this in an unsafe condition? No. Ladies and gentlemen, we beat this to death. I'm not gonna read it to you again. Let's move on. I don't know how you read this as anything other than the city prepared the whole. So the conditions be our guest demand. And, you know, I heard something, that Mr. Halsey said, you know, trying to explain all of the PR, all of the you know, packages sent to the homes of the board members, you know, even going so far as to suggest that by defending itself in this case, the Conservancy calls or is responsible for a murder. I heard Mr. Halsey try and explain that away by citing Ms. Drolette's frustration in dealing with people who are different than her or who don't think like her. What happened, Ms. Drolette made up her mind after she was well behind schedule, well over budget. And to be clear, no one here is saying that Be Our Guest was not financially capable of finishing. That's an argument that's set up to knock down that is not being made. But I think Mr. Drolette got very upset when she decided all of these cost overruns, all of these issues in the building that she signed a lease that Be Our Guest was responsible for. When the Conservancy said, we're willing to help here, but that's your responsibility. That's what set this all off, and we started getting this demand that we do something that was not possible to do before Be Our Guest would, and I quote, put shovel to dirt in. Again, Mr. Ballard agrees, and no one here is saying there's nothing that can be done. What we are saying is all the things that could have been done, if it really was Be Our Guest's strong desire to get back to work, they all could have been done by Be Our Guest. I talked to you in the opening about the burden shift. Once the city issued a memo that said the void was repaired, once the Conservancy agreed with that and said, okay, we fixed this issue, we've not asked you to pay for this issue, it's time to go back to work. If Be Our Guest still believed there was a problem, it needed to tell us what that problem was, not suggest possible problems with no evidence, particularly when that evidence was so readily available if they wanted it. Mr. Ballard, again, after the hole has been filled, again, there's been some suggestion that the Conservancy should have run out and stopped the city from injecting the grout because it was their property. Well, it was Be Our Guest leasehold. They had an interest in this property. If they wanted to stop this, they could. They didn't. And after the city injected the flowable fill, the common way of fixing these things, the time to easily identify the cause had come and gone. You heard from Jennifer Ide. Again, we're talking about impossible conditions. What Be Our Guest needed and what they told us repeatedly, they needed the city and the geotechnical engineer to issue an engineering report with a blanket statement the community center is safe. We asked Ms. Ide, who was a council person with the city, would the city ever do that? The city would not do that. The city doesn't do that. There's nothing the Conservancy could do because the conditions that were imposed were not possible to fulfill. Same with an engineer, a geotechnical engineer. We asked him. You would not expect an engineer to give an unqualified that the building is safe opinion. Correct? It's not what engineers do. We saw a slide about all of the things just a moment ago that the Conservancy could have done. Again, I'm starting to sound like a broken record, but BOG could have done. No one's saying BOG under the lease, under the self-help provision was obligated to do them. It's not our argument. Our argument is if this really was BOG desperately wanting to go back to work, it had a proposal from Mr. Ballard for under $5,000 to go out and do ground penetrating rate. That proposal was never given to the Conservancy. Conservancy was never asked if Be Our Guest or it would be willing to do a GPR study. Instead, the Conservancy's on its heels with the news media telling the public that this is a danger and we're putting camp children in danger. But that is bad faith. Instead of having a simple GPR study or even alerting the Conservancy that that was an option or something Be Our Guest wanted to do, they went on TV and they began simply a vendetta that has gone on to this day against the Conservancy. That's bad faith. To be clear, we're asking for attorney's fees in this case. We are also asking for attorney's fees. We believe there is a basis to award those attorney's fees based upon the bad faith actions of the Conservancy. But I don't want you, the Conservancy doesn't have to prove any bad faith. All the Conservancy has to prove is Be Our Guest was the one who breached the lease because it has a contractual right to attorney's fees. We don't have to prove that thing. So again, Mr. Ballard essentially saying, you heard him. Yeah, there was a lot more things we could do if we wanted to know what was going on. I'm repeating, but again, this is what the evidence showed. There were tons of things that could have been done if Be Our Guest really wanted to go back to work. They didn't ask to do. Talking about the GPR study, I think it's 4,200. We're close enough. He remembered 5,000. It was never done. Chris Settles came in and explained, I've been talking with Mr. Settles for a long time, took his deposition years ago. Finally, during his testimony, I understood what he was saying. What he's saying, and he was very direct about it, you don't have to find the cause. Of course, it's better to find the cause, but if you don't, what he's talking about is this matrix of putting grout in to essentially turn the entire subsurface into one big foundation, is what I understand him to be saying. And sounds like a decent idea. If you really think something's wrong, honestly, it sounds like a good repair. Did Be Our Guest ever ask the Conservancy? No. Did Be Our Guest ever even let the Conservancy know that it had some recommendations from Chris Settles until this litigation was commenced? Never did. You heard Mr. Ouellette say, well, I thought the lawyers did. They did. This notion of lost profits, I do need to talk about it. I'm going to start with, I don't know, a lot of us probably worked in restaurants at some point in school. You know, it's probably more rare that you didn't ever work in a restaurant than you did. It's hard work. Most restaurants, unfortunately, fail. I think you heard the statistics from the National Restaurant Association. First 2 years, 80% of them fail. I just read an article the other day, West Midtown. All of these good restaurants, I'm kind of a lot of them, all of them, it's a tough business. But to come in here and ask you to award it 20 years of lost profits without putting in any of the work. Mr. Halsey used the word abhorrent. I don't know if I'd go that far, but when you're asking a nonprofit to award you 20 years of profits, that is abhorrent. You're going to get a jury instruction. This is stipulated by the parties. You're going to get a list of things the parties have agreed to. These are two of them. BOG never completed construction, never opened the restaurants. Ms. Miller testified they have zero history of earning profits. They never opened. I honestly don't believe Ms. Miller understood when she sat down and took the stand that Be Our Guest was not the owner of the note. I'm not sure she understood that. She came out of the gate. First thing she was asked was, has Be Our Guest established a record of profitability? She said yes. That surprised me. She did come around and acknowledge they don't have any, history of earning or profits. Not aware of any sufficient database. That's correct. And you started your analysis essentially with what Mr. Dooley and Ms. Roulette went to their bank with, projections. These projections, no matter how hard they worked on them, they're not facts. They're their hopes, their dreams. They fluctuated up and down. And if this was good enough to award lost profits, every business who ever got a bank loan would be able to say, well, because my bank loaned me money on this, then obviously it's going down. We all know that's not the world we live in. Moreover, this notion that somehow the bank loaning money against these projections was evidence of how high quality these projections are because the bank needs to get paid. Nonsense. This loan was guaranteed by someone other than VR Guest, namely the Small Business Administration and Mr. Roulette person. And informed guesses, move on. And Ms. Miller admitted, as she had to, this very well. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes a company's projections are very accurate. Sometimes they're not. It's a prediction. What Ms. Miller told us and what we're trying to put on as the evidence here is, it was interesting to me. She stopped Ms. Mason when Ms. Mason was assuming that Ms. Miller had done something with the projections that were given to her, adjusted them based upon her expertise, adjusted them based upon the NUC, adjusted them based upon industry data. She said, no, I didn't do that. All Ms. Miller did was take the projections that were prepared by Mr. Roulette and Mr. Dooley, plug them in and spit them out 20 years, and then discount it to the cash value today. That's all she did. Again, she plugged in the 73.34%. Sorry, that's not very clear. Operating expenses, she just plugged this in to her spreadsheet, hit enter, and she tells you you ought to give them $3.1 million for profits for 20 years. You can move on. Again, you've heard this morph into an expansion of the NUC. You heard Mr. Banta testify why that was not what the Conservancy was looking for or would have allowed. This was not an expansion of the NUC. To the extent you've heard testimony on that, it's for legal reasons that I'll leave out, but they're trying to have a benchmark that is equal to, so that they can lend some additional credibility to this lost profit claim. But what is the evidence? We are not a chain. We do not have several outlets through Atlanta. These are completely original restaurant concepts. We are not franchises of any other restaurant. I don't believe Mr. Roulette lied. I believe she believes what she told. But I don't believe what she said is credible. Again, alluded to this in the opening, now you have evidence before you. Again, no one is saying that VR Guest didn't have the money to finish this. What we're saying is VR Guest wanted somebody else's money to fix the problem with their business. They were well into a 14 to 16 week build schedule on walkers. You saw what it looked like. They were nowhere near finished. They worked on walkers into September. What that means is they had all of the crews who would have planned to be working in the smaller space, Soulshine, they could devote their full attention and manpower to working in walkers. This was not going to be finished for months. They were way behind schedule. What does way behind schedule in construction means? It means the change orders from Mr. Norton were coming. Extended general conditions, what these call them. Every time a day passes beyond what's planned in the construction project, all of the stuff, all of the insurance, all of the porta potties, all of the on-site trailers. Guess who gets a bill for it? Tenant. Again, delays, tremendous cost overruns, costs of time and money. This is before the sinkhole. Again, after the sinkhole, Mr. Lett doesn't understand why progress on walkers is so slow. Money. We will be pushing to have the Conservancy pay for anything that could not be discovered in advance of their plans. And there are 13 things, you saw them. 13 non-void issues, not a single mention of safety. I want to come back to that point. You all saw the chart we prepared. Ms. Mason did that during the examination, Mr. Lett. They got up and said, well, wait a minute. She told you she was worried about safety a little bit earlier. We're not denying that. What was the focus? Focus before BR Guest was told no, we're not paying for all these non-void things. The focus was time. Focus was money. It was after that, what we called the pivotal meeting. After that meeting, we're on TV, we're endangering children. Mark Banta is a terrible person. Music Midtown is going to be a mass casualty of that. The focus absolutely changed. Again, BR Guest worried that the Conservancy is trying to shift the cost to the sinkhole to them. You heard plenty of evidence that's not the case. Conservancy was always going to take care of the cost associated with this. September 7, just before work stops, the Conservancy gets the letter from Mr. Lett, essentially threatening this litigation, telling the Conservancy to notify its councils, boards, insurance companies. And then it was presented to you as if the Conservancy's response was the shift in tone. Tone shifted, tone was shifted by BR Guest. Right after this 2018 meeting, it's been sort of suggested here that it was BR Guest. There was such media interest in this, BR Guest had to go out and hire a PR firm to protect itself from all of these orders. It's not what happened. People are being paid to set up media opportunities. They're coordinating interviews with WSB TV. Importantly, I alluded to it already. Unfortunately, no evidence was presented here that BR Guest suffered any damages. It may be argued that, I believe it's Exhibit 230A, the invoices that were put in, they do show some bank accounts of BR Guest, and they do show some draws on those bank accounts, but those bank accounts only had money in them because they had a loan. And there's no evidence here that BR Guest paid back that loan. To the extent there's evidence anyone paid back that loan, it was Mr. Dooley. BR Guest, and again, you're going to get an instruction on this. And it's the law. BR Guest is not the same as Mr. Dooley or Mr. Lett or the Nook or any other corporation. Move forward. Let's see if this works. We're operating differently than we have been, but I'm going to play this clip. And it's not going to work. Jury can remember yesterday. This is the last question that Mr. Moy asked Mr. Lett. Basically, can you confirm that BR Guest suffered these damages? And Mr. Lett, to my surprise, said, well, yeah, me and Dave paid all this stuff. She and Dave Dooley are not plaintiffs who have claims in this case. As a matter of law, they have not suffered any damages. Now, I know that seems like a technical thing, but it's important because if the Conservancy were to obtain a judgment in this case, you would have think that we were owed some money. Can we go get it from Mr. Dooley? Of course not. Just because Mr. Dooley's a member of Be Our Guest, that's what, this shields him from liability. That goes both ways. You have to respect the separateness of the corporation from the individuals. This is not a ticky-tacky lawyer thing. They haven't proven any damages. In fact, they've admitted that others suffered damages that aren't claimants in this case. We believe the Conservancy is entitled to damages here. We believe the Conservancy went above and beyond to try and accommodate the concerns of the RDS. You heard Mitchell King say, why didn't we terminate this lease a long time ago and move on? Because the Conservancy was trying to do what it needed to get this plaintiff to come back to work. That's what everybody wanted. The Conservancy wanted this tenant to come back to work, didn't want to end up in court, didn't want to terminate the lease. But as you heard Mr. King say, eventually it became apparent that there was really nothing that could be done. This whole notion of these two reports that you've heard are doctored. Again, that's what's going on here. The board's saying, what can we do to try and do more to convince VR guests to go back to work? Mr. Hagberg says, here are some things you can do. And I do, ladies and gentlemen, just because it's referring to me, if you look at tab 10 here, this is the evidence of bad faith. This is my email to Mr. Hagberg. And what it says, and this is after the board has reported, we don't want to do any, we don't want to put holes in the floor. Why don't we start with doing something out in the yard? Like the city said it's repaired, yeah, we could do this, but we don't want to go this far. I said to Mr. Hagberg, if you are comfortable, could you please remove these things that are no longer relevant? Because the board said they don't want to do them after being told it was a possibility of something that could be done. You heard Mr. Hagberg say there under oath, sir, if you were not comfortable removing this, would you have done it and put your seal on it? He said, absolutely not. That same report, Hagberg 1, as it's been alluded to, reaches the same conclusion. To be very clear, you guys will look at it. When you go back, you'll have it. Look at the conclusion. It's the exact same. Has always been the exact same. And moreover, you heard, was that report prepared for VR Guest? VR Guest lawyer asked for it one day after I think it was mentioned on the news or something. Said, can I have a copy? I said, sure. So what the Conservancy is asking for here, not a lot of money compared to the dollars being thrown around on the other side, but we do as a nonprofit have a duty, we feel, to try and get paid back for funds that were used in order to bring this back into leasable condition. It's $86,000 and change to Gay Construction, and it's $51,000 in unpaid rent from when rent became due until May of 2019. May of 2019 is the stop date because that's the day the termination letter was issued. Now, could I come to you and say, well, we didn't start receiving rent from Shake Shack or Willie's until much later in time, so we're entitled to a lot more lost rent? I could. We're not going to do that. I think this is fair and reasonable. So we're asking that you return a total award in favor of the Conservancy on its counterclaim for $137,779. We believe, again, as a duty to the donors, to the public that the Conservancy serves, we have an obligation to try and get back some of the money we spent dealing with this. You heard me say, I believe there was bad faith here. I believe there was egregious bad faith. And there's a question. Do you find that we're entitled, we, the Conservancy, are entitled to attorney's fees because of bad faith? You can find that if you want to, but you don't need to. All you have to do is look at section 11.1 of the contract, which says very clearly, in the event of a termination, The landlord, Conservancy, is entitled to recover all reasonable attorney's fees associated with the tenant's default. Now, that's not an issue that you guys have to decide. You heard there's a stipulation. There's agreement among the parties that the fees incurred by the Conservancy are reasonable. And the amount that we are asking for is a reasonable amount. You guys don't have to decide that. It's a yes, no question on the verdict form. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you again. See how this is about to be in your hands. I had to be thinking small. Appreciate your service. Thank you. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
We need to get reconnected again, sir. John, question. I need to go. Yeah, but do I need to go further and those 2 days later? Just yeah. They may not know what those 2 dates are. I'll be just.
Mark, you may have to go. Show her your tricks.
Oh, gotta get the box off.
Is what now?
Oh, she's got it.
Yeah, okay. Let me just start where we ended there about stipulation, so we're crystal clear what we have stipulated to and what we have not stipulated to. We stipulated that those were the attorney's fees that the Conservancy incurred during the course of this case. And we said they're reasonable, because we saw that match up largely what ours are, close to that. What we're not agreeing to, just to be crystal clear, is that we are obligated to pay the attorney's fees. We are not agreeing that Mr. Lett or be our guest operate in bad faith. To the contrary, we think everything she did was for the good, trying to move forward in a safe way for herself and for the public. There should be any consideration of bad faith on the part of our client. What you heard just now was sort of telling, I think, about a lot of what you've heard throughout the course of this case. I'll just put it this way. You heard over and over the drumbeat that our client was never told the building was unsafe. And that's very precise use of language. Our client was never told the building was unsafe. To be clear, what our client was told was you need to have an investigation to determine if it is safe to move forward. For heaven's sakes, there's a sinkhole. So we need an investigation to determine if it is safe. So language matters. In this case, we've always been on the same page all the way throughout. Investigation needs to determine cause and scope, determine if it's safe, and the way to move forward. I don't think there's any question about that in this case. You heard that nobody advised our client to stop work, but if you look at tab 4 of the binders I handed you, this is after the backfill has been added. And this is a detailed letter from Mr. Lett's contractor and says the sinkhole area appears to be expanding as of October 7th. Determining the sewer was not the issue without determining the cause gets us no closer to ensuring building stability and or safety. While filling the sinkhole may stabilize the hole itself, it does not that the under slab is stable and the building is safe. That's after the backfill's been added. That's what our client has been told by her contractor. That's why she can't move forward. And you've heard a very esoteric argument, in my mind at least, that, well, we have preponderance to prove our case beyond 51%. I agree with that. And therefore, because the sinkhole is a possibility, there's no world where we can establish 51%. Let me tell you what's 100% here. 100% is that 100% of engineers said this needs to be investigated because determine if we can move forward safely. 100% of the engineers said that. There is no jury instruction you'll ever hear. It would not make any sense in any world that there's a 100% chance a sinkhole's going to catastrophically collapse to determine that somebody's breached the lease or not keeping in good and tenable condition. That would make, there's no world where that would even make sense. You would never hear a jury charge that said, well, leave your common sense at the door. Your common sense says, you got a problem of this magnitude, you figure it out and you fix it. And it's that was never, you heard the drumbeat throughout the case. Well, no engineer could ever say that something was safe. You heard that drumbeat throughout this case. No engineer could ever say something was safe. Well, look at tab 8. This is their engineer, Mr. Hagberg. And it's the second page. And it's the last long paragraph. And the last thing he does, well, we don't know a lot of things. We know that the test did not confirm that the city's asset was underside void, We're confident the structure is sound and well-founded. That's pretty unambiguous. They're telling you engineers cannot make those sorts of findings. Their own engineer is making those sorts of findings. It's just that this engineer was a structural engineer who did no investigation and whose report was sanitized. So they could not rely on this recommendation. But they would love to have had Conservancy use a geotechnical engineer to go do what they should have done from the beginning. So they get out something similar so they would know that they're safe to move forward. Contractor said, we don't have that, we can't move forward. A couple of just maybe smaller points. You heard about, well, Mr. Olet came up with these proposals and that she never gave these proposals to the Conservancy about moving forward from Mr. Ballard, Mr. Settles about moving forward. This is why you are the jurors. I do my best to remember stuff. I'm sure Mr. McClary does. You're the ultimate arbiters on this. I invite you to go back and look at your notes and see what the evidence was. I would argue that the testimony was that those proposals were in fact sent over, but it's your notes. You look back, see what you saw. Future lost profits. I will make this brief. Evidence of whatever happens with most restaurants is fine, but the beauty of a jury trial is because you're speaking to the facts of a specific case. That's why I brought in the accountant who's looked at the facts of our case and said, this is not every case that ever was. This is a very specific case where we have a benchmark that's still running profitably after 16 years. That's why this is different than just what all restaurants happen or what the percentage of failure is. That's the beauty of a trial, is we're required to present specific evidence. Let's go ahead and start. So the other side is saying, effectively arguing, and they just did it, it's our party that reached the lease here. But you'll receive jury instructions later from the court. The court will tell you how you think about all that law. But one thing you'll learn in what you're instructed is that when one party fails to perform in a material way on a lease, that other party, in this case, our client, Mr. Lett, your guest, is excused from their performance. In other words, say it more plainly. They don't fix the sinkhole, they don't do the investigation cause, fix sinkhole, we don't have to pay rent. I'll just say that as plainly as I can say it. Okay. We don't contest that rent was not paid because we couldn't finish construction and get things going. But that's because of what they did. I think that probably is one of those areas that is common sense sort of. Next one. Two things I guess you've heard reference to briefly. Keep hearing a little bit about Shake Shack. So trial is the opportunity for everybody to come in, have their day in court, bring your evidence, which we brought in engineers, right? We brought in a contractor, we brought the city of Atlanta. You've heard reference to Shake Shack? Did you see witness from Shake Shack here? Do we know?
Objection, Your Honor, this is improper argument. There is no failure to produce information associated with Shake Shack. This is related to discovery.
The so
Yes, it's. That's not a road. I don't have any problem. It's, that's not, if you don't work. It's not if you don't work the way fast.
Well, that's what I think is better.
all right. The objection's overruled. Counsel, you may proceed.
Won't belabor this, but Shake Shack has been injected as the basis that our client was unreasonable. Trial is the time to bring forward your case. And what did you hear about Shake Shack? Certainly didn't everybody involved in negotiations, what required, what they found, what they didn't find. There's only really quite a little bit of evidence that came in. And one thing that did come in is, well, we know this much, that they whatever happened with Shake Shack and whatever they saw or did or thought is evolved from an as-is lease to the lease that had required more reps and warranties to move forward, right? So we know that much. That's been put into evidence. That's still about Shake Shack. So let's move forward. So, well, I don't want to belabor this point. We saw it earlier. City sewer being the cause, again, beliefs, feelings, those are the kind of things upon which these sorts of decisions are made. So, at its core, is our view, our client's view, this is always was a case that's about safety. Mark Vanta told this to our client. I mean, she had every reason, at least at the time, to believe that it wasn't a wink and a nod, that he viewed this actually as a real life safety concern. Only here in court that we're learning that he didn't mean anyone who said. John Norton, our client's contractor, upon whom she is relying to make decisions in this case. Sorry. Sorry. I mean, it's the exhibit number 4, just read. Number 4. Ballard, remember he's the one who, the geotechnical engineer, November 7th, 2018, the backfill is applied. Here's what his view is. Without knowing the cause, cannot predict future loss of ground will occur. And if so, whether such loss of ground could impact future performance of the building or its safety. Right. Again, the next geotechnical engineer, we're trying to get back to work, May 2019. Again, if left untreated and examined, the sinkhole could pose a threat to the safety of those who visit the buildings and surrounding areas. Our witnesses were credible on this point. Nobody tried to overstate the case about what was at stake or what could happen in the future. There was a range of options. So Norton was concerned about immediate possible collapse. Other people said, I'm worried about the future development of sinkholes off the building area. Others were concerned about this sinkhole, maybe it slowly sinks in over time. Our witnesses were credible. They weren't trying to sell bill of goods to you, just as in real time, they're not trying to sell bill of goods to Mr. Lett. What they are saying is there are certain things that have to be done for you to move forward safely. Said that before, said that after the backfill had been applied. This date, that still has never happened. Oh, back up, please, sorry. It's not just that this is about safety. It is the case that for our client, Mr. Lett, and be our guest, this was always about safety. And you got to hear this yesterday when the other side tried to sort of come up with a counter narrative. Well, there was a point in time where, you know, sort of came about, you know, initially it was never about safety. And only at a certain point in time, after we sort of reached an impasse, did safety become used to sort of leverage our client into moving forward. But again, I'll ask you to rely on your memories. You watched Mr. Vanta testify about that. He was called out on that. He showed that in advance of the October meeting, where that thing sort of fell apart, that Ms. Drillette was asking always about safety issues. And the evidence has been from the beginning to this day, the paramount concern for Mr. Drillette was and is safety. Next question. We know that Ms. Drillette and be our guest took this seriously because she had a very, very serious team behind her trying to get to the bottom of things. And again, this is where you, the jury, get to make the determination. Who did you see was believable? Who's credible? What are you going to believe? This is your decision to make. But I will contend to you that all of these folks that we brought in that sat on this stand right here, credible witnesses. They did not have an axe to grind. They did not have a party favor. They had no money to gain out of it. They were detailed. Their opinions were steeped in their either experience or their learning. And they gave you all very sobering opinions about what happened here. And it was all consistent that safety had to be taken seriously and there were steps that needed to be taken that never were taken during the course of this case. The next one. Okay, right. Where I would like to leave you is this. Next slide. Okay. A little bit dramatic, maybe, but we would contend the backfill actually is sort of the epitome of what happened throughout the course of this case. This sort of hit me hard yesterday when I'm watching witnesses testify as you are. And we're examining Mr. Smith, Ed Smith, who was the face of the investigation. Consulted and brought in to advise Mr. Bantha during the course of the investigation. And he was the person that's supposed to help Mr. Bantha, who's right, not an engineer, right? He's a member of the Conservancy, president of the Conservancy, or director of the Conservancy. But he doesn't pretend to be an engineer, he's not an engineer. Had to bring in somebody to help guide him through the process. The person he brought in was Ed Smith. You all can go back and make your own determinations. I would make an argument that he was not at least in regards of addressing a sinkhole, a very serious person to be addressing a sinkhole. Never had experience with a sinkhole before. Did not go out and solicit advice about a sinkhole. On top of that, you heard that he didn't even read the reports that came out in this case. From what I could tell, the main person consulting with the Conservancy has like some little tools to go measure if the gap has increased over time. That's the person that is the face of the investigation for the Conservancy. Think about that. Think about the people that were helping Mr. Ouellette. Think about Ed Smith. Think about, I'm going to cover up. Think about Mr. Bantha calling something in real time a life safety emergency, retracting on that in the stand, saying it is prescriptive language. I'm basically manipulating the city to get a result. I'm not telling the truth to the city about this. Why should we believe he's ever telling the truth to our client about this? He's not telling the truth to the public. We saw the press release that was changed. Why should we believe he's telling our client the truth about this? Try to get the city to change the report. City memo didn't line up. Ed and Hagler talked about that. All the while continue to demand our client get back to work. And what they bring in is I guess a last attempt to salvage case. They bring in a non-engineer to court. Mr. Ivanowski, this is supposed to, I guess, be magic bullet that will tell you our engineers got it wrong. Problem is, Mr. Ivanowski is not even an engineer. The problem is Mr. Ivanowski come into this case until we were deep into litigation. Problem is, he wasn't somebody on the scene in real time investigating what's going on, helping the parties figure out how to move forward. In this case, literally and figuratively, backfill was applied for the whole, unquestionably made it harder to figure out, but did not relieve Conservancy of their obligation to determine the investigation, to cause the scope of the sinkhole, make sure this was safe for our client and anybody that came after our client. We're here again on behalf of Mr. Ouellette, on behalf of our guest. We're asking, yes, for a money award, cover what she suffered. And by the way, on that front, you heard of some argument about damages being, if they didn't observe like the corporate structure, some of this being out of the pocket. Here's the short version. You have the evidence with you. You'll see VR Guest was invoiced. You'll see the loan in this case with VR Guest. You will see payments made directly by VR Guest. You will see that indeed, like almost probably any startup company, Ouellette at times is stroking checks out to vendors to advance money for VR Guest. You will see some money coming back. This is reality. The court is not going to instruct you that we operate outside of reality. It's how startups work. This was VR Guest that incurred the damages. Our client seeking damages as well as justice in this case. Thank you.
All right, and counsel, if you could collect your collection of exhibits. And as we get resituated here, members of the jury, it's now my duty to charge you on the law that applies to this case. That process should take about 15 minutes. I have to read the law to you. And before I do that, is there anyone here who needs a break? All right. Let me know when you're ready for the charge. We'll look for the light. Well, you can step back. One of y'all raised your hands. So we have to take 5. Sorry? Okay. All right. Then we'll go on ahead. All right. So, and for the record, I've marked a copy of these as Court's Exhibit 5. I'm tendering them for the record, and they will go back with the exhibits. You have been considering the case of BR Guest Investments LLC as plaintiff counter-defendant versus Piedmont Park Conservancy Incorporated as defendant counterclaimant versus Catherine Drolet as counter-defendant. The party bringing any claim must prove every essential part of its claims by a preponderance of the evidence. This is sometimes called the burden of proof or the burden of persuasion. A preponderance of the evidence simply means an amount of evidence that is enough to persuade you that the party's claim is more likely true than not true. If a party establish any essential part of a claim by preponderance of the evidence, you must find against the party making that claim. When more than one claim is involved, you should consider each claim separately. The defendant, Piedmont Park Conservancy, has filed what are known as affirmative defenses to some of the plaintiff's claims. Specifically, the defendant has asserted the affirmative defense of full performance and the plaintiff's failure to mitigate damages. As to those defenses, the defendant bears the burden of proof by a preponderance of the evidence. In deciding whether any fact has been proved by a preponderance of the evidence, you may consider the testimony of all of the witnesses, regardless of who may have called them, and all of the exhibits received in evidence, regardless of who may have produced them. If the proof fails to establish any essential part of a party's claim by a preponderance of the evidence, you must find for the defendant or counter-defendant as to that claim. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in question is established or disproved. Evidence includes all of the testimony of the witnesses, as well as the exhibits admitted during the trial. It also includes any stipulations, which are facts agreed to by the attorneys. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial or both. In considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness and such as by personally observing that fact. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain or set of facts and or circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference, that is, by consistency with such fact or elimination of other facts. There is no legal difference in the weight you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented during the trial. It is improper for you to consider your private knowledge respecting the facts, witnesses, or parties. Direct evidence is evidence that immediately points to the question at issue. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that only tends to establish a fact, and it must be such as to reasonably establish that fact rather than anything else. The comparative weight of circumstantial and direct evidence on any given issue is a question of fact for you to decide. The parties have entered into stipulations that have been approved by the court. The stipulations are summarized in Court's Exhibit 4, and of which you will receive a copy during deliberations. Where parties stipulate facts with the approval of the court, this is in the nature of evidence. You must take that fact or those facts as a given without the necessity of evidence is admitted conditionally. That is, although you've been permitted to hear the evidence, it is only admitted and you may only consider it if you also find certain required but disputed predicate facts which allow you to consider such evidence. If you do not find the conditions necessary in order to allow you to consider the evidence, then you must disregard it completely even though you have heard the evidence. Testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. The jury must determine the credibility of witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. The credibility of a witness may be attacked by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before the trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to that same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. When a party has evidence that rejects or disproves a claim or charge made against the party, and it fails to produce it, or having more certain and satisfactory evidence, relies on that which is of a weaker and inferior nature, a presumption arises that the charge or claim is well-founded. This is a presumption that may be rebutted, however. A party has the duty to preserve relevant evidence upon anticipation of the potential for litigation. Spoliation of evidence occurs when a party fails to preserve evidence that is relevant to the issues in this case. If you find that a party engaged in spoliation of evidence, you may, but are not required to, draw an adverse inference against that party. An adverse inference means that you may infer that the destroyed or unavailable evidence would have been unfavorable to the party responsible for its spoliation. However, if you find that the evidence was lost or destroyed through no fault of a party, then you should not draw an adverse inference. The burden of proof remains on the party asserting spoliation to prove that it occurred. If a party fails to produce an available witness, the jury shall determine whether such a failure warrants the inference that the witness, if produced, would have testified to facts prejudicial to the party failing to produce the witness. Both parties have asserted a cause of action against each other based upon breach of contract. A contract is an agreement between two or more parties for the doing or not doing of some specified thing. The contract at issue in this case is the lease agreement entered into by the plaintiff, B.R. Guest Investments, LLC, and defendant Piedmont Park Conservancy on June 15, 2017. If the non-performance of a party to a contract is caused by the conduct of the opposite party, such conduct shall excuse the other party from performance. As a general rule, there is implied in every contract for work or services a duty to perform it skillfully and carefully. The law requires persons undertaking to perform services requiring skill the duty to use that reasonable degree of care, skill, and ability that would be used under similar conditions and circumstances by others of the same business or profession. Damages are given as compensation for injuries sustained. Damages recoverable for a breach of contract are such as arise naturally and according to the usual course of things from the breach, and such as the parties contemplated when the contract was made as the probable result of the breach. In every case of breach of contract, the party not breaching it has a right to damages. But if there has been no actual damage, the party can recover nominal damages that will carry expenses of litigation. The expenses of litigation are not generally allowed as a part of the damages. But if the defendant or counter-defendant has acted in bad faith or has been stubbornly litigious or has caused the plaintiff or counterclaimant unnecessary trouble and expense, you may allow them. You should determine from the evidence the attorney's fees or other expense, if any, as will be allowed. Bad faith arises out of the transactions upon which the complaint is based and refers to a time period prior to when the lawsuit was filed. Stubborn litigiousness and causing the opposing party unnecessary trouble and expense refer to forcing either party to file a lawsuit when there is no bona fide controversy. If there is a bona fide controversy between the parties, expenses of litigation should not be awarded unless you find that the party against whom the fees are to be awarded acted in bad faith. Bad faith is the opposite of good faith. Bad faith exists when one is not acting under a genuine claim of right, whether the claim is founded or unfounded. Bad faith is not merely bad judgment or negligence, but it imports a dishonest purpose or some moral obliquity and implies conscious doing of a wrong and means breach of a known duty through some motive of interest or ill will. Remote or consequential damages are not allowed whenever they cannot be traced solely to the breach of the contract or unless they may be computed exactly, such as the profits that are the immediate fruit of the contract or are independent of any collateral enterprises entered into in contemplation of the contract. Any necessary expense that one of two contracting parties incur in complying with the contract may be recovered as damages. When by a breach of contract one is injured, one is bound to lessen the damages as far as is practicable by the use of ordinary care. Lost profits are only recoverable if proved to a reasonable degree of certainty. To recover lost profits, a party must show with great specificity the probable gain as well as the expenses incurred in realizing such gain. Unless the anticipated profits are capable of ascertainment and the loss of them traceable directly to the defendant's wrongful act, they are too speculative to afford a basis for the computation of damages. A corporation is a legal entity separate from its owners. An owner can be an individual. You may not attribute or award as damages the revenue and expenses of a separate corporation or business entity to either party. I want to emphasize that anything the court did or said during the trial of this case was not intended to and did not intimate, hint, or suggest to you which of the parties should prevail in this case. Whichever of the parties is entitled to a verdict is a matter entirely for you to determine. And whatever your verdict, it must be agreed upon by all of you. The court's interest in the matter is that the case is fairly presented according to the law, and that you, as honest, conscientious, and impartial jurors, consider the case as the court has instructed you, and return a verdict that speaks the truth as you find the truth of the case to be. Your verdict should be a true verdict, based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given to you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively, without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as a telephone, cell phone, or smartphone, iPhone, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website, such as Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, or Twitter, to communicate to anyone any information about this case, or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to select one of your number to act as the foreperson who will preside over your deliberations and who will sign the verdict to which all 12 of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind. Jurors should carefully consider all of the evidence in the case and deliberate with a view toward reaching a unanimous verdict consistent with your consciences and oaths as jurors. Avoid premature fixed opinions. Consult with one another and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never surrender honest convictions or opinions in order to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other jurors. In just a moment, I'll excuse you to the jury room, but do not begin your deliberations until we provide you with the exhibits and the verdict form. And at that point, you may begin your deliberations. On the verdict form, we will provide you with the verdict form here that is 3 pages. It'll have instructions and blanks as to each claim here and the relevant findings that we are asking you to make. And that will be provided to you along with a copy of these instructions. At this point, is there any objection from the plaintiffs to the charge as given?
Objection, Your Honor.
Any objections on the part of the defense?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And so first one more instruction. I'll ask jurors 37 and 39 to hold back with us. And then as you're in the back waiting on the verdict form and the instructions and everything else, we're going to be on your time at this point. If you all decide we just want to go home and start fresh in the morning, let us know. If you want to go ahead and continue on from here, you can let us know that as well. We don't have to break right at 5. By no means am I giving you any kind of preference on my part, or are we telling you to rush in any way. The amount of time you spend deliberating is solely up to you. And we can go past 5. We can go past 6 even. I do usually have to check in with the deputies before we do that. But again, we're going to take that direction from you. So with that, I'll ask you to retire to the jury room and wait for us to provide you with the materials, with the exception of jurors 37 and 30.
I'll ask the jury.
I'll be back there.
I'm back there. Yeah, bye.
All right, jurors 37 and 39, as you have likely surmised, you are our alternates. So that doesn't mean you're off the hook. As I mentioned to you earlier today, there are situations we've had where we have to sub you in. And so while I can let you go for today, you can go with the deputy here to go in and get your things and leave. What I would say is you're still under the obligations of your oath, meaning don't discuss the case with anyone, including even amongst yourselves, and not to do any research about the case. That's very, very important. And then we are going to give you a call whenever, if and when they have reached a verdict in this case, or if we need you to come back. And so I would ask for tomorrow, I don't know if you want to resume going to work or go about your business. I would ask you to be able to get back here within 2 hours of us giving you a phone call. Is that going to be doable? Seeing a nod of the head from both of y'all. Ideally, maybe even less than that, but in that scenario where we do need you, I'd ask you to be on call. So please keep an eye on your phone. And if I don't see you again, of course, I want to express my sincere gratitude for the time you spent with us these last 7 days. So with that, if you need an excuse or anything like that or a letter, we can get that from Mr. Daraberry. When you go back in the jury room, I'll ask, please don't make any other comments about this case to any of the other jurors who are back there, but certainly you can bid farewell. So with that, if there are no other concerns, again, it's with the thanks of this court that you're excused for the day, and we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, where are we at?
Been alerted to a court of Georgia law whereof assert an objection or reassert it.
Wanted to make sure we're renewing all of our requests to charge that were preserved during the charge conference. Now that they've been read to the jury, we renew those and renew our objections as well. That's it.
We would do the same.
All right, so noted. And from there, got the verdict form here. We've got Court's Exhibit 5, which is the instructions. I think our court reporter has that. How are we doing on progress for the rest of the stack?
We're very close. We've been outside in the hall, the two of us working with paralegals and staff to try to get them finalized. There are a few exhibits that have ticky-tacky redactions, things that need to be printed. I think there's maybe one or two that we're still questioning. But as far as what's been deemed admitted, I think we're on the same page, subject to the one or two that we have questions about. I guess the one thing we should talk about is, as I said, there's maybe 5 or 6 or so that are being printed as we speak.
There's a handful that are being printed because there was some disagreement as to and or not, so neither party had a copy on hand. So some things are being
Or we had
printed and are
to,
gonna
or we
be
had to
brought
redact
over.
manually. So I don't know the best way to handle that. Do we wait? And
Well, first we might wait and get some direction from the jury. If they decide we've had enough, we want to go home, come back tomorrow, then we got all the time in the world. Option number 2 would be if by agreement of the parties, and it would take both of y'all, that you're willing to send the other 400 exhibits back and hold back those 5 and say, feel free to get started. That's fine. But then the third option is by law, either party I think can insist that they have to wait until they get every single exhibit. So I think those are where we're at.
Are these things I need to wait?
One, 5 or 6, 1, 2, 1. Yeah, that's being printed. Yeah, but. Say 5 is that on the instruction, there's 4 or 5 things.
You can just announce it if you have they told you what they want to do today? Okay. You don't have to rush them. You made it seem like you had something to say. Okay.
from the plaintiff, Your Honor, we're on board with the idea of sending back what we do have ready for them to review, subject to some sort of instruction that there's a couple of additional exhibits that are forthcoming. In other words, we would want them to understand that there are a few that are en route as we speak.
Have we quantified that? We're in contention here?
I can get you a number.
It's not really in contention. We've come to an agreement.
Right,
I think
they're
there's
not-
2 in contention that we just need some redactions on.
Most
It's
are just
a
being
printing.
printed.
It's just a printing
It's not a
issue that we're
dispute.
working on.
It's all right.
So.
And do you agree with that as well on behalf of the defense?
Yep.
All right. This is the new Courts Exhibit 4. Okay. All right. Well, let's get the stack that we have and just start arranging that. And we can summarize that on the record when we have it. We'll go off the record for now. Yes, sir. What's that?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah. Where, do you have the old courts exhibit 4?
Yeah, explain it.
Courts exhibit 4 was the stipulations. We're doing a new version. So we'd left one off. Yeah, that one. All right. And Madam Court Reporter, can I get, I think 5 was the charge. Let me get that on this stack. We can just throw that away. We don't need it.
You don't want the sticker?
I already used another. There was a shorter one, right? Did I give you the one that you were following along with? Did I mark that one?
Rest of us in here or?
No, no, no. If y'all can just give me the stack of exhibits, we can send those off.
Yes.
What's originally said, no object. What? I'm just trying to look at the Linwood stuff now. What's going on? Okay. So, I say,
Depending on what time they want to do. They want to see that charge sheet before they decide.
okay. Yeah, we're working on it. You can let them know, I'm hoping in the next couple of minutes, they're going to have everything they need to have to get started.
Okay.
They've disappeared on me, but you can just hang out here for a little bit, but I should be able to get them that hopefully in the 5-10 minutes here.
Oh, got it. All right.
And then they can dive in. I mean, they're working on it. There's nothing I can do.
Okay.
So just hang out.
All right.
Say what? It's AJC reporter.
Oh.
See what they said about the injunction. That's interesting. He's saying he goes to the plaintiff's claim for attorney's fees. That's he's filing of the claim. So that's wrong. Yeah, he cites 13,611 as for the objection. How much they bill an hour? We should know. Isn't that wild? Yeah.
Well, it's not emphasis. But that is not, I don't know, I'm not sure. This is part of Coke. It's just, but it's not as.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not as.
And that's it.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, unless something.
This has been.
You rotated off and. You rotated off.
Congratulations. I didn't say that. No, it's awesome. And I'll tell you, in some ways.
Tomorrow's thing? Oh.
I promised her, that she's, anyhow, this is the first time.
I got it. It's also, but it really works. It does work.
Yes. It's just like, it's 2 years.
Like so, about 2 years. Yeah. Wrap up. Yeah. Just trying to make patterns together outside of course.
You can do that now. Which is new chairs forever.
Yeah, see, there was.
And then there's millions. Old chairs forever.
Did they decide they want to go forth or?
I haven't seen him.
Okay. And then we gave you copies like last week. Do you have those with you?
And
Can I have those? If you don't mind. Oh, yes, could I have that stack, please? I think that whole folder, right? I think that would. Okay. I appreciate it. I know. Okay, is this it? I think it might have been the only one. Okay, we're just rounding up to make sure we had everything. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, we have.
Yeah, but it's fine. Yeah. I will say that. And it's impatience.
United Way of Greater Atlanta Smith.
Yes.
Like your courtroom judge, you sure know how to work.
I'm pushing him a little bit, huh? I was worried you were gonna drop on me,
No.
but we'd have been here 2 weeks.
Exactly.
I think in the other
No, I don't
courtroom.
mind.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, he worked, but I think getting paid just like.
Well, you know, whenever you want to not get paid as much, you can come on and work for us in criminal world, you know?
Call me when you need me.
We'd need it, people constantly. Oh, there's a shortage. There's a terrible shortage.
Dedicated, I like freelance and.
Whatever happened.
That
Well,
know it's California.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Texas.
And Jason, I should have done the same thing.
Well, we're
Just to
still
fill in
working.
here and there?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have your card, you know?
I'll bring, I
Yeah.
have to load my thing. I'll
Yeah.
bring some back.
Please do.
Yeah, sure.
Please do. Yeah, thanks for sticking through it.
Are you gonna go on vacation, Jason?
Yeah, more pie, as they say.
This just reminded me of why I didn't become a lawyer.
Yeah, this is hard work. Yeah. I was always told selling time for money is a bad trade. Yeah. You figure it out the right way. Come up with an idea and sell that. Have other people sell it. That's the way. That's the way. Although, you know, it's fun. I wouldn't want to be doing this once a month or.
It's my dad would say it's where the rubber hits the road.
Yeah.
That's where he liked to, he wasn't a lawyer, but he loved being involved in like the fundamental.
Wait till you want something.
You just never know.
God forbid. I know.
But I do want to hear this.
Yeah. Also, yeah.
Mr. McClary, since I got you both here, again, the thought was we could just give them whatever we do have.
Correct. It's being assembled as we speak.
I mean, just even leaving aside what we don't.
No, that's right. I think we're literally stacking them in order.
Oh, okay.
We'll have them in about.
We're still working on that. Okay, I got you. No, you don't need to run. I mean, they're working on it. They're working on it. You don't need to run out there. And everything. Just do it all at once. Okay.
Well, I think a couple of them might still be in room. I don't know why we didn't just ask to use the printer. But,
Yeah. Oh, y'all, and I've seen some folks, didn't they show up? They just like put a printer in the front row one time. They just set up a little mobile workstation. So,
Ours isn't always reliable.
yeah, I know. Well, as you can see, not much better. Which note was it? Oh, there was one. It was like, how do alternates work? That was the question. Yeah. I love that. It's like that jury asking about voluntary manslaughter. When it's like, well, I haven't told you, I haven't said those words in this courtroom. And they're like, tell us what's going on behind the curtain. All right, I'll just.
I'm allergic to
Only 312 miles on this. Exposed. 312 words. It's not on your. I've had some good comments from people watching. Watching this.
I know. He's just like, I'm out of here.
He's on civil trial.
All right, holler at me when they've got the stack.
Takes a lot out of you. Just kind of like, when you're playing on basketball, you have to
gotta work up to the cell for it. I gotta work up. I'm gonna just like, oh, it's easy. Get back.
Try between the evenings, get them back down. Two. Yeah, okay. That's right. Did you grow up here? Up for that. What about yourself?
Yeah.
So we're looking at what I want to only one
This-
child. So it's a little different back here.
I'm old, residents here.
She was.
How old are you? 62. Okay, I'm 55. But I think so. I went over my place.
So there you are, here.
I'll find it. That's definitely. It's the case. I'll find it.
It's the old one.
You knew that was me.
Basketball, but we were fair. But didn't crazy.
I think David did that. He's not allowed to do. I'm assuming you will give them that.
Yeah.
But wait, before both of us. Yeah. Oh, no, he's a coach. Oh, that's right. I think he was that one of the head coach at Stetson. I think that's right.
You get it?
I don't know where he is. Wait, he played that. Yeah, he was good. Yeah. I think he went with me. Yeah, for me. Yeah, he was the Marist. Okay. They went, oh my God.
They're just sitting. Doesn't have anything.
Really?
Yeah.
You want to switch?
If you need me to wait. That's okay.
Oh, maybe. I did. Thank you. 312 emails while we're out.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm pretty much realized why I didn't.
You know, liaisons, I'd be one of them. But the level of rigor behind it was often like you literally show up with file. We had to be decent on your feet, but like you had what you had. And you went on time. Please office. You were much bigger. Like bigger deals, like, you know, have month-long files, global cases.
That's what we have ready so far.
This is gotta get more than that.
It's not just us.
This is just us.
Yeah, like, private prosecutors have cheats.
Judge comes back, we've got something ready.
Level of rigor is like, well, higher
We
than
do.
than money.
Yes.
Heard you.
Yes.
Some evidence that's ready to go.
We do have some, I
Judge
think,
is waiting, so.
I think our guest has some printed as well, I don't wanna speak for Miss Lisa.
Let me go, I'll go find
We
out.
do have some, and then there's.
You have some.
We have some, and then we
Okay.
have some that are being printed and being brought
But
over.
we have something to give.
Yeah, we've got something,
Okay,
and
well,
I think they have a collection of theirs too. So,
As soon as the jury indicated, are they gonna stay and work, or are they?
Well, they were asking to see the evidence and everything before the site, but that was a while ago. And we haven't seen the.
I think we need to
since,
communicate
so-
them, yeah, we got some things printed and some things are still being printed. Just unfortunately, we had rough transcripts. So kind of
Yeah.
confirming everything that came in has been
Yeah,
a
and I understand.
process.
I think Judge was thinking just setting anything back that's ready, so.
Yeah.
So,
And I will go,
yeah.
At least the defense, I think
we have some.
I might as well.
I mean, please watch. I know. It's also been these spring that these seriously. Yeah, that's true. People have just love and all. And I think it's just because there isn't. And it's, I mean, it was like, I works so many people. I was like this. It's not this, I was like, wait a minute, it's over there too. Yeah.
No one might have said it's not.
So what we're gonna do for them is go over this.
All right. Well, I guess I was told y'all have something of a stack or, okay, that's all of them?
This is what the defendants have now, which looks very thin to me. Apparently there are many documents on the way.
Okay.
I'm not asking about that. Actually, what been happening the past 2 hours? Well, I will say, this is a good chunk of exhibits. A lot of them just weren't that long.
Okay.
Let's see these.
I guess.
Needed something to drink. You want to say something else? This is. That's not true.
Yes.
You want that?
Yes.
So you want those? I'm good. I'll take a water. Nothing like that? Got that. So I'm going down. So water, maybe I'll definitely. Okay, thanks, Sean. Thanks, Jim. Next to the water. Say it. Okay, let's go.
See her whereabouts.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
I guess it's gonna be, because they said 5.
They want to leave at 5. Yeah. That's, wait, just so they just told you no matter what, they want to go at 5.
Yeah, they wanted to see everything.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. All right, I think we need someone from plaintiff's counsel. You got somebody? Just somebody.
I mean, I could.
All right, come on, fill in.
My understanding is plaintiff's box is almost ready, and then there's a few that are being printed, and you know, a lot of the documents
Yeah.
were on both lists, so.
Well, it may well be the rushes for nothing, because now I think they've changed their mind and they're saying, I think we want to go with 5. So
Well, if that's the case, then we can spend tonight just really
Right.
QCing and make sure everything is great and tidied up and perfect for them, so.
sure.
Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
Cross-checking, compiling, then I think opposing counsel wants to take a look at ours and make sure they belong. We have a stack.
It sounds like the jury wants to go home at 5, so we might just do this.
Is that-
Well, let's go back on the record. So I don't know. At first I got some mixed feedback, which was perhaps the jury wanted to at least take a crack, get started. I don't know, maybe elect a 4-person or something like that. The instruction is that they're supposed to wait to do all that until they have all the exhibits. And so we could send our deputy back there with further instructions. I mean, here's another option. We could say, go ahead and get started. We're still working on getting exhibits to you. And then you can still let us know just how long you want to stay today and report back. That's another option.
I think we're about to have a set of exhibits we can send back with them.
I know, but that's what you told me at 4:20, right? Okay. So I just want to give them some update here, substantive. If we've just got something we could give them and say, more are on the way. That could be something, well, that we talked about. Okay, let's do that.
And Your Honor, on the record, we're fine with that inquiry to the jury and
Okay.
update on what they want to get.
And Mr. Moy is grabbing another batch.
Okay. Do we need to summarize what's in these batches, or are we just going to just say generally it's part of it and more to follow later? Okay. All right.
Mostly, we've got a good handle of the jury for the last week, because Nika was able to work all weekend and get us those transcripts, and so that's what we felt most confident in, we're able to get printed, and so what came in today and yesterday in our case in chief, unfortunately, that's more what we're working on, but
And is the expectation is y'all are going to want what we give them back after today so that you can then go through them again to do an accounting or that sort of thing? I'll take what you got.
I just put my eyes on them.
Yeah,
sure.
Yep,
It's a lot,
I
obviously.
know Miss Lisa knows her stuff, so I'm just, but
Is from the court, do we want to, after the jury retires for the evening, do we want to see again the entire batch of exhibits for a?
I don't think we mind having them back just to
Yeah.
QC.
I think it'd be
I'm fine
helpful,
with
yes.
that.
I do too.
Doing
We were in the
good
pro-
for us, we
that'd be
do it
great.
well for them.
And obviously there are a few more coming. I mean, from not here, but.
Right.
Operate without an office on site.
All right. So what the plan, I believe, is that I'm going to send our deputy back with a stack of exhibits with the verdict form, with the charge, and with the stipulations, and with the instruction to the jury that they can begin their deliberations. These are not all of the exhibits, and we'll provide you the remainder as soon as they're available. When you know, and leave it at that, and then we'll wait for further feedback from them.
Sounds good to us.
Anything else I should clarify, or anyone else have any other feedback for how we should instruct the juror via the deputy?
That sounds right to us, Your Honor.
All right, got all that. Okay.
If you like.
Still haven't seen the lease.
Yes.
Oh, it's in there?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's early on, yeah.
Yep. It's like the third one.
Might want to look at that.
But we forgot to admit it. I'm kidding. Slight oversight.
This came at 1:55 with Keisha Collins. Jennifer, I.
Good man. Thanks, sir.
No,
It came in with the I think.
it did. I confirm.
It did, okay, all right, good. Why we're team. Are these not clips?
They had a clip. I don't know where the clip
Oh,
went.
there we go, okay.
They had a clip.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be able to get them stuff right now.
I don't ever really.
Have we called Kathy off?
Nope. They're on their way.
They're on their way.
That's teamwork. These are the really thick sets.
Yeah, they-
And that's about that's where we leave off essentially.
Yeah, I think these
All
are all
right,
good.
thanks.
You're welcome. Sorry to make a pile of mess.
No,
of
you're
your
fine.
file. They got a good stack.
Let's put that on top of theirs, take it back. And then you can also let them know, we'll collect these at the end of the day and give them the total pack tomorrow morning, right?
If we, I think there's yellow and blue, so keep the sets. That way you guys can QC. I mean, that's just what.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're probably gonna give it, to the extent they even touch it
We'll
again.
fix it.
Yeah.
We'll fix it.
All right, so we'll be off the record. And again, this may all be in 5 minutes. They tell us they're ready to go, so we'll see how it goes.
Thank you, Aaron.
All right.
Okay. Is this 2/3 A and B, I'm guessing?
What do you have?
Yeah. All right. This came in. Yeah, I agree on these two.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, I know.
Which I only said she's looking fine.
For one. One of the ones we got yesterday. So this is.
Good.
Scott, right? Yeah. Yeah, we can do that.
This thing's been sitting here for a while. I don't know if this is sitting.
What is
That's not it.
No.
This thing-
I think you showed it to the jury.
Oh, because maybe the tech was down.
Working, yeah.
Printing,
Yeah,
organizing.
It was yesterday.
This was sitting in the jury box. I can't remember, is this one that maybe that was not working?
It's in our set.
Okay.
Oh, actually, this is Smith, this is. So this is two, this is, these need to get out.
Both favored.
All right, so emails coming out?
So it's just two days.
okay. Yeah, I'm not, again, it's an email saying attached to this document. Don't worry about it.
Coming out?
Hey, Lisa, take a load off. Rest.
She's in front,
Well, she's also. Someone.
Yeah. I'm like, when I was.
That's the job I was on.
You okay with me giving these to him?
Yeah.
These are some
You
additional.
were about to have one to handle it.
They want us to get, verdict form right now.
They want to what?
Just look at the verdict form, that's all.
Oh, okay. So have you look at this in a second, John. This is Ruby Collins, but I'm taking out all emails and.
Okay,
pictures.
appreciate it.
Yes,
Just manually.
I think you use this in your closing. If you want it to go back, we're fine with it.
That's a Scott
You
question.
want to, yeah. look at it.
You wanna look at those
If you
pictures,
want
yeah.
Any of these pictures to go back, we don't. have
Yeah,
to
let us
go back.
know. in a sec.
We want any of these to go back. This was the Ruby Collins stuff. Well, we objected.
Nobody authenticated them.
Nobody
Scott.
authenticated.
I mean, it's
No,
more
I mean, it's
pictures
not
than.
in- I see what you're saying, like, are we still trying to admit it after, I mean, yeah, I mean, look, we use these in the proposal, so.
Any other variations of this or just?
Or just the one that we, but what Louise is a month, but yes.
I just want all these.
Okay, well, we shouldn't do what we didn't want to do.
I just don't know what all that is.
Yeah,
And guys, I don't have a preference. I'm
Yeah,
just
no,
telling
okay, I
you,
got
I
you.
agree with your
What'd you
objection,
say?
but if you want it to
if
go
we
back.
didn't, we didn't admit them, then we didn't want to admit them, then we'll admit them.
I mean, I think they've seen plenty of pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of that,
Consider
that,
objection.
Right.
yeah,
Yeah, we're not.
Unless you just-
so just the part that's been done.
We can do these if you want.
That's what I'm saying.
Not this other stuff.
I guess not.
We didn't authenticate.
Yeah. And then see if they would.
Would be okay adding these.
That they were in, that was in our close.
Okay, we'll
Just
put these back in the order. Okay.
It doesn't matter.
I don't think there was any rhyme or reason that they were the way we
Because
got
they're
them.
numbered that way.
They are numbered.
So if you wanna look, I've taken the emails out as well. if
Thank you.
wanna
Yeah, I'll take a
look
quick
at
look.
this. Yeah, you do that. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, can I take this guy out?
Oh, yeah, take them out. I think that was Rube.
Otherwise we're good.
I'm not sure. He doesn't really help Rube anything.
Yeah. All right, so we're good. We're good with
Okay,
this.
so these two can go back whenever.
Yeah, I mean, I offered to give ours back.
Yeah, it sounded like they don't want to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Almost.
Good. Don't you?
That's okay.
It's nice. That's what I'm saying. English speaker. No, it's oh, yes. Nice.
Well, thanks.
So on the trial, they end this like.
Yeah, they can have
And that's
that.
them.
Yeah. That's been fun.
But they said, no, she's like, okay, you said it's like.
That was the plan, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Not like.
That usually is like a murder in people's part or something, like some drama happens, like.
Legal dramas up here.
Exactly, like the next two, so.
Every once in a while, this just sinks every once.
Imagine.
These must be, it's really reverse.
I don't know.
Has he been to the note? You been to the note?
I just know she's gonna be.
Strong.
I feel like she was trying
Let's see.
And then
here.
this one is not that jury.
Principal.
Doesn't have to be-
Right.
In 2015, I lived
Okay,
in
so-
an island, so I
You did?
was inhabited for 18 years. I inhabited,
Dark horse.
I went everywhere, there's nowhere I had this one. Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Oh.
Yes, we are,
Where are you?
we are, yeah, and we're gonna print.
Okay.
So, yes, I think we're also printing it for Millen, right? Yeah.
The jury doesn't have this at all.
Correct.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So how do you want?
They're bringing them over like right now.
Okay,
So, and the jury even, we tried to give them more stuff, and they just said, we just don't want it. They're not even like worried right now. about getting more stuff. So,
Yeah.
if you wanna just have, let me hold these two, so I just like know for our team.
Yes, thank you.
On it.
So, John.
I just wanted to
Yes.
go to all of them.
I don't know the answer. but-
For one of my best
We
friends.
we don't need it.
When you said that.
Back in-
I'm
At least
hopeful-
neither one of
I'm
us
hopeful
have.
they're just getting
Got it.
started.
Yeah.
Like,
Pick a 4-person.
cause yeah, they have it.
What do we have to
It's
decide?
like they reach your verdict because I ran in the box.
Yeah, another one. Some more water. Strawberry, pudding, shortcake. Go to that table. That's from Tara. They should check it out. Right. Well, yeah, I mean, you told me.
Yeah, like I'm gonna keep saying just not be able to. Until it's. I think part of me wants to just take a picture of Jason, you and me, and selfie it and send it to him.
Tell me you're with me.
I just had George Murphy is calling me. I just showed it to John, I was like.
Tell
"Oh my
him,
God."
tell him. Tell
We
him
were just
all
talking
together.
about him.
I'll take a picture with you guys, send it to George. You all do that.
We honestly should, like, he would be, what?
What is happening here?
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, that actually, that's the levity I needed.
I told you, Lisa, I haven't talked to George in like a year. I keep thinking I'm gonna hear he's retiring or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, last time I talked to him, I mean, he's like, he kind of is operating in kind of a general counsel role with the firm now.
Is it?
I don't think he's like practicing. I
I
don't think he
remember his
is.
50th birthday.
EGC.
I've been a Troutman for 15 years, so he's
Oh, yeah, no,
at
he's
least.
11 years older than me,
Good.
so I will put him at,
Yeah.
I think he's turning, he should be turning 67.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, so he should be getting pushed out soon, or whatever they do.
Yeah, he's paid his dues.
Yeah. So, anyway. Yeah.
What year did you leave Kilpatrick? 2010. Okay. 06 to 07 to. Wait, is that right? Yeah, 2010.
You started 07? Like, were we in the
Yes.
same, we were in the same class?
Yes, well, no,
With like.
I was at Smith Curry for 3 years and then went to Kilpatrick.
Right, but did
As a third year.
did we start at Kilpatrick in 07 together? With like,
We may have.
with like Katie Barton and,
Yeah,
is that right?
I think so.
Catherine Dodd and.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
And were you in Atlanta then, John?
I was in Raleigh, that's why we didn't.
And
really-
then you I mean, I remember I.
I moved to Atlanta in 2015.
2015.
So I was back and forth because my family's here, but I was in Raleigh.
Yeah,
So-
of course, I'm from Raleigh.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to high school?
Went to Broad for a year.
Oh, interesting. That's crazy.
I went to
didn't know
Woodbury,
that.
but I went to Broad for freshman year.
Huh. That city's changed a lot.
Yeah.
Did you think about practicing there? You want to practice here?
You know, I went to Georgia Law School. Most of my friends were coming here.
Yeah.
So they answered no, not really.
Yeah.
No, this one, I think that 237. When Palmer won the losses last week. It's, yeah, John said it was. It was cover, yeah, it was when we got. Yeah. Got him, but
that's what.
kind of celebrated. Awesome. I definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
Stop turning them out. It's like, that's what.
Nine? Okay. All right, jury wants to call it for today. And so I'll bring him in, I'll excuse him. And then if we could have your deputy collect all the exhibits and bring it back out to us. So you can bring in the jury. Do we have in-person civil tomorrow? Is it on Zoom?
I think we have some.
All right, so jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Don't get too comfortable, members of the jury. I'll be brief. I've been told that you would like to resume your deliberations at 9 o'clock tomorrow, so that's what we'll do. You can come in. As soon as all 12 of you are here, you can resume and get started. You don't have to wait on us to kick things off. And then again, from there, you can break for lunch whenever you want to. You can go as long as you want. We'll just wait to hear from you. We are going to be getting you the complete list of a stack of admitted exhibits at some point tomorrow morning. So from there, I'll advise you as always, please don't do any research about the case or discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. We'll see you at some point tomorrow.
All right, jury.